I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're tryna entice me. No way I see PD, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Yeah, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Yeah, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Yeah.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're tryna entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders, let's get coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat, I fillet up a beat and yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you get him up, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I
So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me?
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Ciroc with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cops shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey head, so good he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, get the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Ooh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I I just wanna play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are into week 5, I believe it is, or is it week 6? It's kind of hard to find the days. I'm still Penguin. Today I'm joined by my fantastic Irish counterpart, Dagda. How you doing, buddy? It's been a little while since we've casted together. Again, it's a crazy schedule.
Yeah, we need a bit of a break after the spring split, but it's good to be back casting with you. It's good to be here. And look, I think as well, we got some good games coming up today, so I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, we do have some good games coming today, but we got to first look at what happened yesterday, because again, the LPL, it's on every single damn day. So let's have a look at what happened yesterday as EDG continued their winning streak to 10-1, and FBX seemed to have shaken off the nerves a little bit as they took down RI 2-1.
Yeah, RI still giving them a run for the money, but that game 2, EDG against, that was insane. That was an absolute stomp. Close to the fastest game, if it wasn't the fastest game. That was insane.
It was, and I think EDG again going from strength to strength to strength, and we look now towards how the table is starting to stack and rack. As we said, we are coming into the halfway point of week 6, only a couple more weeks left to go, and you can see now EDG very definitively at the top, and then it's just a massive cluster of just so many different teams between 11th and 3rd.
Yeah, I have no idea what way this is going to pan out. You can kind of see that some of the teams at the top are starting to look a bit shaky, like LNG, who we'll see play today. But the rest of the squads, you're just anyone could end up in that playoff contention. It's kind of your bottom 4 and then all to play for.
Literally, exactly as we look at it. So every game, as much as we all love to meme it, every game does in fact count. And speaking of games that count, you mentioned it there, we are going to be seeing LNG later on today as we look at our matches for today. And BLG going to be the first up against TT. An expected win, you would have to say, for BLG. We'll see if TT can come up with anything spicy. And then later on, it is kind of a big matchup. WE versus LNG. Of course, WE up to 5-4. LNG looking to break that loss streak.
Yeah, and I think a lot of kind of big games here, as you said, BLG hoping to kind of set themselves on the right path. LNG and WE, a lot to prove, I think, for themselves. LNG, after just losing to Ultra Prime, definitely would be looking to try and take down WE.
We'll come back to that later. Of course, we got plenty of time before we get to the LNG WE game, but we got to talk first and a little bit of fun. I think coming into today's series, we thought to ourselves, what can we make it to be a bit more interesting? So we decided to completely skip talking about BLG versus TT, and we decided to have a bit of a quiz, the LPL Quiz of Champions, as we have now dubbed it, as we come into today. And myself and Dagda will be going head to head. We have devised 3 questions each, and we will have to wait and see who can come out with a bonus point in my mind if you can get the exact figure for certain one of them. But I will start off first. I will be asking Dagda the questions. He knows the questions roughly, but he does not know the answers.
Yeah, I kind of forgot them, to be honest.
Yeah. We obviously had to make sure we didn't repeat the same question to each other, so we did verify that as such. But I'm going to start you off with a first question. Mine's going to be about the champions. So, Dagda, what champion has been banned this split but not played?
Oh. This is actually really hard because there's so much variety at the moment in every single role. Can't even say Shaco because Kanavi played that the other day. So,
yep. I'm gonna have to push you for an answer.
I'm gonna say something like Urgos because I just feel like something like that is probably gonna be up there. But because he had a couple of he was decent matchups into a couple of picks, but we never actually saw it locked in, I think.
I love your logic. It is incorrect. The answer is Samira. 4 bans, 0 games played, according to Games of Legends. So, got a bit there. So, you do not get any points for that. Thank you, production, of course, Samira. You guys can play, of course, at home if you would like to. Let me know in the Twitch chat if you get them right as such. And now, we'll move on to my next question. It's going to be another champion question. So, what champion has the highest KDA this split? What single champion has the highest KDA?
Alright, so this has to be a champion that's played once or twice. Because once you start to get up to Ezreal levels, the bad teams have played them, so the KDA is just ruined. So I feel this. So I'm actually gonna go back to the kind of the half answer that I had in the first one. I think it's gonna be Kanavi Shaco from the other day. Because I was watching the VODs, he died once. It's the only time it's been played, and I think he had a 9 or 10 KDA or something like that, so it's kind of insane. So I'm going to go with Kanavi Shaco.
You are Correct. Kanavi
Let's go.
Shako is in fact the highest KDA champion with a 16.0 KDA.
Never mind, I wasn't even
It
close.
is disgusting how much of a KDA. I wish that was just not okay to be seeing that. So 1 point to you. Okay, you got yourself on the board. Nicely done. We got the final question, of course. And this one is going to be, again, similar to kills, but a slightly more broader one. What team has the highest kills per game this split?
So, I actually like, you want to say like FPX or Top Esports or something like that, right? But I'm actually pretty sure because like I was doing them last week and I think it's EDG because I was like really surprised with the amount of kills they had. I think it's Edward Gaming.
You're locking that in?
Yeah.
You are correct. Edward Gaming have the highest number of kills per game this split with 18. So 2 wins on the board for you. You come out with 2 points. I am terrified because I am probably going to get absolutely blasted in this, but we'll move on to you as the host for the second half of this quiz.
All right. So first question is going to be, who has the highest First Blood participation this split?
Which jungler has the highest first blood participation this split? I'm gonna go. I want to say JJ, but I don't think it is. You know what? I'm gonna go with Karsa. I'm gonna lock in Karsa.
You sure? Can I get the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music? The
Yeah. We'll do
You're
it
gonna
ourselves.
be kicking yourself
Copyright.
because it actually is JJ.
Damn it! I knew it! God damn it!
He's a 43% First Blood participation. It's absolutely insane. EDG are just smurfing kind of across the board, to be honest. This
Yeah,
split.
pretty much.
Second question is who has the highest CS in a single game so far this split?
Who has the most CS in a single game this split? See, this one could be anyone because it could be a really long game that you had a Jinx or an
I'm gonna give you a
Aphelios or
hint because
something.
it's a bit
Okay.
broad. It's an AD carry, so it's one of the
Okay,
AD carries.
that makes a lot of sense. That's where my head was kind of going. I really don't know this one. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and I'm gonna go ahead and say Loken.
Tick.
I'm gonna take a complete stab.
Tick tock.
Loken. Loken's my lock-in.
It is not going to be Loken. It is actually Huanfeng, who on Jinx
knew-
managed
yeah.
to pick up 581 CS
God.
in one of his games. It was absolutely nuts. All right, so I'm the winner anyway.
You're
but
the winner,
I'm just going to
but
brag a little
for
bit.
pride, I need to get one.
Yeah, get one on the board.
Okay.
This is actually probably the toughest question.
Crap.
Which game had the most kills this split?
Ooh. Okay, so I'm assuming I
You
don't
just
have to
have to
say
name
like
the 2 teams.
Okay, the 2 teams. Okay, I was gonna say it's like, you know, RA, RNG, week 2. Like no, Bulls. No, I want to go with that. I'm gonna go most kills. I'm gonna say FBX RNG.
You have one of them, which makes it worse. It is RNG versus OMG, which had 53 kills in a 40-minute game. It was the bloodiest game we have had. It was absolutely insane. So,
Well,
unfortunately,
you are
Penguin,
the undisputed king of
Bad
the
down.
totally legit mid-split quiz.
I like the way we just gave it to ourselves, completely ignored everyone else in the team.
That's why it's
We're just
totally
like, no,
legit.
we're the only 2 that are champions.
That's why it's similar to myself in Lyric last week. It's the totally legit mid-split awards, the totally legit quiz. You're the undisputed king. But of course, we got to talk about our matchup very, very briefly. Of course, we look at BLG versus TT. It is going to be a little bit more, I would say, BLG one-sided. We would feel like they should be coming out on top of this one, but we look towards the future for these guys. They have a really tough run-in for the next few games.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy at all for BLG. Like, you can see the body of the screen there. Top Esports, JDG, Ore, IG still to play. And especially when you're sitting in 7th place at 5 and 4, you want to be trying to push up towards that kind of magic, like number 8, or 9 win that we are seeing kind of pushed you into that playoff contention last split. And with how close the split is, and now you've still got insanely tough games left, it's going to be a tall order for BLG to try and make it that full way. So I'm looking to see if they can actually manage to pick up a win, say against teams like Ore, IG, and contest Top Esports, because otherwise it feels like BLG are going to continue sliding further and further down the table.
It really does feel like that right now because, yes, they're on 5-4. This today should be what we see for a lot of the top teams. Like we mentioned before when we looked at the table, you have your bottom 4 teams, and if you're dropping games to those teams, that's a massive loss because you're going to be coming up to such incredibly tough competition. It's such a cluster in the middle of the pack to get the advantage, and we haven't really talked about it because we're still a couple of weeks left, but positioning in the playoffs is important. You know, the difference between 8th and 6th could be a best of 5, could be side selection, could be anything that you need to give you that edge when you go into the postseason.
Yeah, and especially with like how many power picks are on the current patch and how strong some of these side selections can be, I think it's going to be a major factor. But I think as well, like the biggest problem that we're seeing for Billy, honestly, is just kind of kind of twofold. One, the amount of pressure that they end up putting up towards BU and what it actually returns for them. Because for BLG, it feels like they end up putting all their eggs into that basket in the early stages, and it does mean that BU doesn't get caught out because he's a very aggressive laner, but it does mean that he's not actually able to use a lot of that pressure to try and help elsewhere on the map. And oftentimes it ends up being Aiming who's the big carry on this squad, but he's getting little to no resources in the early game and ends up oftentimes coming out of lane with a deficit. So when we come to these team fights, then you're already starting at an uphill battle.
Well, we'll see what way they want to work for it. Of course, BLG coming in against TT. TT on the blue, BLG on the red. And for TT, they're 1-8. They don't really have much to lose from this series. No one's really expecting much from them. But I think the big thing from us in terms of expectations is to see Xiaopeng on these early game junglers. We, of course, seen him on the Rex side. We've seen him on a couple of different, big early game picks. We'll see if he's willing to bring those out again today.
Yeah, well, already we can see a lot of these early big picks are already banned away. Diego, Diana, and Akali taken away by TT. Renekton, actually surprising to see that banned away. It slipped a little bit when you come towards the priority that we've seen for that pick coming into patch 11-13, but still Xin Zhao banned away. So the two big junglers taken off the board. Hell, even Viego kind of sitting into that as well. So I think jungle certainly rise up priority here, which is why we're seeing Xiaopeng lock in that early VC.
See what way they want to go for in the later stages. Of course, BLG going to be locking in the volley bar. Of course, lots on the table here for everybody. You mentioned obviously the big solo picks, but the LeBlanc locked in here for Zika. Definitely something he's very, very comfortable with.
Yeah, LeBlanc has kind of risen up as that first pickable mid lane. Now we have seen picks like the Lissandra come in to try and go against the Silas as well. Has been the other go-to counter pick, so I'm curious to see if we do get that. But I have a feeling that here for Weiwei, that is going to be a volley bear jungle for Weiwei. When you see kind of the pinch that's already been put towards that jungle pool, it does make a hell of a lot of sense. And no, okay, yeah, I was gonna say Lissandra makes a hell of a lot of sense here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Varus lock in here for Sam D. Very strong pick still, and kind of puts pressure onto Aiming to be like, okay, cool, well, what do you actually have to try and go against this here?
Of course, Aiming pretty solid with something like the Ezreal. I feel like the Draven Hover is kind of more of a shout out to, look, we know you're probably going to pick the Ezreal here. We're going to go with the Kalista anyway, so there's a lock in there for TT. But Aiming, despite having bad lanes, despite having, difficulty in certain matchups, he has come out big time in the team fights for the side of BLG, specifically on something like the Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're expecting this to go now, is like these big carries. So Aphelios, Jinx now step up because you've got that Thresh lock in there coming through for PP God. So I think we'll see some of those banned away. But I'm actually surprised to see the Kalista come through from Sam D. Like, we've seen it from him in the past, but he's actually opted in towards much more passive laning phases, right? Ezreal, Varus, I mean, we've seen Kog'Maw, even the Ashe. It's not like he's been playing the super aggressive style with Pudding. So I'm surprised to kind of see that they are taking this in the thought process that a Varus pick will come through, and they've already got the Kalista matchup there for themselves.
See what way they want to finish off themselves. Of course, BLG now focusing on that support pool. I like this, taking away the hard engagers who work incredibly well with the Kalista, the Leona Nautilus banned away. TT, though, they're actually banning away the Draven themselves. They don't want that matchup in particular, and now they've got themselves one last ban. You would imagine it would be another AD carry ban, maybe the Aphelios, just to try and stop that from, oh no, the Jinx, excuse me, to stop that comboing up with the Thresh. So the Aphelios still very much on the table here for BLG.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the lighter of the two evils here coming through for TT, right? Because when you got Lissandra, it's easier for you to get onto an Aphelios and lock him up with that ultimate versus something like a Jinx who's got far more range to play with. So I think it'll be here trying to see if he can get on towards that back line, lock up this Aphelios and give TT a bit of an easier time in these team fights. But certainly TT, they're very all in on this early to mid game. Not a huge amount of late game scaling here, so unless they try to swap in towards something like the Gwen here in the top lane for Long Xing, or you're not really going to have too much of that bit of safety net when you get towards the later portion of the game.
Well, the Rakan locked in, so definitely a hell of a lot of engage down on top of Aiming's Aphelios should you need it. You've got the Grand Entrance, of course the Lee Sin ward hop into the Dragon's Rage kick. You mentioned the Lissandra. Now you're looking to just round this composition out here for the side of TT. See what you want to maybe lock in the Mundo. It doesn't do a lot for the side of TT, in my opinion. It feels like it's just kind of a meat wall, but that's what they want.
Yeah. I'm actually not a big fan of Mundo in these kind of situations. Mundo, I personally find that he works really well when you've got a composition that has like a bit more range and you're able to use this Mundo to kind of like tank up a lot of the CC, absorb a lot of the damage and try and kind of play keep away from your back line. But when you're in a composition like this, it becomes a little bit more difficult for Mundo to have these big moments because LeBlanc is going to just bypass him. You've got the opportunity of Volibear to run past him as well. Now, he can play a lot of kind of goalkeeping, I suppose, for Aphelios, stopping him from getting in deep and trying to make a lot of these plays. But look at TT's composition, right? It's such a short-range composition that chances are Aiming is going to be able to fire away onto a couple of these other champions that are going to be in the thick of things and just ignore Long Xing for a large portion of this.
Well, we are seeing, of course, you mentioned earlier, the Volibear going to be going into the hands of Weiwei, as the last pick was the Gwen for Biu. And just looking at BLG, of course, coming into the split, they made a couple of changes, took a lot of V5 out of their squad and brought them into their own. But for BLG, they went 6-10 in spring, so one win now will put them equal in terms of win record for last split. And again, 11th, just outside of playoffs. They are still hunting for that, but it needs to start here. They need to garner momentum. We mentioned, of course, their next strength of schedule. The next 4 games are very, very difficult games for them to come up against. And right now, they need to start moving forward and pushing themselves into a position of power.
Yeah, and I think, look, this is definitely a draft where I think BLG can do a lot, right? You've got the late game scaling coming in with the Gwen there. You've got a late game scaling coming in from your Aphelios. So if you actually just kind of hold out from this early stage, you're in a really good spot for BLG, and it's not like you've got terrible matchups anywhere. Gwen actually does really well against Mundo in those early stages, and especially if you're getting a bit of jungle pressure up that top side, it can help out in that matchup. The only issue that I'm really going to see is just the Kalista in the spot and the Lissandra in the mid lane. That's what sets up a lot of early playmaking potential for TT. I'm going to have to see if Xiaopeng can try and play around this top and bot side, set up for these early dragons, and try and force BLG into these uncomfortable spots thanks to the dragon stacking.
Well, if there's one thing Xiaopeng has been able to do for TT this season, or this split, has been to be able to be that early game menace, that man who makes the plays, and he has been the shining light for what has been a very disappointing start and possibly end to the split here for the side of TT, as they are reaching up to their 16 games very rapidly. We are on to the Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3, TT versus BLG. Drop a ward, go back, pick up a sweeper. You're pretty happy with that?
Yeah, ward for ward, just making sure there's no funny business happening in the bot side. But I think at the early stage here for TT is to certainly see Xiaopeng try and path from top in towards that bottom side. I really want to see him getting aggressive early, especially towards the end of this mid lane. Even when you're running Electrocute here as Lissandra as well, like, you're all in on this laning phase. So make sure that you're playing up aggressive against Zika and being able to set Ye ahead and then enact more pressure across the map.
For Xiaopeng, you look at him as well as a carry for the side of TT. 21.6% damage percentage, the 3rd highest out of junglers in the league. He really has been the tryhard as such for his team, as we now see the wards now being taken and the Grand Entrance committed. Aiming taking an unfavorable trade, but the Flay is there to try trade that one back onto Pudding. Both supports trying to garner control over this mid bush. The battle for the control of the lane really does begin early.
Yeah, you see a lot of trading back and forth, and Amy kind of correctly identifying Sam D didn't have his rend, so happy to go for these more aggressive trades and actually end up coming out on top, and BLG do get advantage now in this push, should hit level 2 first, but they do have to be careful because TT can still shove back, make it a little bit uncomfortable for Aiming and PP God, especially as we said, Xiaopeng pathing down towards this bottom side.
And right now, here we go, flash in with the grand entrance. They're going to drop down the ignite as well, but the play is good from PP God. Should be able to get a hook off, but the minion there to keep him safe and alive. We do see the cue forward from Sam D. He needs to be a little bit careful as he has no real support. But again, more and more aggressive trading being traded back and forth between these two bot lanes.
I mean, MVP minion right there. Tanks the hook, tanks the Q coming in from the Aphelios as well. Means that the Sam D gets that trade. So certainly TT coming out on top. And now though, Weiwei is making his way down towards the bottom side. No vision, but Xiaopeng will meet him in the brush.
Or Weiwei will. In fact, there's going to be an immediate engage. First blood goes over to the Callista. And now Weiwei finds himself in a little bit of a predicament as he tries to run himself away. Does have his flash should he needed to go over the wall. May need to just use it. Yep. And has to lose his summoner for it. So, early advantage going to TT once again. Oh,
Xiaopeng's followed up, though.
Yeah, he's going to keep going for this one. This is a difficult one for Xiaopeng. The smite is there. It's good. Will he be able to do enough? No! Pudding picks himself up another, and that's 2 quick kills. But with the Gravitum, aiming is now here, and it's an all-out brawl around the blue buff. You can now see Zika going in, but deleted where he stands. And now TT have exploded onto the Rift with an almost 2k goal lead.
This is again where like your friend jumps off a cliff and your mother's like, just don't follow your friend off the cliff. BLG didn't listen. They all jumped off the cliff and they're all in a lot of pain. PP God goes way too aggressive, way too early in that, and it's just a cacophony of different mistakes here. We actually don't even see PP God, who went that bit early. Xiaopeng here does just follow up on Weiwei. I actually really like this. Like, look at where Lissandra is. She's already moving across, making sure she's able to cover this. You know that even though Weiwei's trying to get the smite to keep that alive, you get the smite again coming through from Xiaopeng. And here, you're in a 4 versus 3. Now, yes, some of these members are super low as TT, but PP God is going to be a null factor in this. You can see already the mid laner there for BLG going down before you even have PP God as a factor in that fight.
And already you see the nice spread of the kill participation. You get one for the Callista, one for the Lee Sin, the 2 early game champions that do need the early gold and early experience to become monsters in their own right within that mid-game setup. And it's why we've seen less and less Lee Sin in the jungle, is that he just benefits so much more from that solo lane experience, the solo lane gold that he's able to garner. Is the perfect start for the side of TT, and BLG, they need to just calm down, give it a little bit of a moment, because that is, I don't know what that was, but that wasn't it.
Yeah, and look, especially for BLG, who we said already are the late game team, right? They don't need to be forcing these fights. It's TT who need to. So when BLG are giving these advantages, it actually becomes more of a thorn on their side. And this is now gives the opportunity for TT to start to have Xiaopeng play through this bottom side of the map. He can invade on towards Weiwei, get himself a quadrant of the map extra for himself. You could use the pressure that Ye now has in mid lane as well to start playing towards these dragons, especially with Sam D having picked up these boots. Like this, Callista takes on a whole new level because of the extra leap range and makes it really hard for aiming to play up into this matchup.
And Aphelios behind is not what you want to see. We now see Xiaopeng moving in towards this mid lane. Path of Frost used there by it's going to be pretty easily distorted away from, but Xiaopeng doing what he does best, just being a nuisance, being in the lanes active, forcing people back and getting himself some priority to then, like you said, create those quadrants where they can get those advantages.
And I want to start seeing TT look for these dives. You've just pushed in mid. They are going to turn towards Dragon for the moment, as Pudding will get locked up, but I think if you can actually use Xiaopeng's pressure mid, push that wave in, get Ye access to this bottom side, especially when she hits 6, as Ye actually just has, you can then look to just lock up aiming, and between like Pudding, CC, Sam, D, Xiaopeng there as well, that Aphelios is not going to be long for the world.
Well, they must have listened to you during the Champ Select, as they are starting the Dragon stacking nice and early, about 6 minutes, 20 seconds as the first one goes down, and TT, they will be given either an Ocean or an Infernal Soul once that one does eventually spawn, but now for the side of BLG, it's all about stemming the bleeding. It's all about stabilizing the game, getting yourself back into a winning position, because right now, I think bot lane, you just have to survive, and I think you need to start looking towards maybe top or mid.
And this has been what BLG usually go for, right? It has been putting all these resources into Bubu. The problem is just because of this mess up in the early game down bot side, Weiwei now has to be a lot more shy. He's way behind Xiaopeng. Like, level 6 already hit for Xiaopeng. Level 5 only just hit for Weiwei. So if he tries to go up towards this top lane matchup, you always run the risk of Xiaopeng showing up and just using that level advantage to wipe you out.
Optimistic hook from PP God. I don't know if he really wanted to take that fight, but with the 2 guns they have for aiming, I feel like they definitely felt there was an opportunity for the Aphelios Thresh bot side to maybe get something going for them, but not to be, as we now look to see what Xiaopeng is doing. Good wards here from the side of BLG, specifically obviously on the top side, where they're able to track where Xiaopeng is, and this is limiting his scope, as we see PP Dodd taking a couple of spears in the back, but having eyes on Xiaopeng is a good step for BLG to stabilize this game.
Yeah, but they've lost him already. He's hopped over the wall. Now up top side against Bubu. Weiwei is here, but again, a little bit of an advantage here for TT just in the gold department.
And they have to go. TT recognizing that in this 2v2, they probably don't come out the victors, specifically when you look at Zika roaming up from mid. He had the push in, so immediately was trying to make that a winnable skirmish for his team. And now, yeah, in a little bit of trouble as the ethereal chain does land down. And obviously, we talk about how Lissandra is a small counter. As I say, that hook lands. PP God, again, needs to be a little bit careful, taking a lot of damage. Both supports pushing the very, very limits. It was in a night for a heal traded in the bot side.
Yeah, I want to go back to your point though, because like I do agree that like you do get a pretty big counter here with the Lissandra, right? Because you're able to lock up the LeBlanc as soon as she goes in, but with your W and the ult, and you get to make plays like this that we're going to see. Claw straight into that lockup, but Weiwei is doing a really good job of matching Xiaopeng on a lot of these plays, kind of understanding, hey, if we end up giving TT priority mid, they can start to roam down. Well, I want to see it towards this bottom side. I don't know if we're going to get it. TT seemed pretty hard pushed on getting Longxing now, even where I think like Mundo ahead doesn't really matter in this game. Just work towards your mid and bot side.
We'll wait to see what they decide to do with the slight pressure they have. Putting now moving into this mid lane. Xiaopeng still very much spotted on this ward as they start up the Rift Herald here for BLG, and they own this top side. They have the push priority in top and mid, so this is a very, very easy objective for BLG and should be a good push towards equalizing that goal deficit. But now it's a little bit of a split setup. Weiwei might have to ult over the wall. Nope, never mind. He's got himself a dark passage. But speaking of passages, they go in with the Lissandra, trying to jump in on top of all these members now as we got the quickness to charm some people up. Zika flashing away. The Aphelios in with the Moonlight Vigil to try and ring this one back in the favor of BLG. Xiaopeng goes down. Zika is not afraid. Look at his health bar as he walks away. He has no fear in him whatsoever. And it's been completely turned on its head. 3 kills, maybe even 4, as Pudding's forced to flash over. And that's a perfect fight for BLG.
And it's mistakes like this that end up putting TT so far behind in the early stages of the game. Like, they are 15th when it comes to their goal difference of 15, and it's where Rift Herald starts, the problems start for TT. And you can see it here, right? When you look at this, watch on the replay where Sam D is. Because the entire time that this fight's happening, Sam D is continuously trying to walk to the play. He had the later reset in bot lane, so as he's trying to come up here, you can see, look, he's only walking up mid lane, whereas Aphelios is already in a position to move across. We talk about that big Moonlight Vigil we're about to see in a second, but they just can't quite burst out Zika, who ends up being able to flash away. And then Sam D is just not actually impacting this fight whatsoever. He's the guy with all the gold on TT right now because he picked up so much of those early kills, and from that position it's essentially just a 4 versus 5 for BLG where they're able to win it out.
2 auto attacks. The Callista got 2 auto attacks off in that entire skirmish. That is negligible damage right there. And again, Zika, gotta give massive props to. Despite getting chunked out, despite losing his flash, he went in on the distortion to make sure they got that massive AoE push. They got the massive amount of damage down. And for BLG, they are now back in the lead just about in this game. And we can see now aiming might be in a little bit of trouble, but nope. Dodges out the Sonic Wave. You did have the Lissandra roaming down, so would have been a slight advantage for the side of TT, as Longxing now just tanking up the Gwen. This is pretty much what's going to happen now forever. The Gwen will push in, will have kill pressure, but very difficult unless Longxing makes a big mistake on the Mundo.
Zika just spotting out Xiaopeng here. And one of the things that I want to talk about is like when we look towards compositions that have this crazy late game scaling like the Gwen and Aphelios we've seen in BLG, they need a concept of a bridge, which is something that's going to bring them from that early game to the late game. So they don't just have like losing lanes across the board and they just get rolled over by TT. And LeBlanc is that bridge. I mean, she's got 2 kills now for herself. That is going to set up BLG so nicely to have Zika threaten back line, just try and zone TT in these fights, and stop TT from being able to play as aggressive as they want to. Now, TT are still able to get a lot of this dragons going. This is what we wanted to see for them. So still this 25-minute mark where you're getting 2 items coming through for most of TT. Still going to be incredibly strong, but certainly Zika will be able to help break a lot of the stranglehold that TT have in this game.
Well, Inferno Soul is going to be the Rift, as TT get themselves the 2 dragons. Not bad dragons to get as well in isolation. Nice little bit of tankiness and of course extra ability haste on your ultimate as Weiwei steals away the big wolf as the babies walk themselves back and realize their mom has been killed. And it's a different side of Bambi that I didn't know I was getting. I didn't know I was getting this deep and sad about it.
Bambi
but,
a la wolves, eh? Thanks for that. That's exactly how I wanted to start off on Tuesdays.
Always here for you, buddy. Always here to try and set you up on the right mood. But with BLG now knowing that they have control over this bot side, they have the Immortal Shield Bow now against Sam D, who is sitting on a little bit of gold he hasn't spent yet. So we'll see what way they want to go for it. But the TP has been committed. Aiming going to be getting his Dark Passage and the box. And this is a perfect example as to why when you pick Aphelios, you need Thresh, because it just makes it so much easier to back away from that. And with Rift held in the mid lane, BLG are going to be able to take themselves a nice sizable chunk of gold in the lead.
Yeah, it's also a very good example of why when Rift Herald's up and available for the other team, you don't hard commit to somewhere on the map that the enemy jungler isn't. Because this is when you're able to get a lot of damage on that mid lane turret, and it was just completely for free. So now again, Zika, you can look at him. 20 CS lead in this mid lane. 2 kills to his name. He's going to have that. I think that it's going to be the Luton's Tempest this game. We have seen a bit of that Everfrost, but more so when you're looking to like try and dissuade a lot of these super heavy dive compositions. But although we have some aspects of that for TT, I don't think we'll see that. I would rather see the Luden's Tempest and actually go for this heavy burst damage on towards Sam D.
Wait and see what way they go for it. Of course, you can look at the breakdown of the plates. 1 plate to Mundo, so he got himself 160 gold, but very much heavily favored here for the side of BLG. Using that Rift Herald in mid lane, having the pressure up in top, just equals a much easier time of taking those early advantages, those early plates, and getting them, again, ahead in the lead. 1.5k, they are very comfortable with where they are. They're picking up those first items, and it's just becoming a ticking time bomb now for the side of TT. They need to find a response, because the longer this game goes, the harder it becomes for them.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest problem that we're seeing right now, right? Is actually this tower going to go down bot side, but TT just haven't pressured where we talked about them being strongest, right? We want to see Xiaopeng playing through mid side to set up these dives bot lane. We didn't get that. Now it's BLG who are in control, and when you're looking at this Rift Herald about to spawn up, yes, they still have advantage when it comes towards just their composition. Zika will be able to make it out, but still have advantages just because of their composition and the spikes that we're seeing thus far, especially with the Athena's change picked up for Longxing, going to help him out nicely in these fights. But the bigger issue is just you're not really far enough ahead that you're not even ahead where your composition's going to be like, cool, we can power through pre 30 minutes and end this game.
Wait to see what the side of TT want to do. Grand Entrance doesn't really land down, and Pudding takes a lot of punishment because of it. And this is the problem when you pick something like an Ophelio, or sorry, excuse me, like a Rakan. You are an engaged tool, yes, but you are so squishy, and if you don't have your team backing you up, if you don't have your team going 100% in with you on that play, it's just not going to work out for you. You will just be blown up before you can really have an impact. Now, with Rift Herald being started, we can see Xiaopeng does land the Sonic Wave, and the TP is being committed here as well. So this will be the Mundo jumping into the fight. They may look to try and go for it. I feel like TT know they need to try and stop this. They need to try and just make some kind of advantage. They will force everyone off and take the Rift Herald. Thank you very much. BLG recognizing they're not quite strong enough yet.
Yeah, BLG didn't want to take that fight. They just wanted to see if they could sneak it away, but unfortunately weren't quite able to. However, this isn't going to be a massively impactful Rift Herald unless TT are able to play out these side lanes correctly. And you can already see, yeah, he's starting to shove that top lane in. You got Xiaopeng there who's making sure he's safe to do so. And off these resets, they want to see if they can try and collapse onto mid lane and use that Rift Herald to crack open mid lane turret. Because if you don't get a turret cracked open here, this is going to become really difficult for TT to start to push this game forward and accelerate the pace of the game. Now, Dragon up as well. This means it's a really nice Rift Herald timing mid lane, especially as you can see BLG topside, although he does have TP.
Does have TP available. Of course, they go with the Ignite as well, so very difficult to take him out on a 1v1, but 20 seconds till this Dragon, like you mentioned, and this is where TT, if they can get this is where the game gets a little bit dicey for the side of BLG. They've let the Dragon stack to 2. If they get it to go to 3, and it's an Infernal Soul, it becomes very, very dicey. And right now, TT just trying to make sure they can push out this mid wave, get themselves in a position. The TP is going to be committed here by BLG. So, full 5v5 is the name of the game. And I feel like TT don't really have a choice. They have to fight around this. The longer they leave it, the worse it becomes.
Yeah, TT kind of missed their window there by going for red buff. They could have plunked that Rift out down mid lane and forced priority there, but now TT tried to fight. They don't honestly need to. They could just look to take 2 turrets mid instead, but they want to try and contest.
They want this soul point. The Rift Herald is pushing in that mid lane. Dragon resets, still at about 4,000 HP. There's a hook. It is going to see the Fate's Call to try and save out the support of Pudding. He goes back in, has the quickness. Maybe they look for the fight right here, right now. It's very, very split as the Thresh has been taken out. Now aiming, needs to try and kite this one away, but look on the backside, you can see Wei takes out the jungler. That is the most important member of this squad when you're looking for this Dragon, and now they look to try and take this one away, but they're kind of in 2 minds about it. They don't know what they want to go for. They don't know if they want to go for it, as Wei gets taken down. The Dragon has been secured as well, and TT are running BLG down. BLG just didn't know what they wanted to do.
It was all over the place. So we said, look, right now, TT are stronger just because of the items that they have and because of the way their composition functions, and especially with the way BLG played that. It was so messy. And now TT should be able to push on towards this mid lane as well. Zika can't really engage here because you know that you'll get locked up by Ye if you try and contest this.
And now, like we mentioned, that Dragon stacking, you are now 4.5 minutes until that Dragon Soul. You have to fight at that if you're BLG, and this is where things get a little bit dicey. But again, we talk about the replay here. It's just so disjointed. They didn't really have a full call.
Yeah, I think unfortunate for PP God that he tosses down the box here, because box super useful in these kind of fights for peeling, for aiming. But you can see there, right, 3 members essentially in the pit for BLG, and then you got T2 who've just all collapsed onto aiming. He gets 0 peel apart from PP God, it goes down. So aiming's now out of the fight, and then this weird trying to contest Dragon but not actually contest the fight, so you just end up getting poked down. TT turn around with the engage, and Zika again not really in a position here to try and get on towards Samdi, threaten that backline access in the manner where he actually needs to be successful in these fights.
I think the big thing there, BLG clearly made a call to try and burst down the Dragon, but there was no smite for Wei, as we can see a hook coming out. Good flay, Pudding, and a lot of hurt, and is back to the Shadow Realm, and that might be a Baron take here. There is TP available for in that bot side, but BLG, they're barreling towards it. They may want to try and take this objective.
You can see Ye has gone for the reset now as well. He's going to have to TP in towards this fight. Langxing is on the backside, but it does mean that if PP God lands a hook here, there's no real tank here for the likes of Samdi.
Ooh, they have spotted him out. Langxing just kind of walks past everybody. Dragon down to about 7,000 HP. We can see Xiaopeng nearly gets hooked out there by the death sentence, but objective confirmed here by TT. They have stopped the Baron being taken, and they will be able to get this mid lane tier 1. So, looking now at 20 minutes into the game, coming up to 21, we have a fairly even gold lead. But again, the big thing to notice is those 3 dragons that have stacked.
But unfortunately for BLG, because they don't get the Baron, they lose that mid lane turret. I would have preferred to see them just try and get vision control set up for this Baron, because this is more impactful where you're trying to prevent TT from just turning and rushing it like this. Now you've got resets coming through from PP God, and TT are looking to burst down this Baron.
They have the Wrens stacked. They should be able to secure it regardless of what Weiwei does, and now we'll see what TT want to do. Do they fully commit? Is this just a big Baron bait? You can get the crescendo to give them a little bit of one, but we can see them going over the wall. It's secured by TT, and now they can take the fight. The Moonlight Vigil will only do so much. It just cannot do enough. It will take down one, but they lose two. And now BLG, they're falling apart. TT are capitalizing time after time over BLG, just making scrappy and panicked decisions.
It's just BLG not respecting TT's composition. Like, there's been so many times this game, you look at like that initial skirmish that we had in bot side jungle where BLG just tossed person after person into TT. Now we're seeing it again where they just don't respect the Callista damage that she can do towards this Baron, especially with Rend. And you can see Weiwei and Bubu go over the wall here. They just don't have the smite damage. There's no reason for Bubu to be in this pit either. Like, unless you're trying to burst it down with the true damage, but that's a long shot when you're up against the smite and also the Rend coming through, and that can be timed so well on TT's side. So BLG now giving a little bit more gold over towards TT, but only 1,500 gold lead, but still that Baron now going to be in the hands of Sam D and this potential push.
And this is the big thing. You have a minute until Dragon. That's Dragon's soul. And yes, it's only about a 2,000 gold lead, but you get side waves in order. You're able to put pressure down onto BLG and say, look, we know you're going to fight around this Dragon pit. We can put Mundo in top. We can make sure that that wave is pushing and still be here and available for this fight. Have a quick look at the items before we do come into this. You have got 2.5 items onto the Aphelios, so not quite at 200 years just yet. You are moving towards that Guinzo's Rage Braid for Sam D as well. So the 80 carries still feeling pretty good if a fight is to break out. Mundo is now here with his Frostfire Gauntlet. We can see now the Shrelia is going to be used as they try and maybe find out somebody. Bubu might be in a little bit of trouble though. No flash to get out, and he's dead. Now how are you going to contest this? You're 5v4.
Yeah, it's a complete disaster here for BLG. It's now done and dusted. TT should be able to get this, and I think this is where it becomes really hard for BLG as well, because when you're looking at these picks, I want to talk briefly, if I get a chance, about the combo between Anathema's Chains and Lysandra, because the debuff you get from the Anathema's Chains gives 30% decreased tenacity. So you end up having this 30% increase in the amount of time you're locked up. And when you're looking for these picks with Lysandra, if you've paired this correctly, it becomes nigh on impossible to escape away from it. Lock up from the ultimate from Lysandra, into the W, into the Everfrost. You are not getting to move if TT managed to get their hands on you. And we saw that there for Bubu. He just couldn't get away from them.
Now TT with the Infernal Soul. They've only got a couple more seconds of this Baron, so they'll probably pick up this tier 1 in bot side and get all of those off the map. It is not all doom and gloom for BLG. They still have exceptional scaling coming into this late game, but it is all on TT. TT are the ones with the advantages. They are the ones that have made the use out of this early game composition they built, and they are the ones just punishing BLG time and time again.
Yeah, the problem here is just that BLG do keep getting caught out, right? It never feels like we actually get a straight up 5v5. Hell, the only one that we really got was kind of up towards that initial Rift Herald, where even that was without Sam D. So we're still yet to see these teams come to blows. And when you're looking at, okay, 5 minutes until this Elder Dragon's going to spawn, you should, as aiming, be up towards your Infinity Edge. For Gwen, she should be able to complete her Zanya, start working towards that Cosmic Drive. Like, you're going to be in a much better position here as BLG. But with that Infernal Dragon on, it becomes so difficult for you to actually try and contest this. It's such a big impact for TT, who are playing this early game composition. The extra ounce of scaling that gives you is very impactful here.
Important to note as well, the only person with anti-heal right now is Bubu on the Gwen. He's the only one with the Oblivion Orbs, so if he's not on the Mundo becomes impossible to kill until you have those 4 items or 3.5 items onto your Aphelios. So right now, TT feeling very, very comfortable with the itemization, with the way the compositions have banned out and created themselves. We can see now pushing in this top lane tier 2, should be able to pick that one up without any issues. Minute 30 or a minute just over it until that Baron does spawn. And TT, they're just roaming around as a death squad, making sure they're not getting caught out. I like this from them, making sure that they're not losing any kind of advantage just before this Baron spawns.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout here from TT to be able to group up, but this is why I actually disagree with BBU's build slightly. He's going towards the Nashor's Tooth. Nashor's Tooth is great when you're playing more of a side lane split pusher style where you're able to go toe-to-toe against Longxing, but when you've got an Elder Dragon in 3.5 minutes, Baron up in a minute. Like, these are going to be team fight. You're behind. You're not going to have the opportunity as BLG to sit nicely in your side lanes and try and play a 1-3-1. You need to play towards the circumstances of the game, and something like a Zhonya's is going to be way more impactful. Something like a Cosmic Drive is going to do more for you, but unfortunately, he is committed to this Nashor's Tooth, still way away from being able to complete it as well. And I'm just feeling like TT just have more strength in their composition and with the item builds that they have.
Oh, hang on, I think I hear something. I think it's the Aphelios 3-item alarm coming off in the distance as he has finished off his Infinity Edge. So that is your win condition now for the side of BLG. I do agree with you that right now, in terms of every piece combined, TT should still have the advantage, but you can never count out an Aphelios late into the game. It's 3 items, has got that stopwatch, and oh, Zika! Almost getting 1v1 there by Xiao Peng, and that might be enough to just get him off away from this Baron. It's going to at least force the TP.
Yeah, and I mean, the way you play this now as TT is you just have 3 members start this up. Ye plays keep away, because if he ever manages to lock up someone, we already talked about how strong it is alongside Everfrost for Lissandra, that person doesn't get to move, and you can see he's hunting for aiming this entire time, trying to see if he can set up for TT to burst this Aphelios, stopwatch or not.
Well, Aphelios playing a little bit aggressive. Doesn't have the greatest guns right now for taking the Baron, but they're pretty good at just keeping everyone at bay, keeping everyone away from where he is, and that does stop the Baron take from the side of TT. They haven't taken that one just yet. Right now, you're just waiting to see what the next call is. They need to make a decision soon, though, because it will become a trade-off of Elder for Baron if they're not careful, and it looks like they're going to go straight back onto this Baron pit and try and just find a catch.
It's the pick that they're really looking for. BLG actually is reset, which is why we're seeing BLG playing a little bit slow, but TT haven't realized. Now they've started this up, but BLG should be back into the picture before this becomes a major issue.
That Q did so much damage there to Wei Wei as he goes in. Good CC buffer there from Longxing using his passive. Now with the Baron down to about 4,000 HP, do you go for this? Do you just try and burst this one down? Here we go, Moonlight Vigil comes over. It's Callista who gets it with the Rend. The Dark Passage immediately out does mean that BLG will lose nobody, but the Baron is still dead. Now Xiao Peng, he went a little bit too far, a little bit too hard, and PP God gets himself that kill. There's the Zhonya's here from Ye as he tries to keep himself alive, and this is the Aphelios I talked about. You can't underestimate the damage he will put out. Now Longxing, you are the tank. You need to keep this Callista and Rakan safe. It looks like he will. His briefcases are just filled with bricks at this point, and they are smashing the faces of BLG. But now, a couple of seconds until this Elder Drake has spawned, you can see Longxing trying to be a nuisance, trying to stop them from getting the resets.
Aiming, though, can take down this Mundo. So, yes, they stopped those resets coming through, but it does mean you bought a bit of time here for TT to try and get their members back up. But this fight from TT was a mess from start to finish. Like, we actually highlighted that BLG were tossing members into a lost fight earlier on, but this is TT kind of repaying the favor here. Xiao Peng tries to go over the wall here. Like, here's the Rend on the Baron. But this for Xiao Peng so aggressive. Like, they're nobody in position here. You can see they're not even on the same page. Ye is starting to recall. He only now goes over with the Ice Claw, and he does try and get the lockup on towards aiming, but doesn't even manage to get it into a position where TT can follow up. So now, BLG back on towards this Elder Dragon. Baron still up and available, and aiming's caught!
Aiming, why are you by yourself? He has to use the stopwatch. The Dark Passage is not going to be taken. And now TT, they don't care about the Elder Drake. They can just run up mid.
And they're going to be able to try and close this out. They've got the creeps here, and they can try and make these picks. Keep your eyes on Ye. See if he's able to get on towards the back line of BLG. I mean, if he catches BLG, this is lights out.
Oh, aiming, you might have just lost your team the game. You cannot be getting caught out like that. And Wei Wei jumps in onto Ye, but he is just deleted, taken away from this world, and will not be seeing the light of day, at least in this game. The Nexus turret 1 falls down. Nexus turret number 2 goes down. And this is looking very, very good for TT fans. Cough, Kelsey Mover, cough, as they take themselves a 1-0 lead against BLG.
And it was great from TT to see them managing to play off this early game composition. We didn't manage to get a heap of this early game pressure and attention that we were hoping for, but capitalizing on BLG's mistakes, finding these early leads, and stacking up these dragons to force the uncomfortable situation for BLG, where they had to fight a 3rd dragon, 4th dragon, Elder Dragon, and they managed to give the win across to TT.
Honestly, for BLG, I don't dislike their composition, but when you're putting all your eggs into that late game basket and then your Aphelios gets caught, it's just it's unacceptable. It's it doesn't really speak true to how we feel about a couple of these teams, and
it's a bit as well of like, hey, look, we got this late game scaling. Let's just fight at like the 3-minute mark at our base and are in our jungle. One by one, we walk in. For a lot of this, even when we get towards some of these later fights as well, where you've got Bubu going over the wall alongside Volibear to look for the steal, it's just more gold that's going into the hands of TT and making it even harder for you to try and contest a lot of these plays.
Yeah, and it threw Weiwei through a loop. It meant he wasn't as impactful as he may have been, because he had to be around where Xiaopeng was. He had to shadow him. He had to make sure that he wasn't getting further and further ahead, and it just delayed the whole process, really. And again, massive props to TT. They had a win condition. They very much pushed the narrative on that and said, look, we know we are stronger. We know we can do this. And then whenever someone was out of position, when someone went a little bit too far, they hard punished. And I really do have to give props to them for that, because coming from a lower end team, one of our bottom 4, bottom 5 teams, this is fantastic to see from them.
Yeah, and remember you were saying that those briefcases were filled with bricks? Well, you can kind of see the results, as Longxing has the highest damage on TT for this game. Certainly doing a lot here on the Mundo, and I think as well the follow-up that Mundo had from just being able to, hey look, I can actually try and tank a lot of these chains coming through from Zika hooks, from PP God, meant that it made it really difficult for the impactful CC to land on BLG, which opened up Sam D a hell of a lot. Xiaopeng to be able to go aggressive as well. Like, it made things quite a bit easier for TT in these fights.
It really, really did, and I want to see now as we come into game 2, I want to see BLG adapt, and it didn't really kind of come in game 1. We'll see what they're able to do in game 2, but we'll have to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans will be right around the corner.
Being able to pop over to Zika, you got Aiming who can fly in, so this position for BLG is actually really good, where they can just look to poke them down.
But Zika actually went over a little bit too early, gets burnt out, Aiming's dead. I don't know what they were thinking, but BLG handed that on a platter. LWX gonna ult in as well. PP God dead next, and the heal, Nuguri, punches him in the gut.
Oh, so close, yet so far. Now, so if I'm to duel in, we got a hell of a game for ourselves here. The smite comes on through. The dueling potential of this Trundle is absolutely insane. Angel gets the kill to finish it off. Knight in a 1v2 now. He has flash available. There's a TP coming on through. He might just 2v1 this one. What is Nocturne on 11-13? He just autos them to death. Angel flashed on 2, and Knight gets a 2v1.
Crine does not have a mythic item, so him getting out of this as well makes it a little bit harder. He double distortions, jumps back, Marcus used the quickness. Gap closes though. Crine play it around, but Xie will have none of it until he realizes it's the clone.
You clear the big chicken and a couple of the small ones, and you don't finish the camp, so Tian have to finish it off himself, which is... Oh!
Hang on, we just... All right, keep your eyes on Aki. He's the one that has to set this up. Or Cole. The Cream's ulti will be the difference maker. No, it won't. See you later. That's going to be a couple of knockups. That's going to be a last breath as well. Maybe this is the opportunity. Bin goes down. One Fog still going strong, though. And that's a lot of disruption coming in from On. Aki on the sideline gets one. Fog kiting away in this fight. Still going strong. Still surviving as SOFM grabs himself the double kill. There's another one coming through. New trying to chase them down. But One Fog is still alive. He jumps over the wall. It's too good. good from Suning. It's as you said, Orcs. You just can't kill them all.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS. And I stay open, hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it still like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, and catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, fresh out the skillet, yeah. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need.
与 BLG 的比赛在上路对决中感觉没什么吧，两边互相发育就行。 筛赛已经过半了，就感觉表现就挺差的吧，然后就希望后面能越来越好吧。
Keep improving, and he was not wrong about saying that it was just going to be farming in the top lane. I'm still Penguin. This, of course, is still the illustrious Dagda, and TT with Sam D coming in and honestly just surprising us all with a fantastic opportunistic win against BLG.
Yeah, I think TT looked great and punished a lot of those early mistakes coming through from BLG, which allowed them to kind of set up this snowball that took them to the Dragons, that took them towards those Barons, and eventually being able to pick off aiming and close out the game. So I think a hell of a lot coming through from TT, and a lot of that started with that bottom lane and the way that these guys were playing.
Then our MVP is going to be the man of the rift. Sam D in that bot side with the Kalista was able to get himself 4-1 and 5, of course, doing a lot of work in that early game to make sure that Aphelios, like you said, didn't get going.
Yeah, and it was a lot of back and forth in those early stages where you can see they were really going toe-to-toe, and eventually Sam D actually had to pick off his old teammate there in those early stages, killing off PP God, kind of going, hey, look, man, we've moved on. I'm bigger and better right now.
Well, in this match, he's definitely bigger and better. Yeah. I don't think at the scoreboard he is. But, like, again, just a 2v2 kill that was, you know, set up to be a 3v3, but just got stunted straight away. And I feel like TT were just very, very good at capitalizing on BLG's mistakes, and there was a lot of them.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is that, like, we saw that early play in towards the jungle. Now we're seeing the dragon fights that are going their way, and it ended up being very messy from BLG. The team fights weren't great. They were very spread out. Every time we saw them actually try and contest, we kind of said it, look, we haven't actually had a proper 5v5. It ends up being like this weird, like, even when we get everyone in the same place, it ends up being these weird skirmishes of like 4 members of TT versus 3 members of BLG. It never actually ended up being this front to back style, and I think that really ended up hurting BLG, where Zika never really got in a position where he could have that big impact, despite the fact we talked about him getting those 2 early kills and trying to be that bridge for BLG to the later portion of the game.
Yeah, I think for aiming, you don't take too much sadness or disappointment from being caught out right at the end. Yes, it does lead to the end of the game, but I feel like that is the tip of the iceberg that was the losing cause for the side of BLG. There was a lot of different mistakes, a lot of players not really standing up to their potential that we know they can reach. And for BLG, this is a difficult game now. This becomes a very, very difficult game because you're looking at the schedule we talked about, Top Esports, Rare Atom, you know, these guys who are going to be able to take a massive, massive advantage against you, and you're here struggling, and I do not say that word lightly, but they are struggling against the likes of TT, who are sitting very much at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, and especially last year sets them at 5-5, which is not exactly the best place to be as we start to go towards the end of the split. But I think as well, like, this was a kind of a lot of different errors that we got to see coming out from BLG. Because when we look towards the bot side, right, Amin actually didn't have a terrible game. Apparently, we take out that last bit where he did get caught out, but in the grand scheme of things, he wasn't given a huge amount of resources to be successful in these fights. If we look at that dragon fight that we talked about, the third dragon, where he's just left on his own with PP God as Zika's pieced out over the wall. You've got both of your front line are in the pit. They've completely abandoned you as well, and he still was dealing a hell of a lot of damage in that fight. You start to look at other parts of the map as well. Bubu, without those resources that he traditionally gets from BLG's jungle, not able to have the same impact that we kind of expected. Honestly, like, falling way behind in that top side when you look at the rest of the game as a whole. Gwen just not having an impact, didn't like the build that came through from him either. I think there was a lot of issues on BLG that was like team fighting, individual performances, and everything else you look at when we look towards their decision making around how to play the map out. So coming into this game number 2, I want to see a much simpler plan here from BLG, something that allows them to kind of play traditionally towards their style and have a bit more impact in these early stages.
See what they want to go for. TT still on the blue, BLG on the red. We are going to see the same bans for TT, but a slight difference here for BLG. They are taking away that Lee Sin. They do not want Xiaopeng on it. Just created too many issues.
Yeah, they're going to just remove that off the board entirely. But going to be the first pick LeBlanc coming through from which I'm kind of surprised at. Like, I know that LeBlanc has slowly been drifting up in priority, but like, there's still a lot of other picks that I think are pretty big. Xin Xiao is the one that stands out to me, is kind of like the other big pick for the jungle now that Diana has been removed, and hell, even Viego as well. So I would have preferred, I think, to see Xiaopeng getting more comfortable, but we know Xiaopeng is pretty happy to kind of match some of these, but like, hell, look, even Rek'Sai and things like that still go towards these early strong junglers.
See what they want to go for this time, taking away the LeBlanc from Zika, and we're going to see the Kalista taken away here by BLG, so they want that for aiming in that bot side. And now for TT, I would like to see the Olaf. It is one of the few things that can go head-to-head against the Xin Zhao, can skirmish very well against that champion, but we'll see what TT want to look for as they're just hovering through pretty much absolutely everything. They actually go with the Rek'Sai again, becoming a Xiaopeng specialty this split.
I mean, it is a Xiaopeng specialty, right? Like, this guy's played it a hell of a lot. He loves this pick, and certainly something that can work well in these early skirmishes, and kind of sets up to work well with LeBlanc as well. You get the chain, or you get that knock-up coming through from the Rek'Sai. You can set up super well to try and enable you in this mid lane, and also come in for a lot of these sneaky ganks as well. Start to put a lot of pressure on towards BLG, and especially for a champion like Rek'Sai that changes the dynamic of where you need to control vision. It becomes a very interesting game for teams that haven't played against Rek'Sai recently. So I'll be curious to see how BLG do manage against that as we come into game number 2.
Silas locked in here as response to the Thresh, response to the LeBlanc, and I like the Silas in certain circumstances, but not a huge amount of great ultimates for them to take just yet. You got the Void Rush, which is nice, and the LeBlanc's abilities are also kind of nice for your mobility, but nothing massively impactful. No Gnarls, no big AoEs that will tear up a team fight. And with the Dr. Mundo band away, you can see now BLG, they're trying to focus out towards that top side, but I feel like they're missing out on, they're going to end up not banning either the Aphelios or the Jinx, and this is the two things that are going to be the difficult choice now for BLG in this last ban.
Yeah, and I think for BLG, they definitely are a team that takes a lot slower pace. They're 14th in the league right now, so when you end up going in towards something, say, like the Lissandra physique in the mid lane, and especially with the composition they have, they're putting themselves on a very, very short timer as to when they're able to fight, to be honest, against TT. So I think here the going towards the Silas kind of gives them a little bit more leeway to play towards that later game, but I still think for BLG, this is where we're going to see them try and ramp up the pace of this game, because if they don't capitalize on the 2-item spike that they have, they are very quickly going to fall off the wayside.
On the Leona Nautilus band away again, you can see just taking away those champions. It was on the opposite side last time if the Kalista was on TT, but this time giving just as much back to BLG, and they're going to go with the Rakan bot lane again. So Kalista, Rakan, Shu is on the other foot for BLG. They will take that very early game aggressive bot side, and for TT, do you go for the Jinx or the Aphelios? I feel like they're the two options you have on the board right now, and these are the two things you're looking and thinking about as you come into this final few picks.
Yeah, so for me, I think you actually go, okay, well that could be an interesting one, but I would like to see something like the Jinx come through. I think if you're just going to match head to head, alright, I'm going to ignore that point, because we're going all in on this early game on both sides, right? Draven now locked in for Sam D, you've got Rek'Sai, you got LeBlanc. This is like a we are going to murder you from the outset type of game here from TT. And unless they go towards something like a Gwen or other late game scalers in the top lane, this is going to be heavily all in on this early stages. We might still get the Gwen coming through here for TT, but bot side of the map needs to fight. They need to fight early, and these dragons are going to be a massive point of contention for both these squads.
Well, they decided not to go for the scaling, going straight for that early game engage. Level 6 is just monstrous for TT. You look at so many different ways of engaging, so many ways of catching out the members of BLG, and for BLG, it's going to be roughly the same. You're looking for their early game skirmishes. You're looking to get the Xin Zhao and the Silas into the opposition's face to create that space for your AD carry alongside the Camille.
Well, look, now for BLG, it's kind of adding that extra layer of late game scaling that we were saying just missing out on TT's side. So I like this for BB. He gets a good matchup in the top side of the map. We talked about for BLG, traditionally like to play through this top side. So now we can get to see more of that attention towards BB top side, at least from these early stages, to try and set them up nicely against this set in the top lane. But look, when you're looking towards kind of early skirmishes and early control of the map, I definitely give it to TT. With a blog full prio mid, Draven does really well against this Kalista, especially when paired with a Thresh. You should be able to, as TT, work through these strong early game to get these dragons, to get yourself set up and have a better mid game than your opponent.
The rosters are locked. TT looking to take only their second win of the series, or of the season, excuse me, so far. BLG trying to put a stop in that pretty damn quick. Need to force us to a game 3 if they want to try and keep that playoff dream alive. They missed out in 2021 spring, just about. They went 6-10 and ended up in 11th place. So they're looking to improve on that record if they can, but it all comes down to how this early game goes. You get those adoration stacks, you get that extra gold on that Draven, 1 or 2 axes will blow up majority of the side of BLG. And for BLG, if they can just survive it, if they can just get on top of these carries, they will find themselves in a fantastic position, like you said. So we'll see how both these teams fare up and see how different this game 2 is compared to game 1. BLG riddled with mistakes in game 1, but TT capitalizing on them. And now for BLG, it's all about steadying the ship as they come into the Rift for game 2.
Yeah, and again, I think you've got to be careful here as BLG. We saw them make a hell of a lot of mistakes early in that game number 1, where they're kind of just wandering through aimlessly, giving kills over towards TT. And when you're against the Rek'Sai, you cannot do that. You have to be prepared in the early stages, especially when you're playing on this red side. You're giving so much control here for Xiaopeng to start to look towards these ganks coming over the wall with the tunnel, in behind aiming, and against Sam D and Pudding, you're done. The second that Rek'Sai gets in behind you, you're over.
I mentioned it briefly, of course, just as we came into game 2, but Sam D coming up against his previous support in PP God, and I feel like PP God has definitely been on a little bit of a downward trend, not really, specifically in summer anyway, to not really having the same impact and presence that we've expected for him. But I feel like Sam D has still been looking relatively okay as Sam D, even if it is with a new support.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sam D he's had his really good moments. It still is, you know, he's on TT, he has been here from last bit as well. It hasn't exactly been the most triumphant of ways to leave the team, I'll say, for Sam D, but still has looked definitely better, whereas PP God, sorry, Sam D has looked better than expected, I will say. PP God has definitely looked worse than expected. We kind of thought, oh well, this guy loves to play aggressive, he's still able to make a lot of plays work, but this aggression has actually managed to be hindered a lot towards BLG, where you're giving over kills, you're not having that same impact. So I think certainly PP God, we want to see more from this guy, and I know a lot of fans want to see more from this guy as well.
Hopefully PP God can live up to those expectations. Good early ward here from Longchain to make sure he catches out any shenanigans level 2. Of course, you can do that if you like with the Xin Zhao and the Camille combination. Azeka is taking a bit of a chunk and getting pushed into this mid lane. Pretty standard affair with a range versus melee matchup. Will be like this until he does hit about 4 or 5, able to hit those back lines with that Kingslayer. And again, TT just seeing very curious now where they're able to kind of go with this Rek'Sai pick, and it looks like it's going to be a full clear topside straight into the bot lane. PP God very far extended. This is very similar to what we used to see with the Udyrs, who used to hard farm, and with this lane pushing up, Aiming doesn't really know where he wants to go with this one. Pudding walks forward. They're going to use the tunnel. Aiming may have to flash. He does, but the flash in. They're going to have to use the grand entrance to get in front of the hook. But the good move there from PP God keeps his AD carry alive. TT nearly getting themselves an advantage, but double summoners are still good.
PP God was MVP in that play. Tanks the hook, gets the exhaust on towards Draven, and manages to dash away with the second charge of the E as well. So he's just able to shut that play down. But that's exactly what we talked about, right? Xiaopeng wants to get active in these early stages, specifically down towards this bottom lane. And now you can even see Wei, he's realized how terrible of a spot this wave is in. So he's going to try and stay bot lane here to make sure that Rek'Sai isn't coming across once more.
Ooh, need to be careful now, Sam D. He has his flash and his heal available to him, so it'll be very difficult for really anyone to get on top of him, but the flash grand entrance from PP God could be the name of the play. Just waiting for him to go forward just a little bit. The rend is there to slow him down. You can see him now jumping in straight away with the grand entrance, trying to get on top of Pudding, but the hook is good enough, as the flay is as well, but Pudding will be taken down. The Kalista lands the Q as the Rek'Sai coming a little bit too little, too late. BLG strike first.
nice job from BLG to get the righting of the ship happening in that bottom side of the map. Unfortunately for them though, they get the kill on towards Pudding. Would have loved to manage to catch Sam D and actually finish off the Draven, shut down those adoration stacks, deny some of this CS, but you'll take it here for BLG, getting a bit of an easier time for aiming now in that bottom lane.
Good response here from BLG. It's exactly what we wanted to see from the more clear, cohesive shot calling to make sure that they don't end up falling behind. They don't end up giving away 3 kills in the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, and still able to get themselves the advantage. Still easy for Sam D to push up this wave and get the adoration stacking going for him. And you can see Aiming trying his very, very best to just quell the wave from hitting the tower too quickly.
The big thing though as we start to move forward here is like, can we actually see Xiaopeng getting these ganks to work out? Because look, already Weiwei's answered for a lot of that pressure bot side, and again BLG, they're the guys that got BuBu who's going to be scaling on this top side. Now, not having the best of times right now for BuBu. Camille into set gets a little bit easier as the game goes on. You're able to use that hook shot to dodge away from the likes of the Haymaker, but still needs time before this matchup is kind of a bit more stable. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Weiwei off of the reset that we're going to see, I imagine, as he finishes this clear. Try and make something happen in that top side, especially as Long Xing, now resetting, could look to teleport back top.
Looks like he's going to walk it. Doesn't feel like he's under much pressure right now. Dragon feels like it's the name of the game now for both these sides, as the early game junglers do path and reset themselves to make sure they have as much gold as they physically can. Still waiting for Xiaopeng to go back and pick up any items just yet. There it is, Serrated Dirk probably going towards that Prowler's Claw to get him back into the face of his enemies, and which Xin Zhao in this... Sorry,
when we've seen Xiaopeng do this, or go play this Rek'Sai the last 2 times, it has been the Prowler's Claw that he's gone towards. We've seen a couple of different builds in solo queue, like there's the Gore Drinker, kind of more bruiser build, but certainly he's favored this more lethality style and trying to play that burst-orientated playstyle, which works when you think about, hey, look, this composition from TT wants to hit the ground running, wants to win early, so finish the game before this lethality becomes irrelevant.
Love that move there from Weiwei, just putting himself in a position to be able to react should Xiaopeng be spotted out. He has now been spotted on top side, so no harm, no foul. Does mean that the wave's in a little bit of a bad position here for the bot lane of TT. It's pushing into BLG, and they'll decide whether or not they want to change that as we wait to see what the both junglers do. You can see in the replay here, oh, they just spotted him out. Nicely done there by the observers there to highlight it. They saw that Xin Zhao was in the bush, and actually something else happened in bot lane as Sam D takes a massive chunk and will have to just back himself away from this turret. And again, the wave's just not in a great position for him.
I do want to just add on to a little bit of something that we haven't touched on though, which is Ye's summoner spell choice, because there's been so many times that we've seen TT mid laners, like Captain was the same when he played this LeBlanc, go for the ignite and get zero attention from Xiaopeng. Like, Xiaopeng doesn't really visit mid lane. So the fact now again that we're getting this, where now we get into the opportunity for BLG to play this 1-3-1, Ye won't really be in a position to try and match that. I'm actually worried that if BLG, as they start to roll out this game, get control, they just go towards a 1-3-1. It makes it very difficult for TT to match map pressure, and BLG have a very definitive way to close out this game by just using the summoner spell advantage.
BuBu is going to lose so much of this wave. He's just trying to get the recall off, but good delay here from the side of TT just stopped that completely. But with 4 people coming up, TT respect it and say, look, that's fine, you guys can make that move. And it looks like the Rift Herald is going to be the first point of contention. No one really going for that early Drake. And they're looking to try and get gold in their pockets right now. Rift Herald has been started. You have both bot lanes here, but important to notice, BuBu just went back, so he'd have to TP into this fight. It is a 5v4 for the moment in favor of TT.
Xiaopeng's still only level 5 though, so still has to be careful.
Has to be very, very careful. There we go, flash forward. Zika might be in a little bit of trouble. Pudding lands the hook. Xiaopeng not able to get the knock up there as they go in, but he steals it. Nicely done there by TT. They get themselves away. Weiwei not quite able to get his ultimate to knock back the jungler, and now he's going to fall. A return kill from the first blood for TT, and they get the Rift Herald. Perfectly done.
Well played by Xiaopeng. Manages to get in and smite that away, and yeah, able to follow up to finish off the kill. So what could have been a disastrous play for TT, not being able to lock down Zika, turns out to be a big winner for them. Now Sam D gonna collect this wave mid. He'll be able to move back bot, and we can start to see where this pressure will be used by Xiaopeng with this Rift Herald.
Nicely done by TT. You can see them just kind of skirting around, and I just feel like BLG just let their guard down just a little bit too early.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this from BLG, right? They turn back over towards Rift Herald to try and burst it out. It's just unfortunate. Xiaopeng gets in over the wall. I'm not sure why he was left so late there by Weiwei. Actually, I suppose he still had another smite charge on his jungle item, so looked like he hadn't hit the 900, but still manages to just give enough time for Xiaopeng to get in there, burst it away. And when you've got a Kalista and a Xinqiao there never should be a world where that is not burst out by BLG and secured for them.
Yeah, unfortunately was still sitting on one stack, so like you mentioned, still on the 450, not quite on the 900, so very unfortunate timing there for the side of BLG, but great if you're a TT fan. They got themselves a nice early Rift Herald, turn that into plates to any lane they really like, as we can now see BLG hovering around this dragon, and this is where we saw in game 1, and it feels like we're kind of seeing it again in game 2. They're not quite sure where they want to go. They're kind of moving around a little bit like a headless chicken. They need to make a decision, make lane allocations, and look to make a purposeful move around this map.
Yeah, and BLG there were trying to think, hey, look, we need BuBu to actually walk down if we want to try and contest this dragon, because BuBu doesn't have TP, whereas Longxing, as we pointed out earlier on, walked his way back to lane. So TP advantage for TT, and BLG are trying to see if they can force that out, but they're not in a position to try and do so. Amin was already back in base, PP God was nowhere to be found. And now again, you're kind of just wasting this time here as BLG. And looking at the CS lead, you can see Longxing, he's in a great spot on top side still, yeah, has control of mid lane. The only place that you're really having an advantage for BLG is in jungle to a slight extent, and on this bot side for Amin, but this could be turned around if you end up seeing that TP from Longxing, or if Xiaopeng puts more attention there.
We do have a pause coming into the 11-minute mark. Neither team fully in the lead, about 300 gold in favor of BLG. It's pretty much all in that bot side, but we'll wait to see exactly what the issue is. And for BLG, again, we mentioned it a couple of times at the start, at the start of the day, and of course throughout the thing. This should be an easy win for them, and there are no easy wins within the LPL, but this should be a comfortable win for them. This should be a victory they should be coming out with confidence and momentum as they hit their massive gauntlet in the next 4 games. But it feels like they're just disorientated, disjointed, don't know where to go, don't know where to be, and I want to see more from this team because I know they can do better.
Yeah, and it's sad because, I mean, both games we've seen Weiwei do a really good job of matching the pressure that Xiaopeng was going to put down, right? We saw him just shadowing him pretty much all of game 1 in the kind of first 7 to 8 minutes. We're seeing it again in this game where Weiwei actually shadows and gets the kill on bot side for BLG as well. But when it comes to these team fights, when it comes towards these skirmishing decisions, that's where BLG are falling apart. It looks disconjointed, the coordination's all over the place, nothing looks like it's coming together. And a large portion of that seems to be a split call, right? Zika is off on the side trying to say, hey, look, maybe I can find this flank, maybe I can get something going here. Whereas the rest of the team wants to turn towards the Rift Herald. Or even in that last Baron fight that we saw in game number 1, you get half the team having finished the Baron going over the wall, and then you end up in a position, or even, sorry, that's actually TT, but we're seeing it both messy on both sides. But like, when we're getting BuBu coming over the wall with Weiwei, they're kind of looking for a fight, but the rest of BLG are still sitting over the wall. They want nothing to do with it. So you're like, well, why is BuBu going over the wall? Are you looking for a steal, or are you looking for a fight? It just seems like no one has any idea as to how exactly they want to try and play out this game.
Again, different calls coming from different people. And it's something that you cannot afford to do in the LPL. Yes, this is a technically a bottom tier team, but they will punish you. They will still have the work ethic and the work setup to be able to make this a much more difficult game for you. And now we see TT looking to see if they can get something of a gank in this bot side, but with Xiaopeng not quite able to get himself the unburrow knockup, will not lead to anything more than just a little bit of scare tactics. But Xin Zhao Weiwei is sitting in this bot side, sitting in the bush, so or around the bush. They know that they have got the opportunity to be able to, you know, defend this bot lane should anything untoward happen.
Yeah, they do get the Rift Herald placed in mid. Yade actually picked that up, so he's able to just pop that down for himself. Xiaopeng got a shadow just to make sure that Ye is able to get as much out of that as possible. But again, like, I want to see more from TT in these early stages. They got honestly kind of lucky in the last game that BLG gave them so many kills in the early stages. If you want to make this game work, TT need to put some pressure on towards Ye and actually get him out of this mid lane. Like, Ye can do so much work if this was a 3-man dive top lane, but Ye lets the play, and Bew. Oh, nice.
Oh, nicely done. Gets the showstopper down. There's the Hexag ultimatum. He's going to use the Void Rush, and Xiaopeng picks himself up a kill. While that was happening, BLG get themselves the first dragon of the game. They make the dive work, and they burn the summoner off the top lane. I think that that's a bit of a win for top lane, but again, dragon stacking, not the best.
Yeah, I mean, look, the dragon stacking at this stage, 12 minutes is the first one going down. You're not too worried here as TT. You're still going to be able to contest for a lot of these. It just means that you put a lot of pressure up towards top, towards trying to shut down Bew. Whereas Sam D now is sitting on a ton of adoration stacked. He needs to cash in before he goes down. And when you're sitting this much pressure up towards top side, it gives the opportunity for BLG to start looking for plays bot, especially when Zika has that teleport. He can try and join in at any moment.
Have a quick replay of exactly how it went down, but this is just great reactions from Xiaopeng, recognizing that he needs to hit him just before the hook shot goes in and cancels that animation.
Yeah, and it means that then as well, Longxing, he's able to keep a hold of his flash. Now, Rek'Sai without flash is a very different beast. He's not anywhere near as threatening in a lot of these skirmishes and fights, so certainly when you look towards this next Rift Herald, unless Xiaopeng can try and find some creative flanks to get into these fights, it should be a moment where, as BLG, you're like, right, we actually can try and fight this. We're just as strong. Yes, Bew doesn't have flash, but when the jungler is less impactful and it keeps aiming safe, that's where we should be looking to try and threaten.
The goal, just a little bit in favor, about 1,500 in favor of TT. The plates have now fallen. As TT prioritize gold now versus power later, as the trade for plates and dragon tends to go, and you got 2 kills under this Rek'Sai. So again, Xiaopeng having a fantastic early game, having a great impact around the map, but we saw it in the last time he played this. Rek'Sai does have a lot of issues towards the late game, doesn't have the same amount of impact as you would like as, say, a Xin Zhao or even an Olaf, those more recognized meta early game players. And now we can see, yeah, moving up towards this top side, maybe they look try and just take out Bew, but a good ward in the Tri-Brush stops any kind of fight happening. And now we see BLG using that pressure they have in mid lane, pushing in, trying to make sure they don't lose this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and you can see TT are playing this well. They have Ye, who's actually pushing in that top side. He doesn't have TP, so he's positioned close to the Rift Tower, which is the next big play. But again, TT need to be careful coming into this fight. Like, Longxing going to be late to joining in on this play. Bew's already in a position to hop in, but you don't have flash on Xiaopeng. Sam D still hasn't cashed in. Now, has the Immortal Shield Bow. They're in a good spot, but unless you can guarantee this fight, I think you just back away here as TT.
Yeah, you see there the Whirling Death used to see, are they on it? They are in fact on it, but the TP is in. Xiaopeng is around. They're going to try and maybe turn this one around, as we can see force the flash away. They haven't finished off the Rift Herald just yet. Now we can see TT maybe going off to the side of this. Wei does get the smite down and does pick himself up that buff. Now the fight can really start. Xiaopeng is the first one to fall. The Silas picks up the shutdown on that one. The set is dead as well. Sam D trying to put down the damage, but he has to flash away. He's immediately caught, but has a dark passage to get himself out. The whip back from the distortion as forcing himself over the wall. Zika still full HP and hunting for kills as Sam D and the rest of his squad get themselves out. But it is a very much big win for the side of BLG.
This is the second time now this Rift Herald has popped up, and TT have not had the numbers in place to actually go for that fight. Yeah, still in base, only making his way back, and means that fight is pretty much done before the LeBlanc even becomes a factor. Now, mid lane turret goes down, top lane turret goes down, and BLG get this massive influx of gold to get themselves in a position where they are now stronger than TT.
Again, you talk about those adoration stacks just not quite being there, and this is just a good, not able to get anywhere near this fight. You can see he just jumped in straight away, and he means he has to jump out.
yeah, he was late to the party, so you've already got this big engage that's come through before this happened. Now TT, like, you've just lost Longxing. Yeah, has been pretty much negligible thanks to the impact, and unfortunately for him, Bubu on point. This is one of the issues with playing LeBlanc into a Camille. She locks you down so incredibly well, means you can't actually escape, and means your more temporary stay turns into a permanent one very quickly.
BLG now got themselves 1,000 gold lead. They have the Rift Herald available should they want to use it pretty much anytime, anywhere. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. You're just not in a position to contest it, I feel. Yes, you've got yourself those first items pretty much across the board here, but you're just not at a point of power here for TT that realistically would put you in a position to come out of this fight alive. And a lot of summoners were burned on that last side, specifically on TT. No flashes for anyone on the bot side, no flashes or for the mid laner either. And Xiaopeng now has his. Does he go for the engage? And yeah, goes in with a double distortion. We're going to see Pudding not able to get anything going for him. Xiaopeng just dies. I just don't... What is happening, TT? Why would you commit to that? Again, similar situation to BLG in Game 1. They just weren't on the same page.
And it was even a case of, like, if that went well, Pudding and Sam D weren't able to follow up. Like, Pudding had no flash to get over the wall to try and go for a hook. Sam D as well. So that was always going to be a two-man fight. And I can understand, look, Xiaopeng, he got his flash back up. He's trying to see if he can make some plays. But you got to be cognizant as to when your team can actually follow. And that was not one of the plays.
This is where BLG can make this game go away very, very quickly. They now turned a 1,000 gold lead into a 2,500 gold lead. They're pushing, actually 3,000 now at this point. They're pushing in those side lanes. The Kallista's getting huge. The Camille's becoming undealable right now. And this is where TT start to struggle. This is where we've, historically seen them falter, as now they look to try and maybe get something back. But Bubu, he's on the Camille. He should be fine unless he decides to recall there. And now he's not so fine, because now he's in a little bit of a trouble. He's going to get caught up, knocked up, and trying to be taken down. Good fillet as Bubu has to commit the Hextech ultimatum. Xiaopeng picks up his third kill of the game, and it's a consolation prize, but TT will take it.
It's a nice job from TT though, because I was actually about to say, look, remember we talked about the opportunity for 1-3-1 from BLG, but they hadn't quite got the top lane set up for themselves yet, so it meant that they could commit 3 members, but BLG not really able to get much back. Yes, they can shove in topside, but it's not like TT have actually lost anything, so now they're able to threaten this bot side, should be able to get bot lane turret, push that wave fully in, and slow down BLG being able to enact this 1-3-1 stall with that summoner spell advantage on the teleport.
BLG looking at them as well. You've got 203 onto aiming. He's got himself his Gwynzus alongside that stopwatch on the back of his Immortal Shield Bow. You, of course, have the 201 Zika with the Silas. You are just getting to a point, and that hasn't even touched on the CS leads they have, of course, in the bot lane as well, and in the mid, the jungle. So this is just where BLG tend to know what they're doing. They have a much stronger composition as the game stands right now, and it's going to be on them, their onus, to make sure that they don't get to the 6 items or the 5 item state of the game at 40-45 minutes.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for TT to try and stop that is to get control of these side lanes. Like, shove them right the way out. It's a little bit difficult with 3 minutes until Dragon. Like, you'd love to be able to shove waves and move towards that objective, but because you're going to have that double TP coming up for BLG, it makes it far easier for BLG to play these sides, actually have Wei aiming and PP God threaten that Dragon, and then double TP to the fight and make it more difficult for TT to respond.
Right now, BLG, they're very happy. They don't need to do much more than what they're doing. It's kind of force the TT side to push in, to get them around these dragon pits, these baron pits, to make sure that they know that they have the advantage. And again, there's no... If it's not broke, don't fix it. They can just keep changing all the vision, keep pushing up a little bit further, making sure they're not taken down. But PP God is going to be blown up. Now Wei in a little bit of trouble. TP coming out here for TT. Not quite able to get the disruption there on top of Wei, and he's forced to flash after the Pact, as we can see now the Void Rush, but that is just Xiaopeng getting deleted again, overzealous on the play, and what started off so well just ends a little bit in disappointment.
And that's one of the problems with the Rek'Sai, right? She's incredibly squishy, especially when you go for this lethality build. And unfortunately, TT not in a position to follow up. But now BLG, with no jungler available, will turn towards this Baron.
Oh, Pudding, he just gets completely caught out and taken down. But that being said, you're looking at Sam D, you're looking at this set, putting down the damage. Weiwei has no ult, he can't mitigate the damage, and that's Longxing picking up a kill. You can see Zika now, after coming out of his Zhonya, Sam D just dissuading anything else from happening. Ends up being a trade of 1-for-1, but it was the jungler of BLG that died, so they cannot go for the objective.
Sam D is never going to get a kill. It's just not going to happen. He's been sitting on so many adoration stacks. I cannot, even in the very last second, Longxing managed to steal that one away from him. But Baron denied. It is going to be a big win. The kill does go over towards Pudding. You get one back on towards Weiwei. So, grand scheme of things, it's an even trade. And TT will be pretty happy that they managed to stop the big purple worm from going down.
Very curious. I'm going to keep an eye out on the left-hand side of the screen when the next time they go over to Drave and see exactly how many stacks he's singing out, because that could be a massive payout right there.
So much money.
It could be so much money. It could be enough for the majority of a Infinity Edge at that point if we are getting into 23, 24 minutes into this game. In 20 seconds, though, is going to be the Mountain Dragon spawning here for the side of BLG. They are sitting on 2 dragons. They would love to make that a sole point as TT try and stop them. They're still waiting, though, for that second item for Draven. Still waiting for that Essence Reaver to come out, and not really in a great position of power. They're going to be struggling to take down a lot of these carries.
Yeah, and I think that's the big issue here is that, like, with Yubu now hitting pretty much peak performance here for these fights with the Ravenous Hydra completed, he's incredibly strong. He's so good at locking down the likes of can't really threaten backline, and we're in.
We are in. We're going to see them jumping in straight away. Whirling Deck goes over. Longxing trying to keep away, aiming as they go in for the dragon, which is reset. And they're going to go back into it. It's going to be Soul Point, though, picked up. And now Sam D taking down all those stacks to waste. You invested in the wrong stocks, my buddy, and it just did not pay out. The dip was too strong. And now BLG on Soul Point can turn, burn, and look for the big purple worm.
And Zika just going to try and threaten here, get him pushed off. And BLG, the team fighting, looking far superior now. Now they're looking more on track, and it's TT who we're kind of looking at, holding our heads, going, what are you doing? But yeah, now still sitting off here on the side. I mean, you're not going to be able to threaten this as LeBlanc. Like, it's done for.
I like the idea. I also like the execution of saying, right, I've been spotted. I need to leave because the only way I die is if they know I'm here. And recognizing that he was on a pink ward, that is going to be the Baron going down alongside the tier 2 in bot lane. And this is TT now struggling to come back into this. Sam D just never got off the ground.
And we never got to see more pressure towards that bottom side to help him. But you can see here, like, Sam D, you're kind of in a hard spot, right? You've already flashed away. You end up stuck in the pit. He will take the lantern, but it's just followed straight over by... Oh, actually, no, he gets abandoned. Xiaopeng takes the lantern and then abandons him in the pit after he's flashed. Oh, no. It's a disaster.
Oh, Xiaopeng, I'm not saying you can't take the lantern. I'm just saying there's a priority list of people who need to take that lantern. Oh yeah, oh no, as he does actually end up taking the lantern. There is a priority for you, and TT get himself out. But that is, again, yeah, they're able to survive, but survive is not exactly thriving. You're really struggling here to see what they can do. They finally have a second item onto the Draven, but he is still a million miles away from being that one-shot carry that we know and love to see in the LPL.
Yeah, we're not going to get it this game. I mean, the fact he's died, lost so many adoration stacks, really does suck for Sam D. And now, again, they're going to start putting pressure from BLG. You send Bubu mid, he's the one that's able to threaten in this 1-4. You have always got the opportunity, as soon as this TP comes up from Zika, to spread this out further. So, GT, they're just under too much pressure, and their wave clear kind of sucks to try and deal with a Baron.
Yeah, you're kind of relying on the distortion in, but you distort in, you're probably not coming back out, so very, very difficult to really do much here. Exactly what I just talked about. You distort in, you have to try and take that fight straight away. The box goes down, but the Fate's Call is enough to keep the PP God alive. And you're splitting them up, you're just pushing in the waves. You've got Camille on this bot side now, and a lot of ultimates are down.
It did what was necessary, though, which was trying to break the siege top so they could deal with bot, but looks like it may not give enough time for TT to move across as this powered up cannon minion is doing so much work. But yeah, BLG are doing a really nice job of freezing the wave before they start shoving to actually get these waves crashing at the same time. You can see the results here, right? You've got too many movements here for TT to deal with.
Oh, good hook there onto Weiwei. He's got knocked in by the ethereal chain. We can see Zika jumping in now as well. It's just chains after chains, a lot of hooks and crooks, but BLG are the ones that are coming out on top of all of this. They get themselves 1 inhibitor on top side. They're going to be able to take themselves 2 now in the bot lane. This might be the last stand here for the side of TT. You can see there the TP going to be coming in from Zika, but they do land the kill onto the Recon. So that's 1 down, 4 more to go. Sadly, though, for the side of TT, Xiaopeng is on the wrong side of this map, and he needs to get himself home. He's not going to be able to try and find him. Ooh, just about able to get away from Zika. Knows that he's now safe, and they're able to just defend for another day.
Hooks, crooks, and 0 functions there for TT to be able to defend their base. Like, there's just absolutely no way they're going to be able to hold on to this one. As BLG now, they get back onto the map. Dragon in a minute. It's going to be totally fine for them.
Could have swore you were going somewhere else. It caught me off guard a little bit.
No,
but
I never would.
What are you
I
talking
don't know.
about? Yep, don't know what you're talking about. But
don't you
yeah.
dare make assumptions about what I'm about to say.
Don't you put those words in my mouth. Don't you dare try and make this about me. But anyway, coming back into the game, we can see TT just trying to see if they can get some vision control back in their jungle. Wei Wei is sitting here waiting to see if someone just steps a little bit too far forward. And in 30 seconds, honestly, if this Mountain Soul does go in the back pocket of BLG, you lose. But if you overcommit to it, and TT, even if you do get it, your base is open, you probably lose anyway. So it's a catch-22 here for the side of TT, and I don't think they've got much of a choice other than just leave it and let it go.
Yeah, I mean, it's done, honestly, for TT. The fact that they weren't able to get this Draven ahead in the early game means Sam D is not a part of this. He hasn't been able to get himself up and rolling. Threatening any of these champions is just not going to be an issue. Sterik's Gage completed now for BuBu means he's great in these team fights as well. Basically, a functional tank. And when you look at the way the TT want to try and burst someone out, so when you come into the grand scheme of things, you just don't have a chance here.
I love the effort. A for effort for Sam D, trying to use the Whirling Death, seeing if he could catch out a little bit of a misrend or something, but was not to be. As you now have 4 items onto the Callista, doing a absurd amount of AoE damage with the Runan's Hurricane as well, and yeah, seeing if you can find a flank, but I don't know if that's the position you want to be in just yet. And talked about the pseudo tankiness you get with that Mountain Soul. It just becomes so difficult when you try to put in the poke down, and now the engage can really begin. Yay, Wei Wei nearly catching onto someone, but not quite able to get the full flank, and actually going to see a little bit of a turn here. Thresh is the first one to fall. There goes Xiaopeng. Longqing left in no man's land. Even with the Haymaker, he's not able to land his mark, and that is going to be enough for the side of BLG to jump straight onto Sam D, take him down, add him to the KDAs, and my friend, my audience, and everyone watching, we are going to a Game 3 in our first series of the day.
Yeah, BLG will manage to take down the Nexus here, and it's all she wrote for TT in game number 2.
Seeing a trend right now between the AD carries. Whoever gets the Callista tends to have a much better time. Those early game skirmishes becoming so important for both of these sides. You can see it there. Game 1, TT get the first early kills. They're not really able to do much with their jungler. It doesn't free up Wei Wei that much at all. This game, though, we can see Xiaopeng trying to just keep an eye on all of his lanes, make sure that nobody's on fire or nobody's at least dying too much, and it just limits him and his scope of what he can do.
Yeah, and I mean, I looked at it there at the end of the game. There was 250 stacks still left on that Draven, so you were looking at the guts about 500 to 600 gold that was sitting on that Draven when he went down, which is kind of heartbreaking, and I think kind of says a lot about the way that this game went. I think Wei Wei did an excellent job in the early stages of consistently playing down towards this bottom lane, making sure that aiming was safe. There was no way for Xiaopeng to get involved in that bot side. And then when you look at the rest of the map, right, we already talked about Xiaopeng, for whatever is allergic to mid lane. He just doesn't really go there. Like, it doesn't matter who's in the mid lane, he does not play towards it. And then if you go top side, well, who cares if he gets set ahead? Like, he's not going to win you the game. It's not like he's going to magically just come out and turn this whole thing around. You needed Draven to be the one that got the lead, and unfortunately when TT couldn't get that, and then they're having these really strange plays and overextensions, it just gave too much across the TT. Sorry, to BLG.
It really did, and for props to BLG, they saw the opportunities, they took them. Like you said, the adaptation from Wei Wei to hover towards that bot side, make sure that his bot lane was not getting 2v2'd or 3v2'd, making sure that the rest of his team were able to facilitate that Callista later on in the game. And Zika, was kind of a silent carry as well coming into this. Didn't really do a lot, but was there at the important moments and able to be just a nuisance with those chains.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one here. When Ye goes towards this LeBlanc, it felt like BLG had a lot of answers towards it. Like, you talk about Zika and his chains being able to lock her Ye down. You also are looking at Bubu, who had that Hextech ultimatum. Ye just couldn't have the impact that he was hoping for in this game. And then when it falls to, hey, who needs to step up and be the carry? Well, Sam D just doesn't really have it there. We talked about him not getting attention. You can even see it from the damage graph there as well. Just not enough on this TT side to try and carry across the line.
Yeah, Sam D very much having a tough time on this Draven pick, and had the option for an Aphelios, had the option for Jinx, and decided to go for the early game skirmisher, the guy who looks to snowball away from the game, and just wasn't able to happen for the side of TT. And for BLG, though, they'll be breathing a sigh of relief. They haven't lost a series, is why we love best of threes in the LPL. It just really set yourself up to make a mistake and come back stronger in game 2. But before we can talk about that a little bit more, we're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will have game 3 starting very shortly.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
Pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
근데 TT 이제 한타를 이제 그 한타 호흡이 되게 좋은 것 같아서 팀적 움직임 하는 걸 잘하는 것 같아요. 그 전에는 좀 뭔가 다 따로따로 이제 게임하는 느낌이었는데 이제는 좀 팀적으로 많이 하려는 느낌이라 플레이오프에 꼭 진출해서 좋은 모습 보여드리려고 하고 있습니다.
Synergy definitely looking a little bit more on point in Game 2. Welcome back, everybody. I am Penguin, still joined by Dagda. BLG sending us to a Game 3. Of course, it does mean we have to delay our next series a little bit, but we do want to get to the end of this one. And gotta give an MVP to the jungler of BLG. Was just, like we mentioned in the post-game, just everywhere he needed to be.
Yeah, and I think that was the biggest point here for Weiwei, was just really understanding where Xiaopeng was going to be, answering for a hell of a lot of that pressure, and then being able to contain everything that TT was trying to do. And as we said, like, the reason Sam D didn't get ahead was Weiwei. The reason that we didn't actually get to see a huge amount of these plays topside towards Biu was because of Weiwei as well. So really, really well played by this guy. And you can even see, like, damage percent sky high for the Xinjiao, 28% on this pick.
Really, really good stuff there, and 93.9% kill participation, I believe, was the stat, as he's just absolutely everywhere. And this was a fight that felt like TT didn't need to fight it, but they opted in for it, and BLG just kept taking full advantage of that.
And this is a fight that it felt like TT didn't need to take, but they kept opting in. That was kind of the story of this game.
I'm noticing a trend.
Yeah, I mean, from TT side, so many of these plays are, why are you guys going this aggressive? And again, like, coordination off for TT, and BLG were able to come out on top. And it really does feel like that's kind of been the story of this game, right? Is who's able to just play this smarter? Whether you are not giving away kills as BLG in the first 4 to 5 minutes of the game, as TT, are you actually playing this around where your map state is? I really didn't like the lack of TP on the LeBlanc in the mid lane for Ye as well. And then on top of things like that, also, are you just coordinated when we get to team fights? Because so many times we're seeing that it's like one guy going one direction, the rest of the team is piecing out, and you're kind of like, well, lads, what's the call? So I think coming into game number 3, it's going to be a case of these early skirmishes, who's able to come out on top, because once they do, it just seems like they're able to snowball out of control because they are able to punish the other team's mistakes far more effectively.
Yeah, but we will see a swap of sides for the first time this series. Is BLG on the blue, TT on the red, and I'm curious to see now, what is the priority pick for BLG? Do they still put such a heavy emphasis on this Kalista pick that we've seen now so far in the first 2 games? Do we see them looking to maybe change up the bans just a little bit to put pressure onto TT and their champion pools? I'll have to see now what way they want to kind of work for it. And for TT, it feels unfortunate when you're playing Draven and you don't get those stacks ops, considering you had so many at one point before you died. I do not know the full number, as we did not get a chance to check it out, but it does feel like going with something that is a little bit more reliable could be a slightly better call here from TT.
Yeah, well, I don't mind it too much. I think the bigger issue when we look at the draft is actually not picking up the Xin Zhao first. We called it when we came into it. LeBlanc wasn't a factor. Like, the fact you'd banned away Diana and Viego already set yourself down onto the back foot, and Xiaopeng, yes, brought out the Rek'Sai, it's a pocket pick for him, but it did not look good. And even when you look at, like, the 2v2 in the mid lane, it wasn't exactly like you had this crazy strong mid-jungle 2v2 that you could look to pair it through. And it's not exactly the TT way to try and play through that. So, as we get into this, I think TT, if you don't ban the Xin Zhao here, it will be first pick for BLG, and they'll be delighted that Weiwei's got control of the jungle matchup.
Wait to see what way they want to go for a BLG now, recognizing the power of that Kalista pick, now opt in to ban it themselves. Viego's still available, as TT have yet to ban it. They were the ones to ban it both games 1 and 2. They're actually going to ban the Lee Sin, so Xin Zhao, Viego both available, but Viego is the #1 pick for BLG.
Yeah, I think you end up going back towards the Xin Zhao here. Maybe even opt in towards something like the Lulu mid here for but they are going to go back towards this LeBlanc. I really hope we don't get to see that Ignite. I hate when LeBlanc players take Ignite. I don't think it has enough impact in the lane, and just not being able to get the reset timing that you want and find roams is more impactful than actually being able to deal a little bit of extra damage to the mid lane.
Yeah, it feels like the Ignite is more of a defensive summoner in that regard. Is the Thresh going to be locked in here? So that opens up potentially the Xin Zhao to go over to the side of BLG to get 2 priority picks, and that feels like a weird trade-off here for the side of TT. It doesn't feel like that's the 100% correct decision.
Yeah, I'd actually take away the Xin Zhao here, and then just enable, there you go, just stick this as a solo lane Viego. You get guaranteed jungle matchup, you get a great matchup topside, I imagine, for Bubu if you want to take the Viego. Like, it means that, like, for TT, Longxing, who we haven't actually seen play a hell of a lot of the Gwen, I think he's only played it once, so you kind of deny that matchup anyway. And now you've got a crazy strong skirmishing on your top side, and you add Leona in. This is just a really good team fight team.
Yeah, for TT, you feel like they have to pick up their AD carry here. Either the Aphelios or the Jinx to really utilize that Thresh pickup, but no, they are going to lean back in towards the Trundle to try and mitigate some of these beefy boys in the front line.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of come out as a counter to the Xin Zhao, to a lot of it. When Xin Zhao goes in with the E, you're able to disrupt his escape and his movement with the pillar. You're able to also obviously steal away a lot of those stats, which makes it easier to burst him down. Just kind of makes things a hell of a lot more difficult for the Xin Zhao. Now, we'll have to see if we get that coming into this game, but it does mean for your Ezreal, or for your Thresh, you're not going to have access to a lot of these. Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say a lot of these AD carries like Jinx, Aphelios, as I assume that BLG will ban away things like the Aphelios, but right now, it looks like they're actually just happy to get better top lane matchups again for Bubu, who I imagine is taking this Viego.
See what way they want to work for it. Now the bans coming in for TT, taking away the Ezreal. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Varus banned away here, just knowing that they have to try and get away some of these very, very good early game and poke champions, I feel, that can really put a dent in a lot of what they're doing. Still waiting for that last ban to come in. The timer has hit 0 for a few.
We've definitely seen a drop in Varus priority. Like, although he used to be like 100% presence, he's still hovering 78%. It's still pretty high, but certainly a lot less attention. I think it's because we've seen things like the Callista coming in that can do well against them. And we've even seen people like Kramer and some other picks coming up who are able to get the Ziggs. So I think definitely seen a fall off in priority for Varus, and I don't know if we'll end up seeing it here for BLG, but that's the Aphelios locked in anyway, and you're going to be pretty happy with that as TT.
Sadly for TT, a missed ban does mean they have not fully utilized the opportunity to pinch that AD carry pool. The Volley Bear and Mundo have been banned away by BLG, so they are still waiting to see what that top lane matchup will be. And I actually would not mind to see the Ziggs at all here work very well into the composition, adding a nice level of AP damage to those AD skirmishers.
And even opens up AD mid laner here for Zeke as well if you really want to go for it. Now it does make things a little bit easier for the likes of, say, the Trundle, who can itemize or can take those armor runes, and looks like, yeah, they're just going to take the AD top to put this Viego mid lane. So again, great draft coming through here from BLG, and it's going to make things incredibly difficult for Sam D in these fights. If you get locked up at all by a Solar Flare, Ziggs bomb over the top, and that's a dead Aphelios.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do at that point, and we're going to see the Jax, the slight counter here for Long Xing going into Bu. Jax notoriously good at just mitigating a lot of that passive damage you get with the, the Q damage you get with the Camille setup, and really interesting to see him going for it specifically into the Viego and the Xin Zhao as well.
Yeah, it's very much a kind of like hit and run style matchup for the Jax in the top lane, where you're looking to trade very briefly and then get away from the Camille before she's actually able to have that big of an impact into or to trade a lot of that damage back. As you said, like utilizing the helicopter, the counter-strike, to make sure that you can't trade back as effectively, but making sure you get out of that hook shot range as soon as you get these good trades. So definitely a good matchup for Long Xing. Surprised to see the Jax coming out. Like, he's only played it 9 times over his career, but he's actually sitting at an 89% win rate. So only a single loss in this champion. So I'm excited to see what he can do now when he brings it up against the Camille.
Curious to see how they're able to utilize this pick, and for BLG, they got a lot of OPs. I'm going to be very honest and frank here and say they got a lot of very powerful skirmishing power in that top side. They're doing the Xin Zhao, the Viego, and of course the Camille as well. You're able to catch anyone out in these early stages that you just have no way of defending yourself. And honestly, I would love to see this Leona roam around the map a lot as well. The Ziggs can, at level 4 or 5, even getting up a lost chapter in the early stages, can just fend for themselves. It's very safe at throwing out those bouncing bombs, and of course the minefield to clear the waves. Shouldn't really be any pressure against a Thresh Aphelios.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's hopefully what we're going to see a little bit of coming through here for BLG. And I think if you're looking towards that mid lane matchup as well, if you can try and lock down this LeBlanc, you can do a lot. Now, it is incredibly difficult to do so, especially when you're Leona. Like, you got to walk into the lane with the Zenith blade. LeBlanc still just hops out with the distortion. So it can be a little bit tough, but I certainly think for PP God, pairing up with Weiwei here, starting to even play through that top side of the map, could work out incredibly well. But from TT's side of things, like, if you're able to get Xiaopeng, who's able to set up Long Xing, that gives you so much pressure on this top side. And a Jax that's fed can take over games, especially against this kind of short range bruiser skirmish orientated top side of the map that BLG have.
TT deliberating whether to give the golden experience to Ye or to Long Xing, and opting going over to Long Xing as he's on the Jax. Would have a little bit of an easier time getting to level 2, might be able to all in knowing that they have taken the tactical sweep for Camille.
If you take in a solo lane, if you manage to get the ward kill, it means that you will hit level 2 1 creep earlier, which means that you actually hit it off of the first wave here for Bu. So I think that's going to be pretty big here. Or sorry, for Long Xing, if Long Xing is able to punish that here against Bu.
See how this lane ends up going. It's difficult for Long Xing to really do much into the Camille at level 1. Has, of course, got the tactical sweep, but of course the passive as well with that AD shielding. So not a lot of opportunities to take in this particular matchup, especially early on, but we'll wait and see exactly how it all goes later on. When we hit level 4 or 5, that's when it starts to get a little bit more interesting for the
Jax. Look at that already. Look at the top lane health bars. I know we're not looking at it, but we saw the level 2 get hit by Long Xing. Instantly gets a chunk of damage down onto BLG. So playing around that level 2 spike really well. And this is what we were talking about we wanted to see, right? Actually taking advantage of this, but more action is going to be put down towards this bottom side now. Both junglers pathing down here. Oh, sorry, actually, I take that back. It's Xiaopeng whose path down here has gone from red Raptors straight into his 2 solo camps on the bot side. Whereas when you look at Weiwei, he's actually looking to try and get up towards this top half of the map.
Yeah, just tit for tatting right now as BLG actually finds a little bit more of a better trade. Has got himself the Doran's Blade versus just the Corrupting Potion for Longxing, and Wave's in a little bit of a difficult position now for the TT top laner. Needs to be very, very careful of how he takes this next few fights, as he's taking a lot of damage. A hook shot, not going to be committed to, but as I said, it's very volatile top side. The Jack's going to be a little bit struggling for answers, especially as the Camille picks up some more speed.
Longxing has definitely misplayed this matchup. Like the level 1 trading where he used the counter-strike, not able to get the stun, even ends up just using an auto onto the bone plating, opened up BLG to take the super aggressive early trade. And although Longxing got some good trading back off that level 2 spike, the fact he's not playing to... Ooh, hang on, aiming.
Oh, we are going to see the flash from aiming. He's not quite out of it just yet. First blood going over to Sam D. Finally gets himself a kill on the 80 carry after a very, very long game too. And that's just a great opportunistic moment there for the side of TT. They force the flash, they force him to teleport as well. And now we'll see what Weiwei can do on the other side.
I mean, he'll be able to steal away the Krugs, but the Krug's still level 1 here for Xiaopeng. It's not going to be the end of the world that Xiaopeng loses them. Honestly, it's more so just going to be resetting that camp for Xiaopeng, which the Trundle will be pretty happy about. And this is a major win for TT, at least for aiming, able to get back off the teleport. Oh, hang on. No, he's okay. Able to get back off the teleport to collect that wave, make sure he's not falling behind in CS, and get some pressure on this bottom side. But still, you get the kill and a lot of gold towards Sam D.
It also delays the first half item you get with the Ziggs. We talked about the Lost Chapter, just something that does so much work at keeping you safe in this lane, knowing you can just throw out bombs, knowing that you're not going to be running out of mana anytime soon. It really does hurt you not having that particular item as quickly as you would like. And now we'll see what TT are able to do with this slight advantage they found themselves. It was the Aphelios, of course, that picked up that kill, so able to get himself the Berserker Greaves straight away. And I actually love this little adaptation here from Yev as we look at the items. He's actually picked up the Oblivion Orb very, very early on. I really like this because one of the big things you'll notice in the top side of the map specifically with the Xin Zhao and the Viego, there's a lot of self-healing there. And with a double Doran's Blade as well for BLG, he's going to have a lot of healing cut available to him should he find himself in those early skirmishes.
Yeah, Longxing, again, has struggling in this matchup. Like, he's trying to go in for these aggressive trades, but every time it's when BLG's close to a wall, he's getting the hook shot to stun and walk out from Longxing. You want to try and predict it as Longxing so you can at least get that trade back, or kind of leap in and then get that quick Q auto attack reset with the W and walk out while having that counter strike. Because what ends up happening then is that if BLG tries to commit with his own hook shot, you bring up the counter strike. BLG can't trade back effectively, and it's about trying to manage that counter strike effectively against the hook shot of BLG.
Zika just chucking out the Scryer's Bloom, just making sure that they have full vision of any idea where Xiaopeng might be. They know he's not on the top side, so he's almost certainly on the bot. And that's where TT could look to maybe stack some dragons, get that early pressure. Very difficult for a Ziggs Leona to really defend against the push that, you know, in any meaningful way. They'll be able to pick up the minions, but they won't be able to create any kind of big pressure in this bot side. And it should mean that Xiaopeng is able to take down this dragon alongside his teammates and get that dragon stacking early.
Yeah, which is going to be really nice for them now. Again, aiming obviously very late game scaling here, just as much as Sam D, but you definitely need those 2 items before you're massively relevant as aiming. So if TT can actually look for these fights before aiming's really online, it could help them out. But you still, with the Aphelios, with this Jax, it's not exactly like you're under pressure to start these fights. And this is, I feel, going to be a much slower paced game, unless BLG try to play through this heavy 3-man skirmish they have on top side, because right now, you've so much scaling on both these squads that you're just going to wait until you get to that point and see if you're okay.
We've got some time. Don't think, as you said, there's going to be much happening over the next few minutes as Dragon was taken. Rift Herald will spawn in a minute or 15 seconds or so. Actually, 45 seconds, excuse me. And that might be a point of contention for either of these sides, as they both love to try and, specifically TT, throw it all away at this particular buff. But wait to see where they want to go, what they want to do. It is the first reset coming in for BLG, so they will have PP God out on the map a little bit quicker. Does he look to try and maybe just take this one down? Hextech Ultimatum is available here for the Camille, so Longshing will be in a lot of hurt if he gets caught out by this combination of the CC.
Yeah, they've no jungler up the top side though for BLG, so it is just PP God. And you can see Pudding trying to match this. It's 8 minutes into the game, so Rift Herald is on the cards, which is why we're seeing all this aggression top side.
Well, we're seeing it now coming in. We are not going to get the stun down, but the Hextech Ultimatum is enough to put down the Ignite as well. We're going to be able to get an easy kill for BuBu in that top lane. Zika had roamed all the way from mid to that top lane as well, and we can see the flash away from the Zenith Blade here for TT as they try and just keep this one alive, but 2 kills for the Camille, and now we're starting to see the resets come in here for Zika. The rest of TT back away, but I feel like you don't need to trade that. You have the Aphelios pushing. You can just make the cross map.
Yeah, you don't need to commit everything to the play. And this is why, again, like bringing it back up, although TT have a pretty high Rift Herald control, I think they're 6th in the league right now, if I have that correct. Sorry, they're actually 3rd in the league when it comes towards first Rift Herald control. Like, they get that a lot, but they're almost 1,500 gold behind on average at the 15-minute mark. And the reason is because they end up going for these double sorts of plays where, yes, they commit towards the Rift Herald and they get it, but they end up losing out in the ensuing fight because they haven't rotated Sam D in time. Ye is in a bad position. Like, it's not cohesive as TT, and you're going to see it here, right? Longshing is up on this top side. He's way overextended, and they know PP God's been missing for a long portion of time, but Pudding and Xiaopeng aren't able to get up here in time, and because they're now committing to try and help the top play, they're caught out as well, and then they even get the full commit after as well towards this fight, despite the fact that you end up with BLG here. So it's messy all across the board from TT, and they're rightfully punished.
Again, it's just moments like that where I'm like, yes, you can posture around the Rift Heralds. You can look to say, look, you don't get this 100% for free, but you don't have to commit to it. You can just take the fight wherever wherever it's strongest for you later on in the game. Get those plates that will pretty much equal out what you just gave up to the other side, given to your AD carry. And now we'll see what they're able to do with it. But I don't know why Xiaopeng is here. You needed to be here last game, buddy, because it is so difficult for you to try and deal with the Ziggs. He's got so much wave clear.
Yeah, and again, I think on Weiwei's perspective, he just has to sit bot like he did last game here. And you can already see he's here, but you already have 2 kills on Camille. Top lane matchup is in Camille's hands. Now just make sure that aiming doesn't fall behind, and you're good to go here as BLG as you start to go in towards this 2 to 3 item spike.
Although Xiaopeng wastes so much time down this bot side as well. It's only a minute and a half until the next dragon, so can't even rotate up to take that one. And this is exactly what we said would happen when you pick the Ziggs, why it's so good into a scaling matchup like an Aphelios Thresh, because there's just so little kill threat onto you. There's so little reason for you to walk up and be in a position to get caught that it does mean you can be left on your own to just soak up the waves, soak up the farm. And while that was all happening on bot side, we see there Weiwei using it as an opportunity to drop Rift in mid, get some more gold into his and Viego's back pockets. This is kind of snowballing a little bit out of control. It's coming up to a 2,000 gold lead for BLG, and they're just continuing to put down the pressure.
Yeah, and again, like BuBu, 2 plates on top, 320 gold now in his. Might actually get a 3rd one, not quite able to, but this is now where you're going, okay, turret plates mid, Zika, BuBu's got his. And if you're already taking down 2 towers, well, long stroll Ziggs, when he's able to use a satchel charge at any point in time to take this bot turret, or hell, even start to put pressure towards this mid tier 2. So you end up in a spot here as TT where you have to make plays to salvage this, and it's not working out.
They are looking to try and make the play right now. They land the Aphelios, try and flash forward, landing the death sentence down. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb to try and just dissuade anybody else. But a nice little move there from TT, recognizing, like you said, they needed to make a move, and they did.
And as you can see, I mean, no damage on that Mega Inferno Bomb right now. It's going to be a long L time before that actually is relevant, but definitely I like that TT now starting to get active, starting to make these plays. And I mean, Xiaopeng is trying, but he is a trundle, so definitely needs Pudding to try and help out in that. But as we said, Ziggs walks mid, he presses W, the tower falls.
Yep, 20% execute damage on that tower as we see Longxing going toe-to-toe with BLG in top side. Just showing him his staff and saying, hey, I'm getting there. Don't you worry, I'll be there very, very shortly, my friend, and I'll be able to go 1v1 with you, no problem whatsoever. The dragon is being started by BLG, so despite the pick in the mid lane, despite the good reaction, you could say, to TT to be proactive, they end up coming out on the back end of that with literally very little in terms of global objectives. That being said, they're going to try and commit onto the Hextech ultimatum of this BLG, but in a 1v3 comes out with a 1-for-1. That is not worth TT.
Now, it's surprising he even managed to. Xiaopeng didn't have the subjugate available, so not able to get rid of the resistances. Divine Thunder just being completed by BLG, whereas Longxing hadn't reset. He was sitting on a phage, was below half HP, so BLG, with the big spike coming through off that Divine Thunder, was able to finish off Longxing. And now, yes, third plate's going to TT, but bot lane third just went to aiming, and they're getting way more of these third plates. It's only the 3 that are left on top side that BLG haven't managed to pick up yet.
And it looks like they're going to try and send Ziggs that way. You can see him pathing up a little bit towards that top side. Zika going to leave the Trundle to head back on his merry, merry way, as this tower will not fall. But this is just unfortunate trading for TT, and this is why we always look at, when we look at trades of kills, we look at where you're finding your opportunities and picks. The better teams, or the great teams in the LPL, will always get a pick or a kill into an objective. It will always lead into something bigger than what was just that play. And for TT, sadly, they get 2 kills, they lose 1 kill, and they lose 2 towers. It just really isn't worth it for them.
And now for BLG, you just look to play side lanes, right? Ziggs can wave clear all the live long day in mid, so get BLG off on the side, have Weiwei and PP God plays this death squad that just visits these lanes, and either Zika sets up for a stun, you got BLG who can set up with the Hextech ultimatum, and you just take over and continue to power through this 3-in-1 Camille. The fact that Zika has already got his Divine Sunder completed as well.
Have a look at the plates that went down. Of course, 7 for the side of TT. So definitely not a bad thing, but almost perfect for BLG. They got themselves 11 of those potential 15. So sitting on a 3,000 gold lead, feeling very, very happy about it. And Zika has a feeling, has an inkling that something is going on. He doesn't quite trust the fact that nobody's been up to this wave in a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's playing it right. You know that the Rift Herald is up and available. There's got to be TT trying to make some sort of play to answer back and try and get control of this objective, but plays it right. Zika now, full control, pushes in top, and now it's actually, yeah, who has to abandon this third top side, because you know that BLG are in this area as they take the Rift Herald.
Well, Rift Herald going to go down to BLG, like you said, and they're going to be able to push in this top side as well. They don't even need the Rift Herald for that objective. They should be able to take it with the Satchel Charge. Pop goes the Weasel, and they get themselves a nice, another little kill. This rotation, this quick play, this decisiveness from BLG seems a million miles away from where they were in Game 1, and they are just continuing forward. They have the Rift Herald should they need it, but honestly, right now, I don't even think they do. The Ziggs just melts this tower, and another Pop, another Weasel, and there's just nothing you can do if you're TT.
And it's not like they're even losing too much here as BLG. You had BLG roam up towards mid to catch that wave. He's now moving back bot to catch the wave that Longxing has pushed in. So as TT, you're not actually finding the purchase in this game, and it is very quickly starting to run away. And even if we haven't had, you know, any more than 6 kills, it's still a 4,000 gold lead for BLG thanks to those turret plates, thanks to the towers that they managed to pick up, and even the CS leads that we see coming in for the jungle and that top side of the map.
It's looking very, very positive for BLG, and this Ziggs pick, which has been slowly finding itself into the meta right now, great just stopgap to really deal with a lot of the issues you get when you build these AD solo laners. When you want the early pressure, you want the skirmishing power, you're able to get something like this. And I even love the fact that they give him the blue buff, because they know that the wave clear comes from the Ziggs. If he's just throwing bombs, he's not dying. And as I say that, solo player does get landed. Super Mega Inferno Bomb now does a little bit of damage, and that is putting on the floor in a puddle. Now we can see the rest of the fight really come in. Zika jumps in on the backside. Sam D needs to get himself out of dodge, but they will take down Weiwei. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The Moonlight Vigil is a lot of damage, but not enough to take down the rest of these health bars. And now TT, they may look to try and capitalize on this moment and get some control around this dragon pit.
Yeah, you gotta back away here as BLG. You're incredibly low. Yeah, is hunting off the side. PP God is sticking around just in case they try to hard engage on towards BuBu. Now the resets come through for BLG, and they're going to be in a position to still fight for this dragon. A lot used by TT, but not a huge amount gained as a result.
Yeah, again, we talked about it. You're getting a kill, but you're not turning it into an objective. And with the TP here from aiming, puts himself back into the mid lane, full health, full mana, even has himself a Oblivion Orb to add in an extra bit of healing reduction. And we're going to go back towards the dragon.
They could actually just look to crack open mid turret if they want to. You got Ziggs, you got the Rift Herald. BuBu needs to be careful though. And TT, they're pushed out a river.
Yeah, they're pushed out a river. They need to be careful of these bouncing bombs. You can see with that blue buff, aiming's just not afraid to throw them out willy-nilly, making sure that they're just kept at arm's length. And TT didn't get the reset. TT weren't able to get back and spend some gold, reset those health and mana bars. That means TT lose out on the dragon, and BLG get themselves their second of the game.
Yeah, and look, as you said, the bouncing bomb's going to do a lot of work. Even the minefield going to do a hell of a lot of work in those jungle quarters as well as... Okay, that's half of Pudding's health gone.
There's half of his health definitely gone, as we can see the minefield just used there a little bit. The distortion in there from Does he get caught off? He does. The Hexacle Domain follows him as well. And that's Ziggs picking up a kill. And with these chains, Sam D needs to use a Dark Passion to get himself out. But Xiaopeng being a little lazy and walks a little bit too close to the sun and gets himself burned. And now we're looking at inhibitors going down in favor of BLG. They won't want to take this though. It's a little bit too early for that. You do not want to be giving them free gold and free XP with that pushing wave. So they let the Rift Herald die and they back themselves up.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, like for BLG, now they can go get side lanes in order. You've got a minute until Baron spawns. So just play through sides, let Ziggs take it when you crest the 20-minute mark, and that inhibitor then actually is worthwhile. You look at where TT stand, they're not really in a position to try and fight back. You see this long range poke too much. Yeah, the second time this series now he's gone for this LeBlanc pick, and he's been done dirty by BuBu on this Camille. Not able to get away, gets locked down. And then it's actually the Viego who's taken these chains and turned them against TT.
Cool to know that interaction. Should you get jumped on by Hexacle Tomatum, doesn't matter if you distort back to somewhere else, you are getting caught out with it. And BLG now firmly 6,000 gold ahead. They've got themselves 2 dragons. They're going to be able to push out these side waves, and you can't really take a big fight outside of your base knowing that your inhibitors are already cracked open here on the side of TT. You have to make sure that this Aphelios is on 2-3 items before you're really back into this game.
I don't even think it matters, because you just have so much range on BLG's side, right? Like, even if you try to go towards these fighters, Sam D, you always have to be under threat of a Solar Flare into that Mega Inferno bomb combo. And you can see Amy, he's built for this backline assassination. He hasn't gone towards the Seraph's Embrace, which is what we usually see. Instead, he's relying on that blue buff to keep him ticking along with mana. And he's gone for the Cosmic Drive. Extra damage against the CC target, but that's exactly what PP God provides. And you try to just one-shot Sam D in these fights.
Really good game so far from BLG. Definitely looking a little bit more convincing. Yes, Horizon Focus.
I always get those mixed up.
They are very similar in how they look on our screens. We work on 480p, of course. And but yeah, I think BLG looking a lot more convincing in game 1 or game 2 and 3 than they were in game 1. Feels like they're giving a little bit more respect to TT than they were in game 1, and definitely coming out dividends, giving them the right level of space, making sure they're not going into tight chokes where they could end up dying. As I say that though, yeah, might be finding him in a tight choke where he could end up dying and he has to distort away. But now with the Baron spawned, this could be an objective here for the side of BLG if they really want to try and hard force a fight.
Again though, Wei doing his job here. Facilitating that top lane split push from BuBu, we said this is exactly what we wanted to see, right? Have Wei play this facilitator for that side lane push. Make sure that you can't actually shut down BuBu. Now you've got full side lane control as BLG. I wouldn't be surprised to see BuBu off of reset. There he goes, moving back down towards the bottom side. You've Ziku's TP is going to be up shortly, moving top. And then you just look to push in, threaten inhibitor turrets, threaten an inhibitor in that mid lane. And you've always got the opportunity to bounce back and move over towards that Baron area as well.
All summoners available for pretty much everybody except for Bubu's Flash. He used it to catch out on the LeBlanc earlier in that play, but having a look now at all the different items, you can see 2 items for the Xin Zhao. Finally got that Sterak, so he's going to be very difficult to kill in these longer extended team fights. You've of course got the Blade of the Ruin King now for the King himself. Now, as Zika does end up picking up that one. And on the other side, you're looking at double Divine Sunderer, which is good. But then it's kind of a load of half items until you hit Aphelios, who has got himself the Runan's Hurricane and the Immortal Shield Bow. Let's pause myself there for a second. The Ethereal Chain not going to land there. But if he can just hold out for 2,000 more gold, if he gets up to his Infinity Edge, that's where you feel confident for TT. That's where you know that this Aphelios can pop off, but it feels so far away when you're this far behind.
It feels like you need a mistake from BLG though, where they over-regress with the 3-man unit on that top side of the map, and SamD's able to pop off before Ameen's able to obliterate the team. Like, Ameen is incredibly strong right now. And yes, if they can catch Ameen, phenomenal. If Ye is able to do it, that could be the game changer. But again, it feels like you need mistakes from Ameen in positioning to make that happen.
Well, we'll see if any mistakes do end up happening. Midwave was pushed in by the side of BLG, so they'll have first move onto this bot side. Wei jumps back in onto the LeBlanc, but nothing really happens from there. Satchel Charge has been used. Solar Flare does not land. Super Mega Inferno Bomb, though, does a hell of a lot of damage. It's actually zoning out SamD. He's not in this fight, or excuse me, is not in this fight, as SamD is just trying to kite this one back. He's so low. He's still trying to do it, but he's not quite able to. They're just too far behind. Does his very, very best, but he's just not got the damage to take anybody down. It was close until it wasn't. BLG will get themselves on the Soul Point. They'll also be able to pick up 4 kills, trade it for 1, and they may look to turn and burn for Baron.
Yeah, it looked close until that airstrike from Ameen just absolutely decimates everyone on TT. And it means that now BLG, to get the dragon, they turn towards the big purple worm. They take this so incredibly quickly, and it is very much this game out of control now for TT, and only a matter of time before BLG close it out.
8,000 gold going to be turning into about 8.5, 9 very, very shortly. We'll have a look at the replay of that fight once this goes down, but Pong is almost there. Not quite in time, but did realize he had maybe a little bit of extra time, but a little bit dicey there for BLG, but nonetheless they do pick themselves up that Baron, and wait to see now what Longxin can do. He's got himself, he's still waiting to get his Blade of the Ruin King. He's so far behind this Camille, it just becomes very, very difficult. You can see now he's just trying to get something for his team, but oh dear, he's got a bit too far forward. Zika is here. This will be a 1v1, but it's a level difference in favor of BLG's mid laners. Longxin gets solar flared up, Zenith Blade, Super Mega Inferno Bomb comes crashing down, and there's just not really a lot that the top laner of TT can do about that.
No, there's absolutely nothing that he can do, and that's kind of been it for Longxin this game. Wasn't able to get that advantage in the early stages, and now he's punishing for it. We're getting a T-Tour's look at how this bomb went down after being able to destroy the backline, and you can see here Zika managing to zone off so when eventually joins this fight, it's already too late. Like, he was trying to see if he could pick off Ameen, but because of the long range of that ultimate, Ameen's still relevant in this fight, whereas wasn't. And then the top half of the map is just too strong for BLG right now, as, hold on, there's the pick.
Yeah, they're going to go for on top of Bubu, and he is going to fall. And this is where it gets a little dicey, though. They are taking down another inhibitor turret. The inhibitor still stands, which means there isn't a constant push pressure here for the side of BLG. Now the push coming in from TT, they're saying, look, we know you're not going to try and go for the end just yet. We know you're going to try and reset, and they're going to try and pick up some little bit of gold. So still life into TT, still pushing to see if they can get that 3-item Aphelios and turn this game around.
I will say, it's like a little plaster over what has been a leg lost for BLG. It is the tiniest of help. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's not going to actually mean very much. You got 2 inhibitors down. We already said, hey, look, you can play off through sideline with Bubu if you want to, as, he's kind of done for.
Yeah, he will get out, though, as unless there is a flash. There is not for Zika, and he does end up falling away to safety of his inhibitor turrets, but Yeah, it does feel a little bad. However, they are starting to get some big items for the side of TT. They have got the Rabadon's just finished up here for so he will blow up backlines if he's able to get down onto aiming. You are waiting for that Infinity Edge here for Sam D. Once he's able to get that, they might be able to turn this one around. Having a traditional AD carry and be able to catch people like this is how you get back into the game. They're going to see the Zanyas go down. They're going to want to try and give this one over to Longxing, and they will be able to get that one down. And now we start to get a little scared.
Yeah, I mean, we said BLG's mistakes are the only thing that can get TT back into this game, and losing your jungler is gonna not be the best of plays here for BLG. Now, TT can push in mid, they can get control of their side lanes as well, which is gonna be crucial for this soul, mountain soul that's about to spawn in a minute 30. So, massive mistakes here from BLG and giving a little bit of respite here to TT. Now, I still think with the 3 items pretty much across the board we're seeing from BLG versus kind of the 2, maybe a 3rd item if you look towards Sam D on TT, it still should be BLG favored for this fight, but it does mean that the map is at least stable for TT if they try to go for a prolonged skirmish at this fight.
Well, they know this has got to be it in a minute's time. And she had the longsword picked up here by Sam D. He knows that he is the carry. He knows that he needs to be putting down the damage, and he knows he has a big old target on his back. Those 2 picks, like you said. Oh, ooh, okay. This is, again, aiming. If you can get on top of him, this LeBlanc will hurt. The 2.5 items, the specific one being the Rabadon's death cap, means you cannot play frivolously. You cannot play loose. You have to play rigidly and know exactly where they're coming from, or you will get taken out.
And that's why it's such a big factor that Weiwei got caught, because now with lanes in control, yeah, it doesn't have to be off split pushing. He can actually be here. They could get vision control back for themselves and open up this a little bit better. Now you can see aiming within the protective circle.
Do land a hook, but they're going to see now if they can jump straight in. It's actually going to be Longxing trying to dissuade everybody. Yeah. Forced back as well. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. These bouncing bombs and minefields are just exactly what they sound like. Bouncing bombs and minefields. And it's going to be BLG first on the dragon. They're going to try and turn and burn this one as quick as they possibly can. PP guy gets jumped on. They have got enough kind of people to keep them away. And now the Dragon Soul goes in favor of BLG. Can you take this fight though? As TT lose themselves their support. There's the Moonlight Vigil to do 1. But it's just not enough. It's not going to be able to get them out of this hole. As BLG get the Mountain Soul. They get the Ace. They get absolutely everything they could have wanted, and they're going to be able to end the game.
And that's going to be all she wrote. BLG, they play that slow. They keep aiming safe, and it means that with that Mountain Soul, they can close out this series.
It was shaky in Game 1. Game 3, definitely looking a little bit better as BLG get themselves a long overdue win in this series, and they are going to send themselves to 6-4, a much better scoreline heading into the latter half of the season.
And kind of a much needed win there as well. As we said, the schedule ahead of these guys is not going to be easy, and when they're being put to their paces against a team like TT, Top Esports, JDG, Rare Atom, definitely seem like an uphill battle for them. It is a win, but it wasn't exactly the most convincing if you look at like Game 1 and Game 2 of the series.
I think that's the big thing. I think the way they won is not really shining a huge amount of positivity on this team. I feel like right now we're definitely looking at them possibly dropping the next 4 games, if I'm being totally honest. Like, we touched on it a little bit, but they play Top Esports, then they play JDG, then they play Rare Atom, then they play Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming probably the only one that I would argue is maybe one that they can squeeze a win out of, but that's 3 losses. It puts you on 7 wins. It's not exactly great.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, it's not like it's not an individual person you're looking going, you've really screwed up here. Like, a lot of what we're looking at is, you know, Weiwei doing an exceptional job. Like, Weiwei did a really good job of shadowing everything that Xiaopeng wanted to do this game. He was trying to keep control of it. And then we got on into these skirmishes, and that's where things really started to fall apart. It's like decision making around these objectives, setting up for Rift Heralds. How do we want to approach these fights? That seems to be the crux of the problem here for BLG. Now, they kind of got to put a little bit of a, well, to kind of use an analogy, or use the plaster over it here, because when you've got something like a Ziggs, you don't really need to set up massively well, because Ziggs got that long range bomb that he's just going to toss in and make things a little bit easier. But in those fights where we saw, okay, we need to play this slow, we want to see this, set up for aiming, play through your strong part of the map, it was a little bit lacking throughout this series.
It was. They come out with a W, but not exactly at the most convincing way that we could have maybe seen. And yes, they take down TT, but again, like we said, this shouldn't have been as competitive for TT as it was. And that's not to diss on TT whatsoever. It's more just BLG, I expected more, and we do expect kind of better from these particular players. And for TT, though, they should have their heads held high. They made it competitive. They pushed BLG to a third game. They were able to force them to take them seriously and to make sure they were taking the series seriously. And they'll move off having certain things that work, certain things that didn't. I know Xiaopeng loves the Rek'Sai. I personally hate it. I don't think it's a great pick whatsoever, but we'll see how they're able to continue throughout the rest of the split.
Yeah, and I think to follow up on that as well, I don't think Longxing looked particularly comfortable on this Jax as well. Like, that is actually a matchup where you can do relatively well, but I mean, you had BB with his run-of-the-mill the entire game long. So I think certainly a lot of kind of takeaways from that. I think the biggest takeaway for me, though, is BLG adding the 6 to the roster. Aiming has been so strong. And when you're coming in with these more creative picks like the Ziggs, it does open up a lot of things in draft. And we talked about already, like, being able to swap the Viego in towards the mid lane, and then you're able to take like 3 really strong picks for yourself in the top lane, and even the Camille kind of answering for a lot of that LeBlanc pressure, another big pick that we're seeing in the current meta as well. So I love when teams are able to mix things up a little bit in draft and cause a bit of bedlam by bringing in picks that a lot of teams don't expect.
I agree. I love seeing these different styles, I suppose, but I think it's kind of like the Shaco. You see it once and it either works or it doesn't, and I think like the Rek'Sai hasn't really worked that well for TT, so we'll see how they're able to kind of continue on with the rest of the season. But for BLG, they still get the W. They move to 6-4, puts them with 6 games left to play, and this is the business end of the season. This is where we start to separate the men from the boys, the greats from the goods, the playoff teams from the non-playoff teams. And this is where BLG need to really step up. They really need to do. And I think someone who has been consistent throughout this entire season is our MVP for Game 3. It is aiming on this Ziggs, and he's going to have to be, I feel like, the center point, if you will, for this team if they want to continue, and even if they get to playoffs, to do a deep run.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, if you look at like damage percent, it's aiming who's way up there. If you look at the impact on the game, just from an eye test perspective, it's aiming. Like, the plays that we see coming out from BLG are aiming on things like the Ezreal, where he's able to have these big moments in team fights that carry BLG to victory. And again, we saw today in the Ziggs, thought he had a great performance, and did see that early kill going against them, but after that, it was just smooth sailing, consistently having these big ultimates and being set up by PP God, like we talked about. Solar Flare, Mega Inferno Bomb combo is so hard to play against as TT.
Especially without your flash. And congratulations to him. And we're going to have a quick interview, though, with Wendy, who's standing by with Bew.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Bew from BLG Gaming. So congratulations on today's win. And for our opponent's team, Xiaopeng really would like to have so many very aggressive ganks from level 2 or 3. And also their top lane player, Longxing, is very experienced as well. So could you tell me about the actual game tactics that you guys played, especially faced against TT in today's best of 3? 那首先恭喜你们今天赢下了 TT。那其实对面的小鹏打野选手也是经常可能在第2、3级的时候就做一些游走啊、gank，然后所以说，而且他们的一个上单选手狼行也是非常的有经验、很经验老道的选手，所以说在实际的这局游戏中，面对他们的一个很强势的上野，有做哪些特别的针对吗？
我们比较有针对他们打野做准备吧，就是他们打野就比较进攻型比较强一点那种嘛，然后我们就前面做好眼位，防止他gank，然后他第一波没有干到事情的话，我们就优势就比较大一点，我觉得。
So we really made some preparations against Xiaopeng, their jungler player, because Xiaopeng always plays so aggressively in the very early game. So we try to do our visions, and based on our visions, if he cannot have a very effective early ganks, then I think we can get more leads from the early game. And definitely you guys have a very good early games. And in game 3, during the ban pick phase, TT, they didn't ban anything in the 5th spans. So what's the team's reaction at that time? And I want to talk a bit more about that champion Guan, because we feels like both teams, you didn't pay attention to this champion in both game 2 and 3, although she has very hard choices in the current meta. So could we know the reason for that? 那说到我们的第3局，其实 TT 他们在最后一手是空班了。那看到他们是在空班的情况下，你们队内有怎么样的一个反应呢？而且我想问一下，关于格温这个英雄的点，感觉你们第2局、第3局都是完全好像没有关心这个英雄，但其实他在目前的场上还是一个很火热的选择，所以想问一下原因是什么呢？
就他们那个第3把空班的时候，我们当时就可能他们没时间忘记搬了吧，然后我们当时也觉得没什么的。然后格温这个英雄，我是觉得就是这个版本还算比较厉害的，就是上野可以摇摆，我觉得还是比较厉害的吧。
那为什么可能今天第2、3局两边都没有选这个英雄呢？
第2、3局可能就是因为我们这边不选原因，就是可能因为我第1把输了，然后后面没有选吧。然后对面可能他们不怎么喜欢玩，然后就没有选，我觉得。
After we have seen they didn't ban anything for the 5th pick, we thought that maybe they don't have enough time to do that ban, so we didn't pay much attention to that. And also for that Green, I definitely think she is a very good pick in the current meta, and she can be a very good flex pick from the top lane and also the jungler position. But the reason for us didn't pay attention to this champion in both game 2 and 3 from us is because we lost with this champion in game 1, so we just try some other strategies. And the opponent's team, they don't like this champion, or they didn't play many Greens in the actual games as well. And also in game 3, I want to talk a bit more about the Rift Herald team fight. After that, you were able to get 2 kills in your pocket to start snowballing to the end. So tell us more about that scene. 那其实第3局的时候，你们在峡谷先锋那里，你也是很漂亮的。首先为团队是收割了2颗人头嘛，然后呢，感觉在那之后，你的一个青钢影的优势就建立起来了。所以说，能问一下当时那一波是发生了什么吗？
一开始我们是想来上路抢河蟹和先锋的，然后就辅助顺便蹲一下上单嘛，然后对面上单上了，我和辅助先把他击杀了，然后那边也打起来了，然后我辅助过去直接支援就打赢了。
At that time, we would like to get the Crab and also the Rift Herald, so we just called our support player, PP God, to be there. And after that, we were able to make very effective skirmishes against Launching. And after we have smashed Launching, we just try to support other players in the battlefield. And after that, I was able to start my game with 2 kills. And also, after today's game, on the day after tomorrow, you guys will face against Top Esports, another very strong team. So are there any expectations from you? 那其实，在后天你们也要去面对到滔博嘛，也是一个很强的对手。所以说呢，你有没有什么对下场比赛的一个展望和期待呢？
滔博这个队伍还是比较强的嘛，然后就可能要做挺多准备的吧，就回去好好加油吧。
Definitely, Top Esports is a very strong opponent, so we really need to do so many preparations before that best of 3s, and I hope we can work even harder to have a better performance. And good luck for the next game, and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们下场比赛，加油 ！And see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And small insights there, of course, recognizing that they do know Xiaopeng was going aggressive early. They didn't really respect it in game 1, but they found options and solutions for it in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, and even you could see calling out Longxing there as well. We said, look, this guy isn't picking up the Gwen. He doesn't look comfortable on it. And they identified it as well for BLG. So obviously having a very good read on their opponents and understanding how they could try and counteract it, especially in game number 3. Like, that was kind of how I expected honestly, if we only got 2 games coming out from BLG, game 3 was what I expected this series to look like.
Honestly, I agree. I think game 2, if it was game 2 and 3 as a 2-0, you would have given them the benefit of the doubt, but because they did lose that game 1 in such a fashion, we do have to put a cloud of question marks over whether or not this team should be able to do it. And like we mentioned before, their next run of games against Top Esports, JDG, Rare Adam, they should be a pretty good temperature check for them coming up to the rest of the season. But we're going to have to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will be moving from Shanghai to Xi'an for our second series of the day.
Being able to pop over to Zika, you got Aiming who can fly in, so this position for BLG is actually really good, where they can just look to poke them down.
But Zika actually went over a little bit too early, gets burnt out, Aiming's dead. I don't know what they were thinking, but BLG handed that on a platter. LWX gonna ult in as well. PP got dead next, and the heal, Nuguri, punches him in the gut.
Oh, so close yet so far. Now, so if I'm trying to duel in, we got a hell of a game for ourselves here. The smite comes on through. The dueling potential of this Trundle is absolutely insane. Angel gets the kill to finish it off. Knight in a 1v2 now. He has flash available. There's a TP coming on through. He might just 2v1 this one. What is Nocturne on 11-13? He just autos them to death. Angel flashed on 2, and Knight gets a 2v1.
Crine does not have a mythic item, so him getting out of this as well makes it a little bit harder. He double distortions, jumps back, Marcus used the quickness. Gap closes though. Crine play it around, but Shie will have none of it until he realizes it's the clone.
You clear the big chicken and a couple of the small ones, and you don't finish the camp, so Tian had to finish it off himself, which is... Oh!
Hang on, we just... All right, keep your eyes on Aki. He's the one that has to set this up. Or Cole. The Cream's ulti will be the difference maker. No, it won't. See you later. That's going to be a couple of knockups. That's going to be a last breath as well. Maybe this is the opportunity. Bin goes down. One Fog still going strong, though. And that's a lot of disruption coming in from On. Aki on the sideline gets one. One Fog kiting away in this fight. Still going strong. Still surviving as SOFM grabs himself the double kill. There's another one coming through. New trying to chase them down. But One Fog is still alive. He jumps over the wall. It's too good from Suning. It's as you said, Orcs. You just can't kill them all.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey, head so good he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
下一场要打 icon 了，因为跟 icon 之前也交过手，然后 icon 现在的状态很好，他们队伍成绩也很好，就是我们打得多小心点吧。打 LNG 他们中野打得比较强势嘛，然后我跟悲伤就尽量跟他们多去打2v2吧。
Good insight there. Thank you so much. And we can see there just has to be a little bit more aggressive against the 2v2 of LNG. I am still Penguin. Thank you for joining me again. Dagda, we're going to be jumping straight into our second series of the day. But LNG versus W, we got to talk about LNG because they started so brightly, so highly, and they're just kind of teetering off. And I'm kind of wondering, why has that been happening?
Yeah, when I look at LNG, there seems to be a couple of big errors that they're making. And one of them is everyone on the team apart from Iwandi seems to be very much focused on how do I get my lead, not really focused on how do I get the team ahead. And when you look at like the stats that we are going to bring up in just a second, like they have the jungler has the lowest lowest kill participation at the 15-minute mark. As you can see, he's 20th there for Tarzan. He's much more focused on trying to get into the opponent's jungle and steal away some of these camps. And even when you see like the solo kills per game, they're 5th in the league simply because we don't get a huge amount of interaction between the different lanes. And as well, when we look towards their ability to cross map, it really hasn't been that effective. And that's why when they end up falling behind in these early skirmishes, they're not able to bring it back from the deficit that they find themselves in. So they end up, as you can see, 10th in the league when it comes towards being able to bring back a game when they're behind at the 15-minute mark. It's a lot of this is on them snowballing the game out of control through their individual laners and then seeing if they can crack open the game through that.
And this is a very similar story to what we saw from LNG in the spring split. It was they know how to win with a lead. They know how to get ahead and continue getting ahead. But if you're just able to stop that, if you're able to find opportunities to separate them out in this early game, get them on the back foot, they do really struggle.
Yeah, and this is where I want to highlight in these clips. Icon roaming way too late from the mid lane actually gives Ultra Prime the lead here. And again, Icon had actually control of this mid lane, allows Xiao Xiaobao and ZS to push in, and then they move first towards this top lane play. And even then, LNG end up committing multiple members to this play, despite the fact that you have like Light on this bottom side. You don't even have Tarzan trying to help Light and try to take that bottom lane push instead. He ends up just wandering around the jungle. Like, this is kind of the cross maps, and also just the fact that individual laners are not paying attention to what's happening across the map. And then when they end up losing out at these skirmishes, they just never manage to bring it back. And this is kind of where we're seeing the fall off of LNG is, hey look, we're not getting Icon, who's playing a lot of these heavy roaming champions like LeBlanc and the Twisted Fates, actually having an impact in the early stages of the game. And then when we move past that, the skirmishes are late to being set up. People aren't really in a position to go and fight for a lot of these objectives. And these early skirmishes falling out of control means that you don't get that followed through from LNG to actually be in a lead.
Well, you talk about, of course, saying that these guys are playing to themselves rather than to the team. You did have one exception, though, and that was Iwandi. And this guy, honestly, has been top 3, top 4 support, you know, in the league so far. He has been so damn good at his early game prowess and just being able to create advantages for him and his team.
And it's incredible because Iwandi was the Janna main, and it feels like he's been saved from the dark side. Like, he's a Sith Lord that's come back and seen the light of day, now playing a lot of these engaged supports, and he's had big impacts as a result. As you see, like, first 4 kills and assists at 15, his kill participation sky high, his jungle proximity, the way he's moving around the map to try and link up with Tarzan is really, really strong. And when we look at the plays that are coming through from LNG, a lot of them are set up by Iwandi, and we'll see it here, right? This is one of the few times we actually got to see LNG responding to plays in the bottom lane. It's Iwandi that sets this up, gets these kills. And then when we move across out of lane into team fights, watch Iwandi here. He gets this set up on towards iBoy, and the second that turns, he then moves his attention towards Fofo, gets the showstopper to prevent Fofo from being able to kill Light. Like, he is so instrumental in these team fights to how LNG succeed, and this is a guy that we need to keep our eyes on in these early stages, because if he's able to get out and have these big impacts in the early stages, that's where LNG shine.
And for on the other side of that, we could talk about Team WE and how they tend to work. They are in a very middling score of 4-4, but when they look their strongest is when they're able to dictate fights and when and where they take them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, these guys have been absolutely insane. I think they are first in the league when it comes towards, like, closing out a game when you have a lead of 15 minutes. If they get a lead of 15 minutes, they close out. I think it's 92% of their games at that stage. So certainly LNG, a team that likes to snowball, but we need to see them shore up their mistakes so they aren't falling behind to a deficit at the 15-minute mark.
And for Team WE as well, like, it's they're kind of a picking apart kind of game for them. They tend to look towards looking to, you know, break you down at your core level and just overwhelm you with their power.
Yeah, and I think this is why WE are actually going to be a really good matchup against LNG, because when they're playing so separated, the way that this pick style works off of Beishang specifically, also pairing up with the support for missing, makes such a big issue for LNG. Because when we start to look at these clips, you see like they end up finding these opportunities where you get this early lead for Beishang, they can push that out through side lanes and then collapse in towards the enemy jungler. And you saw it against OMG where they didn't pick up the win, but in the games that they look most comfortable, this is what they tend to do. And it feels like for a team like LNG, where Tarzan is often separated, where we're not getting Icon responding to plays from the mid lane particularly well, if you end up with Shanks in this mid lane, who is starting today, being able to work with Beishang and facilitate Missing, this is how WE will be able to shut down LNG.
Big weakness though for WE, I feel, has to be the positioning of where Elk is. He kind of joins around his team after the whole thing has happened, and you've seen it in these couple of clips here where he's just not really around where his team needs him to be, and that's been the biggest issue I find with WE, specifically this split as well, because it turns out that yes, 4 out of 5 of his teammates are committed to the call, but the Ezreal is off in bot lane split pushing for some reason. I really do want to see WE bring together a cohesiveness and shot calling around each other so they can push towards the slightly higher position in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that's the crux of a lot of the issues as well for WE, is that we do see them oftentimes messing up these fights in around things like Rift Herald when they try to contest for dragons, and a lot of that does come down to positioning coming through from Elk, also coming through from the likes of Shanks, and how he's able to set up the map correctly to have positional advantage for dragons and for these objectives. So certainly I think a lot left to be desired for WE, but I do think they are definitely favoured coming in here against LNG.
LNG looking to try and stop the downward descent into a 7-3 record. Of course, they were 7-0, lost to RA, then lost to Ultra Prime. And we now starting to see these picks coming in, but WE got themselves 2 of the most broken champions at the moment in the game. They got the Viego and the Gwen. All they had to give up was the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Shanks play the Viego, so I imagine this Viego's going towards Beishang. You get Breathe on towards the Gwen in the top side. And honestly, I think Breathe has been the shiny light for WE. This guy has been a monster. I love how strong he is in lane. His impact in teamfights is great. And hell, even if he gets a bit of free time in that top lane, oftentimes you'll see him just wandering into the opponent's jungle, stealing away a camp, stealing away a red buff or a blue buff, and making things just more difficult for the opposition jungler. So I love that Breathe now is on a champion where he has that carry potential.
Going with the Aphelios is fine, but the Nautilus combination with it is very curious to me. There is a good bit of heal, but you don't have that inherent safety that you do have with the Thresh, of course, with the Dark Passage. And I'd be curious to see now where LNG tend to look in this bot side, if at all, if it does end up kind of becoming a scrappier affair in bot side.
So this is actually something that LNG tend to do, where they'll play hyper aggressive supports and also kind of AD carries, whether they're supposed to be aggressive or not, to guarantee a scuttle for Tarzan. Because Tarzan tends to actually start topside path down towards bot and play off of Light Now Wand. You've gone towards more picks like the Callista, the Varuses, I mean, hell, even the Jinxes when they have it, just because they usually pair that Jinx into a pretty nice range advantage in that bottom lane. So even though we'll get this kind of aggressive support in the bot lane, I don't expect Tarzan to actually put a lot of attention towards the bot side. It's more about facilitating Tarzan and his early clear.
See what they want to go for. Of course, WE now banning away those solo laners. They don't know where that Lee Sin is going just yet. Could go to Ale or Icon. Now just banning away certain things that might do well into the likes of a Viego in the mid lane. So the Blanc does relatively okay into it. It's a nice little pickup for them if they were able to get it, but it banned away. And now they're just really thinking about this final ban. It is going to be the Silas. And I actually really like this ban because it takes away a lot of that AP solo lane threat that they would like to combo up with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of flexibility here with the Lee Sin. You can go towards Ale, can go Tarzan. So I'm still curious to see where this Lee Sin ends up. But I'm surprised to kind of see although Silas does work great as a bruiser opportunity, there's a lot of really good matchups for him in that mid lane. And for WE here, it feels like you just take your support, keep that counter pick for Shanks in the mid lane, and then you're relatively fine. So yeah, we're going to see it here. Alistair locked in, and now we got to see, what's the game plan here for LNG as a blind pickable mid laner.
Yeah, still yet to see if it locked in, but the Alistair very much a missing champion and good enough to stop all the hard engage. If someone does get caught out by a hook or by a Lee Sin Sonic Wave, they are able to get them away. The headbutt pulverize very good at just peeling for the rest of the carries. And LNG, what do you want to round this composition off with? Where do you want to take this one now? You're waiting on your kind of solo lanes.
I'd imagine it's a Rise. This has kind of been the fall back mid lane champion. It still gives AP damage, like especially when you're looking at like Silas, LeBlanc, Akali. I mean, even when you look towards the other mid laners that we've seen kind of rise up are like Set in that mid lane, Lee Sin in that mid lane, but I imagine it'll be the Rise. You get the opportunity then to position yourself correctly for a lot of these fights. You can even use the Realm Warp to very quickly move in towards the barn if you want to, but it looks like they are going to actually go with this solo lane Lee Sin, and it will be the Diana jungle coming in instead.
Like this pick, I think the Diana jungle slowly made herself into the upper echelons of the LPL meta, as we wait to see now exactly where they're going. Only the second time that the Icon will be piloting the Lee Sin, has got a 100% win record with it. I do believe that was, I can't actually remember exactly who it was against, but did very, very well in that particular game.
Okay.
And see what they want to go for. Interesting picks coming in right, left, and center. I'm liking this Fiora though, because this is a breed specialty if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and it's a really, really strong matchup into the Camille. Camille finds it so tough to deal with the riposte. You get a bunch of damage that can come out. You've true damage as well, which the Camille is going to struggle with, and it means that it's a pretty difficult time for Ale. Only thing I will say is that we've seen these side lane split pushers kind of fall off because the amount of objectives that are in the game. And you need now Breed to get ahead so we can build that Gore Drinker and still be relevant. I'm curious though if this may be actually a whole breaker game coming through for Breed. This might actually be the game that we see it come out.
Last time, of course, we saw Breathe play the Fiora. It was up against BLG in the, I can't remember exactly, I think it was spring, I believe, 2021. And it was a loss, and funny enough, actually, he's 3 wins, 4 losses out of 7 games, so not having the greatest of win records, and looking to equal that one out a little bit for himself. And I'm curious now with WE going for this very set split push composition. The Fiora is built for the side lane. Is this just a straight up counter or answer, could you say, for the Camille, or is there something more to it?
Oh, she destroys her. Fiora absolutely annihilates Camille in that lane. Like, it's so hard for you to actually trade effectively as Camille, because even if it's like, look at the kit, right? You try and go through the, with the tactical sweep, Fiora is able to dodge it with her Q. She actually gets in on top of you, which means that you're not able to get all that healing and stuff. It's really difficult for Camille to try and push up towards the lane, because the trading pattern for Fiora is so quick that it's really hard to try and get the double proc of your Q off. And even if you try and get the hook shot in on top of her, she just ripostes it, you're stunned, and she opens up with the ult and kills you. It is really, really hard for Camille in this matchup. So I think for the early stages of the game, it's going to be a lot of attention coming through from WE towards this top side of the map, trying to facilitate Breed to win out in this lane. And then we'll have to see if WE can actually use their pressure on the map to try and get some sort of pressure towards these objectives. I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place with the Ezreal lock in here, because traditionally when I think about these kind of plays, it's like, cool, Ezreal, you can just leave in bot lane. It means you're free to put your attention towards that top side of the map. But when you end up in a situation where LNG now could potentially start to stack up these early dragons and put pressure on towards Breed, that makes it a hell of a lot tougher then for WE to avoid these fights and let Breed play through a side lane.
I think of this particular game, we should see a lot of cross-map trading. Both these teams fairly good at knowing when and where they cannot take a fight. They'll generally just leave it alone. So might see Rift Herald for first dragon, a tower for a tower, plates for plates, and they'll tend to lean towards their stronger side, and it's about whichever the weak side is being played to, they need to play defensively. And speaking of playing defensively, this is exactly what we talked about for the Alistair. You try and get someone engaged upon, he's got the pulverize, it should be fine to be able to take those fights and those engages all day, every day.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think this is going to be a slow-paced game. Like, look at the 2 junglers. Tarzan, he ain't want to go towards a lane until he's got his level 6. Beishang as well kind of needs his team to facilitate him, and he really wants access to that needlework as well. So it's going to be a slower game as we wait for these junglers to try and come online. And certainly, like, the scaling aspect on both these sides too means that it's going to be quite a bit before we actually get these two trying to go head to head.
Just mentioning the scaling aspect, and is this something about the meta that I've loved recently? We are moving away from tanks, which are those longer engages. We are seeing more bruiser / assassin style champions being picked up, and it does feel a lot more exciting. You can get in a Diana who just pops the absolute hell off and changes the entire landscape of the game, and vice versa on any other champion as well. Viego's, Gwen, Fiora all have the ability, and it just feels like right now the meta is in such a snowbally place that you can get away with the likes of Fiora. You can look to try and just push in with this Camille and try and get her ahead, because it is at the moment a win condition within the meta.
Yeah, and the reason that we're seeing this so much is because of the AD carry meta. Like, think about the really strong AD carries right now. Varus, Aphelios, Jinx. I mean, even like Kalista and Kai'Sa to a certain extent as well. But these are all champions that are short range or super mobile. And it means that when you're playing things like Diana, LeBlanc, Camille, things that can, these assassins, Xin Zhao, that can all jump onto the backline and have access to kill these guys, you can turn the tide of a fight by instantly deleting the AD carry. So it's trying to find these opportunities to turn the fights instantly into a 4 versus 5, and then being able to spring out and stall out the game because the consistent damage is gone on the other team.
Very scrappy fight there on the bot side. We see the Ignite going away from Iwandi, but it was the heal traded back by Elk. And again, we're seeing just more and more pressure.
That's an example of why we get to see more Ezreal. Like, you can see there, you get the engage, well, Ezreal Arcane shifts away. He's so self-sufficient that it makes things so much easier on that top side as...
Oh, we see an engage on the bot side. Just has the Arcane Shift, exactly what you talked about. Able to get away with it. TP being burnt in this top lane here as Ale in a little bit of trouble. Should be able to get out. No! 1-0. That is WE taking the advantage in top side.
There's so many times that Shanks has made this play. I'm surprised that LNG are surprised by it. There's been at least 3 or 4 times throughout the last series that W played that Shanks would just TP topside to facilitate Breathe. And you can see it there. They get a really good turnaround there, managing to pick off Ale. Kill goes to Shanks, making sure that Breathe is able to get towards that Iron Spike whip. And now you're in good spot here as WE. Hell, even Beishang collects that mid lane wave.
They got it all covered, very nicely done. This was actually, you can see here, Ale going aggressive onto Breathe, but this riposte changes it all.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened in the top lane trades that Breathe is actually so low, but as you can see, like, that riposte we talked about, how strong it is in this matchup, and then when you look towards it, Shanks tries to predict the flash, misses, but is able to follow with the flash anyway and finish off the Camille.
Nicely done there, and Shanks proving us wrong with the early game action, and actually, in fairness, it's wrong in the sense of that we said there would be none, but you specifically did single out the junglers as they were not involved in either of the plays, so still points to you, points to Robador, and as we move into the 5 minutes of this game,
Robador?
I don't know, I was thinking Gryffindor, and I was like Robador, but then, see,
I
again,
wasn't even sure if it was Massador. I was like,
yeah.
I don't know where we're going with this.
I'm gonna slur my words just so no one knows what I say. That's what great play-by-play casters do. Even
as an Irish person, I feel like we're great at that.
We are. We just trail off into a chuckle. Speaking of trailing off into a chuckle, Ale gets challenged down as Shanks is here. Does get land the Q on top of him, but Icon does not really want to engage that. This fight's all around the map right now, as we can see. There's Ezreal doing so much. The heal and the flash has to be invested here to keep Iwandi alive. Light does keep everybody at bay, but it's all getting a little bit testy right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fights back and forth between the lanes. Breathe coming out on top in that top side. Light coming out on top in the bot lane. But again, like, we're not seeing a huge amount of movement coming through from LNG. We got WE TPing up with Shanks in that top side of the map. Icon never bothered to follow. And this was what we were talking about, right? Like, if Icon had actually gone towards that top lane play, would have been able to help turn that around. And when you look towards LNG, their solo laners and junglers have some of the lowest kill participation in their respective roles. You're looking at like 16th and below for all of them. And I think that's why when you look towards this early kill that's gone the way of WE, LNG could have helped to respond, could have had an answer, but we never really see it come out from them.
It does feel very solo queue-esque, shall we say. They were riding high on the momentum that they had from that, the ability to snowball, which we mentioned so many times, and now we're coming up to 7.5 minutes. They got 7.5 more to not be behind at 15 minutes because they are terrible when behind at 15 minutes. WE are great
30%.
when ahead at 15 minutes. Yeah, it's
30%
not great.
win rate combined. It's absolutely insane. They just do not look good at all. Whereas when you look at their win rate when they have a lead at the 15-minute mark, it is 92%. Like, they are so damn good at snowballing, but it is about snowballing. And again, it's the man on your screen that you're seeing right now, Iwandi, that needs to try and make these plays work, because he's the one that actually has that impact pre-15 minutes to try and set these up. Now, 8 minutes is on the clock. Rift Herald up and available. Elk is down at that bottom side, and LNG have already rotated light up. So it looks like we are going to get a full rotate from LNG to try and commit towards this Rift Herald.
Got summoners available. The exhaust for Beishang. No flash for the Gwen. Pretty standard. You tend to go with a summoner spell alongside either the smite if you're a jungler or teleport if you're a top laner. Rift Herald has been started here by LNG. WE do not have Elk, and this is exactly what we talked about. There's the hook, and it'll land in between everybody. The breathe gets caught out. Fiora is dead. They trade back the Nautilus, so it's a 1-for-1, 2-for-2, as this is just an all-out brawl. But this started out with a 4v5, and it looks like it's going to be WE coming out big top out of a 4v5 situation. They get almost everything, and they're able to clean up house. Tarzan, in no way, shape, or form are you getting out of this one alive, buddy. I'm sorry, you are dead to rights. You're just going to try and have to get away from this Beishang, but he's got himself to turn back. He should be able to kill him off. There's a smite, but again, not much you can do. As I say that, ooh, okay, I got a little scared. Little scared right towards the end there. But the important thing is, for the side of WE, they do get all the kills. They lose the Rift Herald, but they get the fight.
How do I pause the game on LNG's behalf? That hook was... I'm not broadcast... How does that hit Breed? In what world does that hit Breed? That is stupid. I'm sorry. That needed to be paused. That's a bug. There is no world that hits Breed. And the whole reason that fight goes so poorly is because Breed tries straight off the bat. Like, he doesn't riposte that because, like a normal human being, he realizes that a straight line can't be drawn between him and Nautilus.
Well, again, it still went in WE's favor. For LNG, they landed the boogie hook, the lollipop getting in their favor, but it was all for naught, as those are a lot of kills now onto the Viego and the Gwen. Those are two champions you do not want to be giving golden experience to. That is a Rift Maker already for a jungle Gwen. That is an absurd amount of money already.
And this is where you start to see WE becoming dangerous, right? This is where we start to see a lot of them starting to push in through their strong lanes, get that vision control in the enemy jungle, and then looking for these picks. So, especially when Elk is on things like this Ezreal, you open up Missing to link up with Beishang and try and facilitate that stall. And you can see it already, right? Shanks shoves in mid. He starts to move over with Beishang and make sure that Beishang's able to continue with this lead.
And Beishang is someone... historically, when looking at WE, we've always looked to as this big carry threat, this person who can be a thorn in the side of every other team in the league. He's been a bit muted, a little bit quiet of recent days, but this feels like it can come back. If they can continue to put him on the likes of Gwen, Viegos, these carry-style champions, he should be able to drag his team up to the, the playoffs and beyond from there.
And I think that's why we're seeing Shanks back in the roster. When you look at Mo versus Shanks and facilitating Beishang, Shanks is definitely better at it. He's more than happy to move out of lane. I mean, we just talked about him constantly going for these TP plays towards Breathe. Shanks is more situated to go for... Oh, hang on. Here's that pick.
Yeah, they're going to go for something here. There's the needlework being used. I want that hook was not... he thought he got the same physics where he was able to get around the corner and bend the bullet and wasn't able to sadly get himself out of that particular situation. Icon does not take a favorable trade in the mid lane, ends up losing his ultimate in the trade. And Shanks should be able to push this one up. And this is feeling a little bit like draft diff right now. The Gwen, the Viego, these champions are just so strong. You can't give up two of them onto one team.
Yeah, and look, it's execution difference as well, right? Breathe has had full control bot, Shanks gets that TP up top side, and we literally just talked about, hey, look, WE, they're going to go for picks in your jungle. They're going to bring Missing along, and they are going to make this work, and we see it there. And even though you have Tarzan with a little bit of support, it's not enough when you've just got numbers advantages for WE, and this is being where WE are most confident when they have these pushing lanes, when they have advantages in lanes and can use them.
Well, we're going to see the Grand Challenge put down after the Hextech Ultimatum alongside the Moonfall. The flash in and flash away. We're going to see the riposte. Nicely done by Breathe. Oh, that was perfection.
Very well done. And even managing to get that last Vital onto Ale gives him a nice little bit of a healing, so you don't end up with flashes coming through from Ale because you won't be able to finish him off with the Precision Protocol. TPs, as you say, though.
The TPs are coming in. This is going to be Shanks and Breathe coming back into this fight. It's a 4v3. I don't know if they've anywhere to go. The flash has been committed there by Ale, but a two-man pulverize. They can continue this one underneath the tower and pick up the Diana. That is an easy pick up there for the side of WE, and now they can pay back in kind the plates they just lost in top.
Yeah, now Icon will answer in that mid lane, so he's able to get something back. May actually look for a play down towards this bottom side. Maybe look for that counter map play that we talked about that we have been missing from LNG, but WE coming out huge on that play.
Really, really nicely done there by WE. You can see Icon just trying his best to be as annoying as possible. Just land the Sonic Wave, and you can see there Elk just being very aggressive, going forward with the Arcane Shift. Not exactly the brightest of ideas when you literally have zero support, but the support is now in the lane, and they are able to trade back the tower plates they got lost in top and mid for a full tower in the top side. And looking at the gold, it is a 5,000 gold lead, or just under it, for the side of WE, and this is the big problem now. 15 minutes in, this is a big, big lead for them.
And we said that we needed to see attention towards Breathe to make sure that this Fiora is ahead so she can be relevant in a side lane, but also relevant when it came towards these team fights. Gore Drinker completed. 5,600 gold on this Gwen. Like, that's 200 over his opponent here. He is so damn strong. And that's only matched by Beishang and Shanks. Like, look at how much gold has just been put into this top half of the map for WE. When you come towards these early skirmishes, like at Rift Heralds, at Dragons, the melee style from WE is going to destroy LNG.
Looking at LNG, they just have no items right now. They just finished up the Gore Drinker and the Kraken Slayer for Icon and Light respectively, but Ale sitting with a couple of half items, Tarzan waiting to pick up his Proto Belt. They're just not in a position to be able to fight this, and I like this call from Team WE saying, look, we don't need to play towards bot side. We got the first dragon. We would rather gold and power now, so we're going for the second rift.
Yeah, and usually one of the biggest problems that you see with a Gwen jungle is, hey, you know, you don't get your items fast enough. Well, when you have the most gold in the game, that doesn't really become a factor anymore. Getting your mythic item before most of the solo laners and the opponents looks like it's going to go pretty well for WE. Now, even defending off on this bottom side, Elk now moving back towards mid to get priority there, and Beishang can either take turret and then just swap over towards this dragon.
They have total control over the top side of the map, and they're going to try and transition that into the bot side as they just kind of absorb all of this gold and experience. They're not stopping just yet. The dragon has just spawned, but they know they can get a second charge off and create maybe a little bit more pressure into this mid lane. And again, Team WE, this is why we always have such high hopes for this team coming into the split. This is why we always love to see them. And even more so when Mole was added. Yes, fair enough, it didn't work, but it just felt like this team should be a lot better, and when they play like this against a team like LNG, who is sitting 7-2, it just feels right that this team should be considered a top playoff team.
Yeah, and the thing that we're seeing here again is that, like, think about these early plays. A lot of them have involved Shanks, and unfortunately with Mole on the roster, he hasn't had that same impact. I'm not saying that Shanks is a better player. I know that Mole is a better player and, like, better in lane, but Shanks being more willing to have impact off towards these side lanes, teleport towards the top side to facilitate Breathe, has found a lot more success for WE. Hell, even the way that he plays towards Beishang and Missing. So you can see that WE are going back towards what's been their tried and true. Get these dominant laners, go then take that in towards picks in the opponent's jungle, and then consistently use the pressure you have between Breathe and Shanks to force numbers advantages onto the opponent. And LNG just have not been in a position to try and counteract this all game long.
And honestly, just to mention on your Mole point, you know, it is the thing of we've seen super rosters come together. We see the best of the best in regions be put onto a team, and sometimes it just doesn't work. It's nothing to do with anybody in particular. It's just how the team dynamic is set up, and sometimes that team dynamic just doesn't really mesh that well. And
I was really
clearly,
surprised.
Yeah, because Mole is a great upgrade.
Yeah, and that's the thing. For V5, Mole was that player, right? Mole would always be talking about, like, the trifecta of Mole, PP God, Weiwei. It was that trio that worked incredibly well. However, this time around, we're not getting that. And it's strange to see that Mole hasn't been able to slot into this team in the same manner that a lot of people were hoping for. But it does mean that WE, at least in this game, with Shanks looking super strong. You see 3 kills already picked up. He's got that Divine Thunder quickly working towards that Sterix gauge. And when he does, he's going to be nigh on impossible to kill here for LNG, just with how far ahead he is.
LNG glad, though, that there has been no fighting for the last few minutes, as they are now picking up their first items. Proto Belt and the Divine Thunder are picked up for the Diana and Alay's Camille, respectfully. Now we see Icon. Are you too far forward here, my friend? He's actually just going into the alcove. Real alcove gaming right now. Beishang has revealed himself on a ward. Breathe is here, but the rest of LNG are moving down. So this would be a 4v4 for the moment. You have got Shanks and Ale up in that top side, both with TP. So do they want to go for it? It's actually Icon who's looking for the flank, and this could be a bit of a bad move. There it is. There's the kick, but no real follow-up there. And a lot of posturing, not a lot of action.
Again, nothing gained by LNG. Wave goes into tower, will be collected. And honestly, kind of that's nothing for either side. I'm looking, though, at the next 2 minutes, right? Because you can see here, Shanks struggling to actually push out this wave so far against Ale. Might not be able to get full control of this top side of the map. And with Dragon in 2 minutes, these waves would really need to be in order for WE so they can go and look for a pick before that fight kicks off, or so they can just use that numbers advantage again to threaten the objective.
Oh, speaking of it being threatened, Beishang has to go aggressive onto Ale. Threaten that there is the Viego coming. Now he's here, so they can maybe look for something. Hexac Ultimatum has been used and it's immediately used to flash away. They will not be able to take that Scuttlebug, but the grand challenge onto Icon, there is no escaping you here. You used your Dragon's Rage kick. You cannot disengage from this, and Breathe in the side lane gets himself a solo kill.
Flash for flash, and Breathe is able to finish him off, and this is now where issues are spawning for LNG. TP needs to be used by his Camille just to stop that top lane turret from falling, but it does give Breathe time to reset, and WE, with 2 members essentially gone from the top side of the map, they turn towards the Baron.
They're fully committing to this as well. They've got the TP coming in. There's a Scryer's Bloom to try and just scout it out. They now know it's going down, but this Baron's taking so much damage so quickly. You can see they're missing. He's on keep away duty. He does not care if he dies. He just needs to keep the jungler out, and he does his job beautifully. Not only that, but he gets to keep his life and get rid of Tarzan's as well. This is WE tearing LNG to shreds.
And was it worth it, LNG? Was it worth it keeping that bottom tier 1 when Baron goes across towards WE? This is what we were talking about. Cross-map plays, anything that comes from decision-making when they're behind. LNG just do not have it. And now, Baron in the hands of WE. Dragon in 30 seconds, which is will put WE into sole point, and an 8,000 gold lead. WE are so far ahead, and we're going to get this replay here. Like, Breed just chases him down. When he's able to hit on with a couple of these dashes, he gets the reset, means that he's able to close the distance on towards Icon, and no matter how slippery you are, there's no getting away from it tomorrow like this.
This is just such smart play from Missing. This is why I love seeing him on this Alistar pick, because he's able to be aggressive. He's able to put himself into harm's way and still survive and do his job. Now with the Baron being taken, they're going towards his bot side. TP going to be committed here by Icon, who was split pushing in the top end. There's a good Moonfall though, lands on the 3. They're going to land the Moonlight Vigil, try to get that double moon combination going for them, but they're not quite able to take down Beishang. There he goes. He's finally down. This Ezreal though, still very healthy, putting out those Mystic shots. This Fiora still trying to do the damage. damage. They're going to go in, trying to be aggressive. It's a double kill on top of this Ezreal for Elk. And we can see now they're going straight into the Fiora. Ale, will he have given up his life for it though? It's a 3v3, but you have a Viego, you have an Ezreal. You have so many ways of resetting this fight and taking it all away. You're all alone. You are the light in the darkness for LNG Light, but you will not be able to take this win. And that turret does eventually fall.
Shanks is too strong, able to finish off so many low health members, and even though you get some fancy plays coming through from LNG, WWE are just too strong. They're just hitting them with their wallets right now. Dragon up and available, will be taken by WWE alongside 2 turrets, and it is very quickly just eviscerating in their hands for LNG. They are evaporating in their hands. They're just not able to hold on to this game at all.
Yes, you get a shutdown onto the Gwen. That's great. Beishong did go down, but look at this replay, and it starts off looking like WWE are going for the play, but they respect the TP, and then it just comes out into an all-out brawl.
Yeah, so there was a lot invested to try and get on towards Ale. So nice job by him to get the hook shot, to get out of the knockup coming through from Missing. Means that there's no Fiora ultimate in this fight as well. And again, like, Ale did play this fight incredibly well. It's just people are too far ahead at this stage. Breathe, gets Tarzan out of the way, so Elk's able to finish him. And even here, watch Ale, does go onto the wall and holds off on the riposte before he engages on towards Breathe. So able to actually do some nice work here. But again, Shanks is huge. Elk is free firing this entire time, completely untouched, and Light is kind of playing ring around the rosy as he tries to catch up to all these different skirmishes that have burst open.
You're on the Aphelios, and again, props to Light. He's 2-1-2, and a very difficult game that has been for him, and having so many threats jumping onto his face, he is able to keep himself healthy and dealing damage. But like you mentioned, you're 8,000 gold behind, or 7,500 gold behind, and you're looking at a Fiora that's split pushing. You're looking at the damage from the Qs of this Ezreal now with that frozen heart. It just becomes so difficult to really do anything about it.
And I mean, look, Light has been the mainstay damage for this team for quite a while.
Oh, missing. Does he go down? He does! Moonlight Vigil enough to take him down. I thought it was Ale who got himself caught, but it was actually the opposite effect as such. And we can see now WE just need to be a little bit more careful. There's still plenty of damage there for LNG.
Yeah, and especially because they are such short range as well. It means that they do have to enter in towards Light's domain to try and get these plays off. And especially as we were talking about, like, Light has 27% of this team's damage. He's no pushover when it comes towards his damage output. And especially on this Aphelios, where he will be getting towards this Infinity Edge fairly quickly, you do still have to give him some respect. 3 kills, he's not that far off when you look at the relative gold in this game. So as long as WE are avoiding just running in towards Light, playing out through this 1-3-1 style, they should be relatively okay, especially because they're the ones in full control of the dragons. Like, the way LNG want to force WE into fights is through dragons, is through objectives like Baron, but unfortunately nothing is up at the moment, and it's been WE who have gotten full control of pretty much everything in this game.
Well, 2.5 minutes until that Dragon Soul spawns, but before that we got 1 minute and 15 for that Baron. It's crazy to say, considering how quick in the game it was taken. Normally we'd be looking at the Baron right now, not waiting for it to respawn. As we now look and see what these two teams want to do about it. You're kind of hitting a good break point here for Light. I don't know if he's going to have enough gold in him to get that Infinity Edge finished up before this Baron, and you really do need it. We talk about it so much, we harp on about it all the time, but 3-item Aphelios is a threat, and Light has been playing these team fights well. Light is going to be someone who will be a threat if he's able to get that 3rd item before this Baron fight.
Well, it's too late anyway. I mean, you got to reset at 50 seconds or you're just going to be late to the party. It takes you 30 seconds to walk from base to the edge, and actually it looks like Light is going to go for the reset. So if WE are in a position to start this up straight away, potentially could. Infinity Edge, I'm assuming, built. There it is. But now WE will get control over the objective. They'll be able to get this deep vision, and it looks like they're not even interested in Baron. They know that Soul is more important, and they can just have Beishong or even Breathe, honestly, solo out that dragon and keep threat towards the Baron so LNG can take it.
Wandy, I don't know if he wanted to take that hook after it went in. We're going to see a fight over the red buff, completely engaged on by the side of WE, and the TP committed as well. There's Iwandy dead, and Barry Camille dead, gone, back to the grey screen, and now Elk feeling confident, feeling ferocious as he goes forward. They're going to try and turn this one around. Light gets caught. He will not be doing any more damage. That Infinity Edge will do you nothing good here, my son. And it's a clean ace for the side of WE. They don't care about the Dragon. They don't care about the Baron. They'll barrel up the mid and take the game.
Yeah, LNG have such weird calls on when they want to fight. It's not Baron, it's not Dragon, it's a red buff that they throw away this game for. But honestly, it was all done and dusted regardless. WE now will push in for the win.
They will. You can see there the riposte just good enough to bring him out. The double ace in as many seconds. And that is going to be the Nexus falling. WE 1-0 up over LNG. And the boat's starting to come apart, Dagda, for LNG.
And this is what we talked about. We said, hey, look, for LNG, WE is a great matchup for them. WE like to play through Shanks, helping out Breathe on that top side, Beishan getting involved in his lanes. So it meant that when we got towards these when we got towards the lane phases, the individual performances that LNG tried to go for can't match up to the numbers. Then again, because you're playing very separated, it gives WE the opportunity to go for these picks. We talked about missing roaming up, playing through this top side with Beishan, and from that point forward, it was just pick after kill, after teamfight, after objective, until eventually there's just nothing left in the tank for LNG.
It just really felt exactly like you said. Everyone was playing to their win condition rather than playing to the team's win condition for LNG. But for WE, it just works with Shanks. It really does just work. Breed had a fantastic game. I think Beishan clearly looks far more comfortable when he's being on these more facilitative mid laners who will roam with him. And Elk, despite playing PvE for majority of the game, was enabled in these later game teamfights to just free fire.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he needs to do, right? You don't actually need to play towards the Ezreal in this situation. Just get him to 2 items and have him be relevant to that stage. It was more important, as we said, get Breathe ahead. Because if you end up in a situation where it's like Breathe versus Ale in a team fight, and they're even, I take the Camille 9 times out of 10. Just because it makes it so much easier to go in with a Hextech ultimatum. She can facilitate people like Tarzan, hell, even peel for people like Light if you really want to. But because Breathe was super far ahead, this was done and dusted for WE from pretty much this get-go.
And honestly, I gotta say, you can even see there from the damage numbers, Icon was invisible. Icon did nothing on this Lee Sin pick, and I really do think that, yes, it's great that he has this champion ocean of things that he has so many things, he's played so many different unique picks this year so far, but I feel like he needs to just, if he's going to play for himself, he needs to pick for himself, because picking for your team and then looking for these kicks that no one was really engaging on, and you've lost your kick, which then led to him dying, which then led to the TP bot, which then led to the 20-minute Baron. It's literally a snowball effect that a butterfly effect that kind of ripples down the game. And I gotta say, WE, I tend to get a bit too excited for them. I do actually really like this team, and so does Munchables, as we are all well aware, but this does feel like a team that is finding its stride in the later half of the split.
I mean, look, coming back to your Icon point, I want to see Icon doing something on the map that is before the 15-minute mark. Like, the first time we actually saw him try to make a play was, like, 18 minutes into the game, where he's down bot side and he tries to make that kick, ends up messing it up, and literally 2 minutes later dies and gives Baron over because of the TP play from bot side. So I don't understand why, when we saw that TP coming through from Shanks in the top lane, Icon isn't like, cool, if we actually pick up a kill or 2 kills here, that completely changes the tide of that top lane, and we can then look to exploit that and actually have a win condition for LNG in this game. It feels like so many times, again, LNG to focus on their own lane and not focused enough on what they could be doing elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, really just feel a little bit disjointed for LNG. We'll see if they're able to bounce back from that loss, or if W will be taking home a sweet 2-0. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, Pick Bands will be right around the corner.
面对他的话，我觉得我大概率和他就是一起去支援队友。对阵 LNG 下的话，我们就打好自己的就可以了。优势的话就还好。
Pretty even between the supports, but sadly for LNG, they were not up to scratch in that first game. It was WE who take the advantage in this best of 3 series. I am still Penguin. I'm still joined by the Irish god that is Dagda to my left or right, depending on how you're looking at it on the screen. Coming into game 2, we were a little bit behind, so we're going to just have a quick look at the picks and bans at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be a nice little lower third, but something's got to change here for LNG, and we'll have a look now at all these different picks, and I'll let you gather your thoughts and see if there's anything interesting that you want to go for, because the first thing I noticed is they first picked the Lee Sin this time, but this time it is going to be going into the jungle, not into the mid lane.
I think the big one that surprises me that it got through the pick ban is the Akali. Akali's been insanely strong, like she's nuts on the current patch, so the fact you're going to get that up towards Ali in that top lane will give a lot of stability there. Looks like he will be going up against the Nocturne, so it's a little bit of an easier time for the Nocturne because you do have that spell shield, but still Akali when she hits 6, super potent in that lane, especially if you get some sort of jungle attention. So I'm curious to see if LNG are able to put more of their eggs towards that top lane basket this time around. Well, actually, they did the Robotum, so Shanks is going to be taking that Nocturne. It's the Lucian going topside, so certainly Breathe in these early stages can do well against Ali here, making sure they're able to bully out that melee versus range matchup. But you have to be very careful when you hit that level 6, because if Ali is able to land any of these shurikens, you're going to just get chased down the lane as Breathe, and there's very little you can do about it.
Yeah, there is just very, very little you can kind of set yourself up for, but having looked at it, the Lucian top lane is something that has been a bit of an LPL specialty for the last little while. Of course, Xiao, who famously set himself up as arguably the best top lane Lucian in the world, has gone with the longsword and pots, and against the Akali, I'd be curious to see how this matchup really does go, and if it is as oppressive as we expect it to be.
Yeah, now, I mean, you still, as Ali, have opportunities to try and avoid some of the pressure from Breathe, right? You still have that Shroud, you can still do some work, but definitely the longer lane makes it a bit more difficult for Ali. It's not like you can just run away to your turret and be safe, so just be careful that Breathe isn't trying to chase you down or poke you down too effectively. And in this mid lane, you can see Shanks already. He's going to be pretty fine. You get enough sustain here coming through. You've got good wave clear thanks to your Q. And here we go. This is what I was talking about. Yes, you've got the Shroud, but because of the longer lane, Breathe has more opportunity to zone you off the wave, zone you off that experience, and also gives a little bit more time for him to hit you as you try to run away.
Oh, this feels bad, and you can see there Ali just trying to move forward to get in some kind of experience range. I don't even think he is, and the level 2 is going to be hitting up for Breed, so he'll not only have the Piercing Light, but he'll also have the Relentless Pursuit very, very shortly. So Ali's got to just accept his fate right now and know that he is just not going to be seeing any of these minions until they hit this tower.
Yeah, and for Tarzan, you need to try and get up here and make this a little bit easier, because your bot side, you're not going to be playing towards Light and Iwandi realistically. Like, this is not something that you want to try and enable with the Ezreal. You just let him farm up, get to a point where he's relevant. Instead, you want to be helping out Icon, helping out Ale, but this is what we said before, right? Tarzan always pass from top to the bottom side, trying to use Light and Iwandi's pressure bot lane to secure that scuttle. And we're seeing it again here, so it'll be kind of the 4.5 to 5 minute mark before we actually get Tarzan impacting on towards this top side.
Need to see how it all goes. Flash forward. Does he have the damage? He does! Icon with the solo kill in the mid lane.
Nicely done from Icon. That's exactly what you want to see coming through from the LNG mid laner. And now, again, we've said, hey, look, when these guys actually do get a lead, LNG are nigh on unstoppable. They're really good at playing from a place where they're ahead, but it is just the mid lane right now, as you can see Ale, still level 2, struggling against Breathe up here.
Yeah, should hit level 3, possibly even 4, to be honest with you, off the massive wave that just stacked up in this top side. And Beishong is here, but we're going to see him engage on the bot side and missing. That is not the engage you wanted, my friend. The Grand Entry is going to be able to knock him up. He's a very tanky Leona, but there's only so much he can take. And that is just an unfortunate timing there on the Zenith Blade. Didn't respect that the Lee Sin was probably going to be bot side.
Yeah, some people say unfortunate, some people will say silly, because you know that Lee Sin's going to be bot side. Beishong just took that top crab uncontested, so by default, Tarzan has to be on this bottom side. We're going to get this replay though. Great flash in from Icon. And again, just having the machine gun rise, enough abilities there to burn down Shanks. And Shanks just not respecting the all-in that could potentially come through from Icon there.
Interesting to note there as well, the spell shield did actually stop the spell itself, but the mark that leads you to lending the, rather than a slow on your rune prison, gives you a stun on your rune prison, remains. So it doesn't actually nullify that particular one. And now Breathe, he's pushed up all the way, but Tarzan is here. Oh, dearie me, this is not very good for him. Breathe will go down to Tarzan, and this is starting to get a little risky now for WE. LNG, we talk about it a million times, they know how to deal with a lead.
Yeah, and this is where it's actually much better from Tarzan, right? He's been able to get in towards these lanes, have that impact that actually gives LNG the push that they need in the right direction. Now, Ale didn't get the kill. He's still 7 CS behind, but does make things a little bit easier. As you can see, that gold lead does equal up. WE now trying to trade this for pressure on bot side with Beishang, who's gotten the dragon.
He's starting the dragon. Is a little bit risky at the moment, though paranoia just yet for Shanks, and Iwandi is roaming up, trying to just be a nuisance right now. They will not be able to stop the dragon 100%, but Beishang taking a lot of punishment here from this dragon. The Realm Warp going to be used here. The dragon does go in favor of WE. Now, Realm Warp used, and Elk gets himself out. Missing going to go ahead and sacrifice his life for the benefit of his team. They get the dragon, but the wheels are starting to look a bit wobbly for WE after such a convincing game one.
Yeah, almost a 1,500 gold lead now, and although you had like decent lane matchups for Breed in the top side, Tarzan's been able to steady that. Now you got Shanks, who's down a kill, 2 kills on towards Missing. It's not looking so hot here for WE, and it's not like they have someone who can try and like help out in the same way that Tarzan will on this Lee Sin. Gwen, not exactly the strongest champion when you've got very little CC on top side. Even in the mid lane, although you can try and punish the fact that you're flashless for Icon, it's still going to be tough to do so. Iwandi
just playing the annoyance there, as he basically didn't touch Elk at all, just stopped the recall from happening. And I just wanted to touch back on what you mentioned there about the Gwen. The Gwen is great when she has lanes that can facilitate for her, and you're looking at a Lucian, a Nocturne. They don't really have the best of hard CC to be able to set this one up for them, and you can see now Breathe has got a ward this time round in his jungle, so he's gonna immediately relentless pursue back away. Still has his flash, so should be fine. Beishang is in tow as well. Sonic Wave does not land, and maybe they look to try and maybe turn this one. But Minion Wave's still pushing, so it should be fine. But like I was saying, the WE lanes actually have a really tough time of setting up Beishang for success by not really having any hard CC, hard facilitating, spells to be able to set things up. So I think the big thing right now is it's going to be very, very curious to see how Beishang navigates this different style, if you will, after game one.
Yeah, it has to be about creating numbers advantages through Shanks' paranoia. That's the only way that you actually really get to have these advantages accrued for WE. They can try and make it down towards bot side. You have Missing, Beishang move in, then you get Shanks coming in over the top, and you can try and lock down Iwandi, or if Tarzan is trying to answer for counter gank. But you do have options here as WE. It did just rely on the level 6, and now I want to see if they can actually make that happen, or if they're just going to fall again further behind. 2 minutes until this next dragon. You'd expect that Tarzan is going to try and put pressure down there once again, and use the fact that Icon has control over that mid lane.
It's such a strange situation that is WE. We see them game one. We saw this is the WE we know and love. This is the team that we know can push the boundaries of playoffs, put them into a deep run. And then, of course, we got to look to the previous matchup against JDG. And no disrespect to JDG, they're a fantastic team, but that Shaco left scars. That Shaco was scarring to the side of Team WE, and sometimes you can kind of see little inklings where they just kind of panic.
Well, I'm actually kind of annoyed at LNG right now, because I'm looking at where Tarzan is on the map. I'm like, you've got Rift Herald up, you have advantages mid and on your jungle, and Ale is better in a skirmish than Breathe is right now. Like, you 100% should be here for this contest.
Here we go. This is going to be the contest. It's actually going to be Breathe using the culling. The perfect execution comes over, but they're able to get him back over. No! Okay, he does end up falling down. You can see now Shanks going to sacrifice his life to guarantee the Rift Herald was not all in vain. 2 kills going over to the side of LNG in favor of 1 and a Rift Herald for WE.
Now imagine that Tarzan had been there at the start of that, right? You end up catching LRWE when they're in the pit. That is so much better. But either way, they still get 2 kills. It's going to be a big question of how does Shanks use this Rift Tower, because he was the one that actually managed to pick it up when all was said and done. And I will give him a little bit of pressure mid, but again, I want to see more access from Shanks towards the side lanes, but we need to wait for that paranoia to come back up before he can do so.
Icon is getting very, very big in this game right now. 3-0-1, has himself a lot of CS as well, almost 100 at this stage, and this is just really well played from Ale, just sticking on top of Breathe, making himself a nuisance.
But even the mechanical skill there, right, was just absolutely insane. Being able to get in off the first perfect execution, guess the shuriken flip to follow Breathe over the wall. It was just really well played. And now that top off the map again for LNG, looking all the scarier. And again, we talked about, hey, look, when LNG are in an advantage, they're really good at closing this out. You've got you got the kind of double assassins, I'm going to say, for Ale and Tarzan, who can put a lot of threat on towards Elk, on towards Breathe, make it really hard for them to have this team fight. And there's not a huge amount of lockdown, as we already pointed out, on WE's side. So for people like Tarzan and Ale, they will be free to roam around these team fights.
Beishang still just waiting to find his opportunity to impact this game. Yes, he's ahead in CS, but he is behind on the kills. And this is going to be the Dragon now picked up for LNG. They will stop the early stacking. WE won't be feeling too hard done by this. You are behind. You don't really have a position of power to force this narrative on the Dragons, so you're going to just have to give this one up. But we're going to see the Realm Warp committed now into this top side as the culling did come out. But you see there Shanks and Beishang, they're not quite done just yet. They're still pushing and prodding, seeing if he's being a bit greedy. Gonna drop down the Rift Herald, give all this gold over to the solo lanes, and the top side of the map belongs to WE.
Yeah, best way to try and trade that objective. Dragon goes across, but oh no. Either way, look, they'll still get this right. It doesn't matter a huge amount.
Scary.
But it's a little bit slower. But it actually means Beishang, will still be in range. Breathe is there as well. So yeah, you're all fine here. They eventually managed to pick this one up. Will they get it? Yeah, oh, Shanks actually gets tagged by Tarzan.
Gets tagged by Tarzan. Shanks needs to back himself away. TP being committed here as well. Iwandi does have the quickness, or does not have the quickness, so no real big CC here, as he's just waiting for the Ruin Prison. But if you're just waiting for the Ruin Prison, you're never going to spell shield any of the other damage. Ale has to get himself away. He will not fall, as Elk almost gets the assassination there. And still only 1,000 gold despite the kills, but this momentum that LNG are feeling, they're going to be feeling pretty good about. And oh, Ale. Might be in a little bit of trouble. There is the Zenith blade, but the Shroud is good enough to keep him safe. That just delays the back again, and a more gold going back into WE. They're picking up plates, which is the important thing.
Yeah, plates are going their way, and even, as you said, the gold lead, despite the fact that LNG are ahead in kills, it's WE who are making the better map plays. Now, unfortunately, Shanks did get caught on that top lane play. Partly Rift Herald, partly a lazy recall as well, instead of just walking back up through the lane. But still, you're looking at now what was a 2,000 gold lead, reverted back to about his 500 gold lead. And for WE, that's a hell of a lot better than the position that they were initially in.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a strange thing to look at as well, as we can see Breathe. He's a level behind, so needs to be a little bit careful, but the recall is finished, so he should be totally fine. But again, this is the thing that you have to put into your head. WE don't see the gold like we do. They just see the kills. They have to know in their heart of hearts they are in an okay position. They got to look at the CS and see 35 in top lane, 20 in the jungle. Yes, you're behind in bot and mid, but they have to know that they are in a semi-okay position to be able to take these mid-game fights.
Yeah, well, they still need to be very careful, right? Because you're looking at, like, items. It's pretty much all in favor of LNG. The only reason that we don't see Ale kind of having his first one completed is because he went for that Seeker's Arm Guard first. So certainly for LNG, they are a driving force and ahead in this game still. Especially when you look at Icon, right? 4 kills, Luden's Tempest already completed, working towards that Archangel Staff as well. He is hella big. And you got to be so careful now as WE, because who actually goes in to kind of tank up that burst damage from Ryze? Generally, when we think of Ryze, you know, a lot of his damage ends up being tossed into a Mundo or a Set, who's like, thank you very much, here's all that damage back in a Haymaker. This time around, though, Beishang isn't really tanky enough. Shanks doesn't want to absorb that. Missing is 0-2. He's not tanky enough to try and absorb that damage. So Icon is going to have a major impact in these fights, way more so than you would usually expect from a Ryze.
coming over to a little bit of a lull. Probably won't see much fighting happening, as just as I say that, Shanks gets caught out. Bot lane just says, no, Penguin, not going to listen to you today. So still a couple of skirmishes, but we shouldn't see any major objectives being taken pretty much until that minute and a half.
Rift is going to be up just in a second, so...
Shanks is in a really bad spot. Shanks is just not in a position to be able to save himself. He just put himself between a rock and a hard place, but now you've got this Lucian coming in. Beishang has got a lot of work as well with the needlework. You're going to have to be forcing the flash out of Ale soon if Missing's able to get the solar flare down. He's just about getting the flash out of him, and that is a win for the side of Team WE. They're going to be able to transition that towards that top side. There is no tower here. Ale's going to be pretty much pushed back all the way, and I think Ale's dead.
Yeah, this is why they were still chasing. Breathe cuts him off. Beishang now chasing down.
Chasing him down. He's in the shroud. They know exactly where he is, and they're going to be able to pick him off. 2 kills overall in that skirmish to Breathe. They can turn back now to try and take down this Rift Herald. And that
Penguin
all started because Shanks was just in a bad position.
Penguin, it's 15 minutes and 3 seconds before the 15-minute mark. WE took the lead for the first time in this game. The gold lead is in WE's favor. Now, they will get Rift Herald. They make some nice plays there to try and turn that around. And again, yes, you're answering on this bottom half of the map, but WE doing a really good job of just outplaying LNG when it comes through rotations and their map play. Watch where Missing is. He's already started to roam up on bot side, realizing that Herald is going to become a big contention point. Beishang, yeah, Gwen. And then we start to move over with Breathe, able to do damage. And look, there's Missing right on time and actually able to finish off the low, well, help finish off Ale in that top side.
I love that analysis from you. Just Gwen. Just there's nothing more to
what
say.
Do you want?
I think everything's been said already.
yeah. I mean, needlework is a totally fine and okay ability right now, you know?
Yeah, we'll come back to that eventually. I'm sure you'll have plenty to say about that on either the dive or bevies with the boys. The dive. I don't know why you would be on the dive, but I guess now you are on the dive. Last hit. Jeez, I was there. I was like, it's not Euphoria. What's the other one? I'm forgetting my own region's podcast. God damn. Well, coming back to my region and back to reality, the Mountain Drake is going to be taken here by WE, and the momentum feels like it is very hard shifted back in favor of WE. You mentioned the gold. We mentioned that Breed now on this Lucian has got himself his Essence Reaver, so he's going to be a big threat. And Ali's still sitting on components, still waiting to finish up an item while Rift Herald's being dropped in bot side. WE, they're just pushing, they're just prodding, they're just making it as awkward as hell for anyone. An Icon goes in. He does miss out the solar flare to jump back on top of it though. And there's Elk with the Kaisa onto the back line. The Rakan follows suit, and they're going to be able to trade this back though for the side of LNG, but they need to be so careful. WE still pushing, but they know that the Akali's coming back. They know they've used all their ultimates. They just need to reset, take what they've gotten, and get themselves some money in the bank.
And this is so good from WE, right? They realize Ale's still topside. As you said, he hadn't reset, so they just overload the bottom side of the map, take the turret, play off the Rift Herald, and manage to get 2 turrets for themselves alongside some clean kills as well. And now it's a 1,500 gold lead for WE. Dragons have already been in favor of WE as well. So when you start to look towards a Mountain Dragon stacking, it's going to work wonders for these guys. But you see that, right? Ale's still in top lane. Icon, even though he doesn't get hit by the actual stun, the slow is enough to set up for the culling, the all-in coming through from WE, and unfortunately for Missing, managed to take the Mystic Shot on the way out coming through from Ezreal.
Yeah, there's a little slap on the booty. Enough to take him down, give a little bit of gold back, but have a look at the player gold. Look at the advantage in the top side, 2,500. And yes, you have about a 1,300 gold lead in mid lane. It's just not enough to mitigate this Lucian who is just starting to take over this game.
Now, he still has to be very careful. In a 1v1 scenario against Ale, I still favor Ale, so you can see that they've kind of gone right, Shanks. Can you do us a favor, bud, and just kind of deal with Ale for the moment? Akali's still insanely strong, but it does mean that for Breathe, he's able to move up towards his top side. Icon can clear waves against them, but it does mean that Breathe can actually have a lane where he's not under constant threat.
Beishang using that. Oh, okay, Breathe. No one saw it. Don't worry about it. Oh, Observer. Oh, well, you gotta do him dirty like that. But we do see the blue buff being stolen there, and this is the thing as well. Beishang, no real need to give it to the Nocturne, doesn't really need it that much, and Breathe with that Essence Reaver should never really run out of mana, so able to continually take his own buffs and enemy buffs as well. Shanks walking around to Tarzan, making sure he knows exactly where the Lee Sin is.
For Breathe, I'd actually love to see an index in towards something like a Hex Drinker. With the amount of AP damage between both solo laners and also the mixed damage coming through from Light, it do you so much good to actually have that up and available now. I'm not sure, I know he's sitting on the Caulfield's Warhammer there. That could end up going in towards it, but I think some sort of magic resist here just pays dividends across the board.
Oh, they use the wards to their advantage, but they're not able to get the kill. They burn I1D's quickness, they burned the Realm Warp, they burned a hell of a lot of ultimates on the side of WE, but they weren't able to get the kill, and sadly for them, if that was just in about 2 minutes time, probably would have been a better play, because they could have gone for Dragon.
I actually don't mind it here. It was a play to get mid lane turret, right? So if they manage to get that pick, they can overload that mid lane, get that man advantage, and actually take it, but the fact that they went for it now means that they had the opportunity to potentially burn some flashes that wouldn't be back up for the mountain, but all of their own ultimates should be back up and available now for this mountain dragon that's in a minute's time. So it's kind of like, hey, look, we've got a window of opportunity where these ultimates don't matter. Let's just see if we can make this work.
No harm, no foul, as you say. And Shanks now off on this top side. Will not have teleport for a little bit, so might want to be moving his spectral booty down towards this mid lane, as he's not really in a position. Will have the paranoia, like you said, in a minute's time, so should be okay to join a little bit late. As Elk, yeah, I just noticed Zanya's.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult now for like Shanks to actually have an impact, especially for Ale as well. Like the double Zanyas means you're shutting down a lot of the pressure that these guys can have. On towards like your backline, or trying to find picks to start off this fight. And now, especially for LNG, if you try to go in aggressive on a flank, say as Icon or Ale, you can still buy a hell of a lot of time here and cause chaos for WE in what wants to be a very simple front to back style of fight for WE.
Well, 20 seconds, and we are going to see WE moving down towards this Dragon Pit. LNG still have all their summoners, all summoners available across the board apart from the TP from Shanks, but he's already here, so no reason to count that particular one. Now the vision control, yeah, he's got to move, but the vision control and the mid-wave push is kind of the priority right now for both of these squads. We can see Beishong, his giant scissors. Now Ally moving up. See what they want to go for. Dragon is live. Missing taking a bit of punishment here. They turn straight away. Light does not get caught out. That means there's no hard CC. Missing does not get himself the extra tankiness. He is going to go down. No, he has the Zonyas just at the last second, but Shanks is the first one to fall. And Elk was nowhere near this fight. Elk was just off on the backside of this around blue buff, and LNG punished them so hard.
Yeah, Elk got zoned off. He got stuck between LNG. He had to walk the long way towards that fight, and Missing, that was really poor from the WE support. We're going to watch on the replay, like Miss Zenith, Miss Solar Flare, pure panic gives LNG... Oh, hang on, Elk, where are you going?
Oh, Elk, you know you can't defend that. He's trying his best. He flashes, but he's still dead. Now, can you turn this one around, though, if you're on the side of Team WE? No, you cannot. No. The Dragon's Wage kick is good, and it's all falling apart for the side of WE. LNG will not only get the Dragon, 4 kills and a mid lane turret, they're still pushing.
It's falling apart at the seams. LNG now should get this tier 2, so they have to be careful with Shank opening up Paranoia though, and Beishong is trying to clear out his Krug, so they will get 3 towers and a dragon and a multitude of kills off that play for a lot of mistakes coming through from WE. And I don't even know what part of the replay we start to break down, because there was so much that just went awry for WE in that engagement. Here we go. Like, just looking at it, you're going to see... So, look at where Elk is positioned right now, right? He's like, cool, I got Missing here. We can actually look for the engage. Missing caught way out of position. Misses the Zenith Blade. Misses the Solar Flare. And now Elk's like, well, I can't actually enter this fight because Missing is running away. So you end up in a 3 versus 4 scenario because Missing's got... A 3 versus 5 scenario because Missing's got nothing left. And already you've lost 2 members before Elk is even able to put down damage. And then we just get this follow-up that's even worse because you try to overcommit because of Elk's mistake in mid lane. And now LNG back in control of this game. This has not been clean at all, this game, Penguin.
No, from neither side, and even the kills going over in favor of LNG. It is still only about a 3,000 gold lead for them as Beishong is doing as much as he physically can to keep his team in this. 2-5-1 though on the Nocturne, 0-4 for Missing. Shanks and Missing are having very poor showings on these two particular champions, and we'll see how they're able to redeem themselves, if at all, as they're not quite out of the game just yet. Of course, you still have the Lucian, you still have the Kaiser, so double AD carry. If you're given a couple of seconds of freedom onto these objectives, you can burn them down. But look how powerful this Akali and Ryze are. And there's just no magic resistance, like, at all. There's zero magic resistance. There's merc treads on a couple of people. That's about it.
Yeah, Beishang has essentially become the carry for WE here, because Elk is going to be under way too much threat coming through from Ale and Icon. Same when you look towards Breathe. Like, the AD carries are going to fall for WE. There's just too much threat. So it means that Beishang needs to step up, and he's got to 2 items. I think he'd love to try and finish off with like the Zhonya's at this stage, give him a little bit more safety and tankiness, but the pressure's on here as LNG push in towards top 10.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. As you can see, another engage. Missing goes in, but misses absolutely everything. Paranoia used defensively. I don't understand the concept of what they're trying to go for, but the Realm Warp going to be used here. They have a ward on it, so they know it's going down. I don't think LNG are going to be able to do this as quickly as they like.
No, but look at Beishang. He's not exactly healthy. No one on WE really is. Now they are on to it.
Oh, that's a great solar flare onto 3 members. I want to be taking the punishment from the Baron at the moment. You can see them now turning it straight away. They didn't want the Baron, they wanted the fight. And now we see the needlework being used. Tarzan does get the Dragon's Rage kick, but it's not enough to knock anybody up. Dash in, flash back here for Breathe. They've started back on the Baron. It's about 6,000 HP. The True Shot Barrage is good. Can they stay on this for LNG? I don't know if they can. It's very, very risky. They still have a ward. Now it's dead. Now they don't know where anybody is, and now it starts to get a bit more risky as Breathe goes in. Space Shang goes in, trying to get himself that Baron steal, but he's just far, far too early. And this Akali is going to destroy this backside of WE. Rides, flashes in, gets himself the kill, and it feels like this game is all LNG.
Yeah, now LNG firmly in control. 6-2 for the Akali, 7-2 for Icon. They are just putting up too much damage, too much of a threat for WE to really approach. And you can see every time they try to fight, it's LNG who are pushing them back. And unfortunately, we already said, look, you don't have enough tankiness coming through on WE to absorb all this. And hell, even the Zhonya's picked up for Missing because he knows he has to go in with a one-way ticket. And here, great solar flare, but like, nobody's there. There's no follow-up at all. And this is what we're talking about. Ale being able to buy so much time in the midst of everyone on WE. You get the follow-up coming through from Icon, from Tarzan. It's just too much to deal with. Icon actually keeping this Baron topped up on the backside. Nerdy falls to it, which is where I thought this is actually getting a bit dicey, but WE don't realize how low Icon is, don't realize you got the reset from Ale as well, so they don't actually find the opportunity to take the 3v3, and by the time they do figure it out, it's all a little too late.
Yeah, it just feels, again, it's similar to LNG in game 1, WE having this weird panicky feeling that they need to go for things that they're just not in a position to take. There's just no real reason for them to hard force the Baron there once they've lost 2, and it just feels to me like they're just not quite comfortable on this particular setup. They need to find a way back in to try and stop this push from LNG, but with these double cannons, Bert and Ernie, as I've now christened them, are just going to be able to put doing so much damage onto this turret, and there's just no range. There's no way you can stop it.
Oh, well, they just go for the engage instead. Oh,
whoa! Ale! Taking out Beishang, and that is your AP damage gone, buried, dusted, so you have no way of stopping this. Now there's 3, it's Bert, Ernie, and Clyde out in this bot side, just an absolute army, and they're going to be able to use the Realm Warp as well. It's a little early, because they haven't taken the inhibitor just yet, but they're just going for the fight anyway. Breathe is dead, Missing goes golden, but only to give the final salute as he heads on off to the grave, and it's going to be WE falling to LNG. It's going to be a game 3 versus these two teams.
Yeah, and look, it wasn't exactly the cleanest from LNG, but they do manage to get there as WE forced back to their fountain, and the Nexus falls.
Nexus goes down 1-1 in this best of 3. LNG bite back over Team WE, and this feels like it's a series of mistakes from both teams in game 1 and in game 2, and it's more about who does it mess up rather than who capitalizes on it at this stage.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate for WE because they did a really good job of clawing this game back from what shouldn't have been as close of a game as we got. Like, Shanks unfortunately giving over that kill in the mid lane, we then got plays up towards top, and it felt like LNG had got the ball rolling. The two solo laners from WE set behind, but you can see it just wasn't enough. Even though they managed to get it back, it was plays coming through from Ale, from Icon, and unfortunately misplays from Missing that gave the opportunity for LNG to bring this game back.
And again, I keep harking back to it, but there was just so many times where Missing just wasn't in a bad position, but as well, Elk... I have this big issue with Elk right now, where there just seems to be times where the rest of his team is on one page and he's on a completely other, and you need your AD carry, specifically something like a Kai'Sa that will be able to dive into the backline with the Nocturne to Leona, will be able to put down that extra damage. It just wasn't there. Props to LNG though, they didn't let their head dip even after they saw that little bit of an advantage go back towards WE. They kept themselves in the ascendancy, and Icon in this rise was just huge.
Yeah, I want to go back. I think a little bit unfortunate for Elk in this game, where I actually don't mind his position at the Dragon fight. It was more so Missing just completely screwed it, and there was just no coming back. Like, as Elk, you then have to walk the whole way around that fight, but I think again, you're also not set up to succeed as either AD carry in this game, right? Breathe got set behind, Ale is on an Akali, I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned away in this next game, and Icon was huge. So at any point in time, you've got a bunch of damage that's coming through from the front line. You've got an Akali in your back line, and you're like, where the hell am I supposed to go? We're two short-range AD carries.
Yeah, well, there wasn't anywhere for them to go. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, Game 3 to decide who will come out on top will be happening very shortly.
Being able to pop over to Zika, you got Aiming who can fly in, so this position for BLG is actually really good, where they can just look to poke them down.
But Zika actually went over a little bit too early, gets burnt out, Aiming's dead. I don't know what they were thinking, but BLG handed that on a platter. LWX gonna ult in as well. PP got dead next, and the heal, Nuguri, punches him in the gut.
Oh, so close, yet so far. Now, so if I'm to duel in, we got a hell of a game for ourselves here. The smite comes on through. The dueling potential of this Trundle is absolutely insane. Angel gets the kill to finish it off. Knight in a 1v2 now. He has flash available. There's a TP coming on through. He might just 2v1 this one. What is Nocturne on 11-13? He just autos them to death. Angel flashed on 2, and Knight gets a 2v1.
Crine does not have a mythic item, so him getting out of this as well makes it a little bit harder. He double distortions, jumps back, Marcus used the quickness, gap closes though. Crine play it around, but Shie will have none of it until he realizes it's the clone.
You clear the big chicken and a couple of the small ones, and you don't finish the camp, so Tian had to finish it off himself, which is... Oh!
Hang on, we just... All right, keep your eyes on Aki. He's the one that has to set this up. Or Cole. The Cream's ulti will be the difference maker. No, it won't. See you later. That's going to be a couple of knockups. That's going to be our last breath as well. Maybe this is the opportunity. Bing goes down. Huanfeng still going strong though. And that's a lot of disruption coming in from On. Aki on the sideline gets one. Huanfeng fighting away in this fight. Still going strong. Still surviving as SOFM grabs himself the double kill. There's another one coming through. New trying to chase him down. But Huanfeng is still alive. He jumps over the wall. It's too good from Suning. It's as you said, Orcs. You just can't kill them all.
我觉得 W 下路双人组打得还可以，然后我们尽量先上稳一点，然后小心打野的 gank。我觉得现在成绩很好的原因，主要还是大家配合的比较好吧，然后沟通方面。
We're back and we're jumping into game 3. I'm still Penguin, he's still Dagdan. Once we get in, we're going to have a little small lower third of the picks and bans as we are still a little bit behind the actual games themselves. Of course, we started today in Shanghai, went to all 3 games. We are now in Xi'an and we're going to all 3 games again. This time around, LNG do get themselves the Akali, but they will not get the Lee Sin to combo with it. And we can see now Kindred actually picked up here as well.
I'm really surprised to see that Akali has made it through this often. Like, Kalista could definitely be a ban that should take out. Lee Sin as well wasn't really an impact. Like, the Akali has been a major thorn in their side, and especially now when you add in things like the Kindred to keep the Aphelios safe and another assassin alongside LeBlanc. Like, how do you try and play this game as Elk or, you know, honestly, like, the likes of missing on this Karma as well? It feels like you're just a sitting duck waiting for these assassins to pick you off.
I will say that yes, we have a lot of assassins, but that's a hell of a squishy lineup for LNG as we jump onto the rift for LNG versus Team WE. One of these teams will be going home with a win, the other home disappointed as Team WE. They really would love to get this one to go to 2-1. They really would love to win this game. Would put them onto 5-4 in a much stronger position. For LNG, they just want to break that losing streak. They want to get themselves back on top, up to 8-3, and solidify themselves as a top 6, top 5 playoff team.
I prefer that we're seeing Gwen move towards a solo lane though, because I think we've seen Beishang, look, it's not a bad pick, it can do work, but when you got so little CC in your team, it doesn't really get to do particularly much. As Icon will take a heavy chunk just straight off the bat here, but again, I think Breathe having this in his hands is going to do a hell of a lot more. Opens up Beishang to have a bit more of an impact on the volley bear in these early stages as well, which definitely seems like the team that gets off to the early running, especially WE, have the opportunity to just close out this game.
Well, there is a ward in this bush. As we can see, the Karma Ezreal trying to get some early poke damage down. Will miss pretty much everything as they go into the lane. WE, they're looking very aggressive, and this feels like the theme of this particular day is aggression in these, you know, duos, aggression in the early game, and getting that momentum behind you to become the winner of the series, effectively.
Yeah, and I mean, look, as you look towards this bottom lane, it's heavy poke. Like, short range AD carry, like Light, not going to be happy here when he's getting double spammed here with the Qs coming through from Elk and missing. They get full control over this bot side. And it means that for the first time we're actually seeing Tarzan, instead of sticking down towards this bottom side, he is pathing up towards this top lane. So Breed will need to make sure that he's crashing this wave, because there is always an opportunity for Icon having control of this mid lane to start roaming up top side and cause a bit of issues here for Breed if he's not safe.
I've already even got to talk about the Sylas in the mid lane. Not a huge amount of impactful ults. That the quickness is one I tend to look at quite a bit. The Moonlight Vigil, of course, another one as well. But an interesting one to see if he's actually able to use about it is the Lamb's Respite, and see if he's able to kind of abuse that random moment of invulnerability in these team fights.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love the opportunities that Shanks has. I feel like this is a moment to show how quick Shanks can think, but might have to be Icon who's quickly thinking now. Just going to absorb some pressure here, allow Shanks to push out this wave. But, like, you have options here, Shanks, as to how you want to play out these fights, right? Do you want to go aggressive, right? Moonlight Vigil, the opportunity to take the perfect execution. Do you want to play kind of a happy medium? Well, take the quickness. You can play Peel if you're looking for Icon or Ally. You can also go in aggressive and see if you can charm a couple of folks like Light. Or you can end up playing full defense and take away things like the Lamb's Respite. So I think from Shanks, this is actually going to be a pretty big test for him, how quickly he can think on his feet, because he's got a lot of options as to whether he wants to play engage or provide some peel and then go aggressive as this Sylas.
Wait and see exactly how he plays it out. So fairly early days at the moment. We see both junglers clearing out their bot and top side. Actually, still the Krugs available for Beishang, and has found himself in this bot side. There is no jungler here, and no wards just yet either. So just putting down a lot of deep vision, making sure they know exactly where Tarzan is going, and making sure they can keep tabs on this Kindred, excuse me.
Yeah, and that's the big one, is trying to make sure, hey, look, can we continuously deny these marks from the Kindred? Because that's obviously what Tarzan's looking for being the magic number where you get that extra range. So we definitely want to have a look and see, hey, look, is this something that we're going to see a bit more of? I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to continue to use this pressure that Karma Ezreal has in his bottom line to look for potential plays. Especially when you're going to be able to pick away at this turret. If you end up just kind of giving up Rift Herald, you can then start to actually look to just take that bot lane turret, or even look for dives if you end up full committing towards that Rift Herald at the 8-minute mark. You get that volley bear coming in, get Shanks TPing down, you can make some heavy plays down towards this bottom side. So I think for WE, they have a lot of kind of what we posed questions as to how they want to play at this game. There's a lot of options for them when it comes towards team fights, early map pressure, and how they want to see it this game.
For LNG, it does feel like if they're assassins, if Ale and Icon are able to get on top of the backline, you touched on it, of course, when we quickly looked at the pick and ban graphic, there's just nothing that Elk can do. There's no counterplay to that particular setup, and he has just got to accept his fate that he's probably going to die, and it's going to be on LNG to find and create those opportunities in order to really find themselves in an advantageous situation.
And Akali's one of the best champions at dealing with something like the Ezreal. Because, like, oftentimes you're like, well, he's got so much mobility in his kit, it's super hard. Akali matches that. She has the shuriken flip to try and follow up. She's got the second half of the perfect execution. It's actually one of the harder assassins for Elk to try and outplay. Now, Elk might have to outplay on this bottom side.
Well, might have to try and go for something missing, however. Does not have as much mobility in his kit as he probably likes, and First Blood goes over to the side of LNG, and they quickly get it into a second kill on top side. That is 2 very quick kills here for LNG, and it's exactly what you want to see.
And it's what I've been calling for from LNG for so damn long, right? As Icon should be fine, I think, maybe.
Should be fine. She's okay for the moment. Is popping a pot, so has the corrupting pot there, but yeah,
I want to go back to this. So for LNG, like, having Icon roaming is what I've been asking for so damn long. Especially because we even highlighted, like, he's been playing picks like this LeBlanc, like the Twisted Fate, not actually being able to find these opportunities to get out of lane. Well, should have been able to find these opportunities to get in lane. Now we're seeing it getting this play up towards the top side. We're going to get a replay here. TP's up, actually straight from base. Breathe has absolutely no clue because of where the vision is positioned, and they're able to pick him off. We get Tarzan going aggressive in towards the bottom lane as well. This is what I want to see from LNG, where you're actually getting this early pressure and not just focused on what are the individual lanes doing, and are they kind of just letting the map fall to the wayside.
Gonna be on WE now. Specifically, I look at Beishong to maybe try and find a response to that particular play. And you're losing on both sides of the map. It never ever feels good. And there are still opportunities. You will have level 6 for Beishong very, very shortly, and that could mean a tower dive on bot, on top, even on mid. As we can see there, Shanks doing so much on top of this LeBlanc, and this is the power of the silence. And as I say that, we are going to see Beishong not even level 6 yet, just jumping straight in, flashes forward, gets the stun down. Light has no flash, no heal, nowhere to go. Now he's got the level 6 to turn off the tower, and that's a very, very successful response here for WE.
And now for WE, they'll be able to get these turret plates now, and then be able to back away if they want to, reset towards this Rift Herald as well. Cannon minion just being put in towards the bot side. You get the Super Knight reset for Elka missing if they want to go towards Rift Herald, or they can look to rinse and repeat that play bot side. But either way, great play for WE.
Great play by them. They get so much plate. Both kills going on to Elk's Ezreal. And you can even see Breathe here knowing I don't have pressure in topside, so I don't need to be pushed up. I'm going to defend the red buff. Knowing that his jungler is taking the enemy's red buff, that is just a very, very smart play overall here from Team WE. And LNG, they're back on the back foot. They need to regroup, bring themselves back as they did in Game 2, and find solutions to this now presented problem.
And this is what we said at the start of the day. I've been super happy with Breathe in that top lane. I love how he just thinks about, hey, look, what am I being useful in lane right now? Not particularly, right? Like, that lane is kind of stuck there by Ale. I'm not going to be able to do too much. So let's see if I can go back and hold on to my camps for Beishong and make sure he's all going to be fine. Is he going to fall behind it a little bit? He'll lose like 2 to 3 CS, but still, like, he's going to be in a pretty fine spot.
Yeah, Beishong knowing that the dragon is not his priority right now, as his bot lane had just reset. They are going to get themselves the Rift Herald, but we'll see the spawn of the mark for the Kindred, and you can already see on the minimap there, the Kindred making her way downtown, trying to see if they can get that spawn. It should be pretty easy. Not really much a Karma and Ezreal can do about it, as they're going to have to try and just let this one go. So curious to see now. He is on 1 mark, so this will only be the Kindred's second mark. And
they can kill Tarzan? Okay.
No, he's good. He's good. He's golden. He had the smite on that particular one as I1D. Ooh, nearly gets the chain to pop off on him, but still getting 2 marks at this stage is nice for Tarzan. He just needs to try and accelerate it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's looked a little bit dicey there for a second. His light wouldn't have been able to get through the turret to try and help. But here we go, Icon. Shanks is trading so well in this mid lane against Icon.
He really, really is. The stolen LeBlanc ult, just using it to continue the skirmish and saying, look, you have to back away now. And with that Rift Herald taken and, of course, the pressure in bot side, you can see there LNG able to take out that first strike of the game. Again, more and more pressure coming in here from WE. They're trying to see if they can make cross maps. This is what we love to see from our top teams. It's not about outplaying at every single objective. It's about finding an objective around somewhere which you know you have the advantage. Ale does get himself out nicely there with the shuriken flip.
The problem here for Tarzan, though, is that although he's got the 2 stacks right now, trying to invade on towards the opponent is going to be super hard for the rest of the game. Because yes, you'll have dragons where you can try and sneak in and maybe steal one if you're lucky, but you've got full control up topside for Breathe. Shanks is destroying Icon, despite the fact that it should be a bit more of an even matchup for Icon in that mid lane. And Elk and Missing just have too much pushing power between the double range matchup in the bot side. So he's going to try and get in towards the opponent's jungle as Tarzan, but it's not going to look likely for a while and can put a bit of a dampener on the ability for Tarzan to get towards a point where he gets that 4th stack.
I love that there from Missing, recognizing this, like, look, the only way we really kind of lose this lane advantage we have, 30 CS or just under it, in favor of the Ezreal over the Aphelios, is if they get a TP play. So he scans up around the alcove, notices that there's a ward freshly put down there, ready for a TP, and they're just keeping themselves safe, and that's exactly what they need to do right now for Team WE. They've got themselves a 600, 700 gold lead. They're happy with where everything is positioned. There's no crazy dragon stacking in terms of early soul or anything, so they're happy with way things are as of the moment.
And you've even got the Rift Herald still for Beishang. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rift Herald ends up making its way topside. I think getting Breathe ahead further in that matchup is going to be super nice. You see he's got the Verdant Barrier, so looking to try and stay up against either Ale or Icon, and he's going to get a heap of value, but does delay the Rift Maker. So getting a bit of help towards Breathe, I think, could be the get-go. Or they might just try and crash up on bot side.
Just defending there, Beishang arrives. The rest of LNG know they have to back themselves away, as we see the True Shot Barrage skimming over Tarzan. Takes about a third of his HP off of him. Maybe we do see the Rift Herald down this bot side. It would mean the tower does fall if they're able to get it. It's a cannon wave coming in as well, so it's pretty easy for them to be able to get it, but there is TPs available for both mid laners and both top laners, so this could be an all-out brawl.
Yeah, as you said though, Missing already doing his due diligence of clearing out all the wards that could potentially be TP'd in on behind them. And now, just the turret will fall.
There's the quickness, though.
Oh, no.
Are they able to commit to it? The TP is going to be committed to anyways. We can see there I1D just about staying alive because of the Lamb's Respite. Now Ale onto this backside, use the perfect execution, is able to take down Elk as the tower will fall. But here comes Gwen and Silas. You have nowhere to go here, WE. And, LNG, as WE are tearing through them. They flash onto Light. He just needs to find the Abstand of Duck, and he should be able to get him. Nice flash from Light, able to keep himself alive. The Storm is being brought down, but they're not able to go for it anymore. Shanks thought about it, but thought the better of it, and they backed themselves away.
Good flash there from Light at the end of things to actually get away from that, but WE, they turned that play around, and we talked about already, the TPs coming through from LNG were so far away that WE had all the time in the world to react, and unfortunate for I1D when we're going to get this replay, he goes for the quickness, he goes for the play, and manages to headbutt straight into the Rift Herald. It was so sad to watch. It meant that LNG didn't get this great engage off. We're going to see it here, right? I1D backs away out of vision, pops the quickness so that then they don't know, jumps to Light, and instantly gets headbutt by the Rift Herald. It could have been the lockup for Elk, setting up for Ale straight off the bat. It looks beautiful with Icon coming down, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. They spent so much time trying to deal with the slippery Ezreal that the rest of WE get to show up and LNG are sent packing. But I still gotta say, like, I'm preferring what I'm seeing from LNG here. even though it's not quite working out, we're getting members moving down towards the bottom lane to try and help out. We're getting a lot more map movement from LNG. They're not just sitting by wistfully as WE take control. They are trying to respond. It's just some unfortunate errors that are causing issues for them.
This is where WE have found themselves in the advantage. They are the ones that feel more in tune with the team fight. They are the ones that feel like they are making the right calls. As we can see now, Shanks has been left to deal with Ale on this Akali, excuse me, as he's now got himself a Rift Maker. So definitely feeling good if you're on this Akali, but 30 CS or 25 or so ahead of your natural lane opponent in the Gwen. And you can see there, just a lot of gold going over from the plates in the bot lane. And now, ooh, Icon has a flash available to him should he need it. We'll go back straight away, but I don't know if that's the play. He's trying to use himself and try to use his dummy, but they will get the auto attack off. Elk picks that one up, and the flash was burnt as well. Icon just getting caught out.
And W have been so good at using these side lanes throughout this series, right? Again, they see Ale doesn't really have pressure topside. WE aren't in a position to go for a dive themselves, so they just overload bot side of the map, get the play, get the turret, and get out scot-free.
Will give up the Rift Herald, but as a tier 2 in the bot side, that makes that lane so long and so dangerous, considering you haven't even taken the tier 1 in the bot lane yet. They will get the Rift Herald and a lot of damage, if not the entire structure in top lane tier 1, but they're trading again. Last time they took the Dragon, they gave the Rift Herald over to Team WE. This time Team WE are taking the Dragon and they're giving over the Rift Herald.
Again though, like with Tarzan actually not being able to get some of these marks, we didn't get to see if he got one in the last fight, but he's kind of sitting at 3 because you can still see the mark is going to be in on the bot side jungle for WE, and it feels like everywhere Tarzan's gone, the mark is going the opposite direction, and now he even steals away the red buff.
Yeah, this feels bad as Kindred, and just in case you weren't aware, Kindred does need about 4 stacks of that passive to become a champion in the game, let alone overpowered.
Yeah,
and that's
you get
when
the extra range.
Yeah, the extra range, the little bit of extra attack speed, of course, when it comes into it as well. And the range is basically what you want from the Kindred. Otherwise, you're putting yourself in a lot of harm's way. And just doesn't feel great at the moment for the side of LNG's jungler. Tarzan having a bit of a struggle against Team WE. But Team WE, they're still doing very, very well. They're pushing in, trying to get Gwen up to that first item. They are building up the Everfrost and Divine Sunder. And they actually have the Essence Reaver first item here for Elk.
And it's a bit of a weird one to see this kind of change, but I know that with the nerfs to Divine Sunder that we saw going from the 13% of the target's health to missing. No, he's okay. But 13% of the target's health down to 9%. People have started to kind of switch away from actually going towards a mythic and going back towards kind of the older style that we saw. And I actually don't mind this as well, because this build specifically builds in towards the Duskblade, that lethality style. And when you're talking about a very squishy LNG, that value from lethality is going to be really good here.
Well, Ale is the target here for Beishong on this top side. He's just hovering around, seeing if Breathe can get something going for him. We'll have the Shroud available to him. There it goes. Just take a little bit of poke damage. Do they go for the dive? I don't believe they can right now, but they may look for it afterwards because everyone on the side of LNG is bot lane.
Beishong is having a far more impactful game though than Tarzan is right now. Able to get in towards these side lanes. This is a lazy recall from Shanks though.
Yeah, Shanks I think realizes now that he's in a little bit of trouble. The Everfrost will put a little bit of a slowdown. He turns onto Tarzan, maybe trying to just bait out the Lamb's Respite. Not able to get it, does give up his life, but they do get top lane tier 1 in return. So a structure for a life, you're still okay with that if you're Team WE.
I think Icon will get that turret on the bottom side though, and it's also going to give the mark that you can see Kindred is racing towards on this bottom side. So WE actually could end up trying to put some pressure on towards this mid turret, knowing, hey, look, Rift Herald bot with Icon, Mark is going to go towards Kindred, let's make a play in mid.
Well, it looks like the play is actually going to be from LNG. They get the quickness down, and you can see Ale with the perfect execution gets himself the kill onto Missing. 0, 2, and 4. Not having a bad game on Karma, but definitely could have been better. Gives over another small advantage to this Akali.
And just missteps from Missing, right? No reason to be in that scenario. Everyone else had kind of taken the long way around, and Missing not respected it. Now Shanks won't be able to stop the charge, so more damage on towards this bottom lane structure, and a lot gained there by LNG. Now bringing back that gold lead to within touching distance, and you're starting to get these big items coming through. Luden's Tempest coming through for Icon. Tarzan has the Kraken Slayer, Immortal Shield Bow for Light. Now you're still waiting for like 2 to 3 items on both Tarzan and Light before they become really impactful, but this is still a nice pickup for them.
Does feel good. You have got the Muramana on the, Mana Mune, excuse me, for Elk right now. So he just finished that one up. So he's mana'd up and ready to go. He's got a hell of a lot of different options there to keep his blue bar nicely topped up.
So good news as well, Tarzan fans. He does have his 4 stacks because that Krug spawn on his mark means he's managed to hit the 4. So Tarzan is officially a champion now.
Congratulations, welcome to the game, Tarzan. And that's part of the mini game that you have when you play Kindred. It's all about finding that 4th mark and going, okay, now I can play the game. But curious to see now what WE want to do. There was a dragon spawning in a minute's time. They've got push out in top side. And you can see now the rest of LNG are positioning very, very aggressively. And ooh, light. Ooh, light. He loses the Immortal Shield Bow and the Moonlight Vigil. That is a lot of hurt there onto the AD carry of LNG. And now you got to think twice before you go in for this fight.
Yeah, and you can see WE instantly all jump around here. They know the light's low. You've got the ability to dive this tower base shot. So LNG, they need to be very careful.
This is something we didn't actually really hit on, but LNG are so squishy. The poke from Ezreal Karma, any of it lands, like, you can't absorb it. No one can absorb it. It's so difficult to sustain from that. And just there, you can see they have to try and get Light back away from this, as Iwandi now taking his own little bit of punishment. And two Qs and he's half health. They can't stay.
Yeah, and this is right before Dragon spawns as well. TP now to try and keep this mid lane turret safe.
TP is there. Quickness has been stolen. That is on Shanks' Silas right now. And Elk is just feeling good. He knows, and this makes perfect sense to the Essence Reaver now at first pickup as well, because he knows all he needs is a mana bar, and he is going to be fine to be able to put down this damage. He's going to be fine to keep everyone at arm's length. And it looks like LNG, they want nothing to do with this dragon. They back themselves up. They chuck a Kali up after getting the Morello Nomicon into the top side, and they're going to concede this objective.
There's not really much of a contest that they can put up, right? Ale, as you said, pushing top. They've no control over the bot side jungle, because it's been WE territory for the last little while. So Breathe catches the wave, they get the dragon. But you imagine now, as WE look to push out their waves, they'll be looking to make contest after contest in towards this mid lane. With the wave clear being so lackluster on LNG's side, if you set up for these sieges where Elk is able to free fire, the damage is going to stick. So for LNG, it's going to be a case of trying to stop WE from overloading this mid lane of the map once again, because we've seen it so many times this series where WE push in sides, collapse into one area, and just outman and outnumber LNG at every step of the way.
And the question becomes for LNG is, how do you stop Elk? How do you stop this man from just tearing up your backside? And again, we look at the Assassins, we look at Icon, we look at Ale, we look at these guys who are going to have to try and put themselves in harm's way to find an opportunity to get on top of this AD carry. But already we can see he recognizes that. Elk picks himself up a Hex Drinker. He knows exactly who his targets are going to be and who is going to be targeting him.
Yeah, and I love this. And again, this kind of comes back to where it's that build path, right? Divine Sunder against this squishy team isn't going to do a huge amount, right? So instead, he opts in towards kind of the old school build, which allows him to build a lot of the legendary items, but you get so much value on a champion like Ezreal with these legendary items. Now, Hex Drinker picked up, again, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Duskblade coming through very quickly. Or maybe even something like the Ravenous Hydra as well, because when everyone tends to group up for that Lamb's Respite, a Ravenous Hydra can do a lot of work with that AoE damage that the Ezreal can provide.
See what way he wants to build this path. The bot lane tier 2 is under siege right now from Ale, but with a teleport coming in from Silas off the back end of this, they know exactly where it's going. Does Ale get away from it? He does not land, or does not get away from the chains as the land lands right on his face. They're not going to try and get the Everfrost, but he is dead to right. Shanks picks up that kill, and that's just a very good opportunistic play from an overextended Akali.
They're not going to be able to get too much from this, though, as WE, right? LNG still... Ooh, look to actually chase this.
Quickness, but you have the ultimate there for Beishang, so he's still fine, and now you can see the poke really start to come in here for Elk. He lands that Q onto Iwandi. I genuinely believe he half healths him.
I mean, it's not far off at this stage, but still, Elk going aggressive, and LNG, a nice attempt there in the mid lane, because you know you've got both solo laners for WE in the bottom lane, but unable to make it stick, and it's a TP invested for a kill, but when you're trying to play both sides of the map right now, I'm actually not the biggest fan for WE, because you've got Baron up. you're going to have this dragon, which is sole point for yourselves. And when you've got 2 TPs that would be available on LNG's side, it becomes a little bit more difficult for WE to try and play at the map, but especially when you're getting these quick resets coming through from LNG, and they'll be the ones that are pushing forward on these objectives, pushing forward in these side lanes before WE are.
Well, in 2 minutes time you'll have a dragon spawning for WE. It will be soul point, but not quite soul, so you still have time here for LNG to build up some of those critical items. Of course, we mentioned a million times in one, the Infinity Edge for the Aphelios. Very crucial item here, but already finishing up the Mob and Mortius if I look at the opposite side of that 80 carry matchup for Elk. So going with that extra ability haste, trying to see if he can just keep that item going for him, and don't really see that as much anymore because you get most of the value from the Hex Drinker
Yeah, but look, it is going to do a hell of a lot, just giving it a little bit about extra magic resistance. I was looking to see what was going to happen, but either way, I think the bigger thing here is more so just down to execution in these fights, right? The items are going to be lovely, but you need to see if you can get that burst damage on towards Elk from Ale, from Icon. Are you just tearing apart people as Elk with this poke damage where LNG aren't able to respond? Well, then it should be WE's game.
You can see there Icon trying to be an assassin, but very difficult when the wards are all there. Kali trying as well, does not land the shuriken flip. Icon has to go back from his distortion. And again, you can see this is so difficult. You miss your opportunity, you have to wait for the cooldowns, whereas WE, they've got themselves so many options, so many ways of executing on their team composition that if you overstep, you will be punished.
Yeah, and it's not like you've got an awful lot of wiggle room here, right? Because as you can see, like WE, they're just sniping people off, they're using that range from Ezreal so well, and then they continue the siege in the mid lane. And yes, you can have Ally, as you can see, try to play side lanes, try to create pressure, but WE right now are definitely focused on towards this dragon in 10 seconds and making sure they control river in mid lane.
Now there's only one stack of smite there from the Kindred. As we can see, Ale are getting caught out a little bit. They know exactly where he is. He's going to be caught out and forced to go into Zhonya's very, very early, so no more stopwatch and no perfect execution for him. Again and again, LNG, they're just getting caught out with the execution of their team fight. They're not able to make it stick, and that means that WE, with the easier executable, get the dragon.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate because they have the right idea, right? See if they can get that flank for Ale, but they needed to wait until WE actually got towards the dragon. Then you can have the pressure coming through from Ale by jumping over the back of the wall in towards river, but not going to be the case. And now, because Icon wasn't in a position to finish off base Shanga with how low he was, LNG hightail it topside after losing out the dragon.
And they gain the small consolation prize that is, of course, that stack. 6 stacks now for the Kindred. As we see now, Elk just pushing forward back up to his top side. Icon might be caught himself out. He has flash available, but this is going to be a bit of a risky one for him to get out of. Still has the distortion, still able to keep himself alive. And that was a little greedy from the LNG mid laner.
Yeah, it doesn't have to burn flash or anything though, so he still manages to escape away from that. So it means here for WE, let's start moving in towards these side lanes. Push out top, push out bot here with Breathe, and then look to see if they can move the control they've had over the mid and bot side of the map towards the top side for Baron. Light again, all on wave clear duty with the Infernum will help out quite a bit, but as soon as that gun's gone, WE will once again look to try and move in towards this mid lane structure.
Well, LNG have got the perfect guns for the Aphelios, the Severum and Crescendum, but not in any way, shape or form in a position to go for that just yet. Of course, I've got the double 80 carry, so could burn it, and I just noticed as well, I didn't even really make much of a note of it, but it being a Mountain Soul, Tarzan, taking so much poke, but being a Mountain Soul and everything for the side of WE, this just makes it so much harder for the Assassins to do their job. You're getting an extra shield, you're getting extra resistances, there's so many little things that just make LNG's life harder and harder and harder.
Yeah, Ale trying to see if he can go 1v1 against Breathe. I'm not sure if that's going to be a fight you win at this stage with the Cosmic Drive completed, but I mean, once you get the Banshee's Veil from Breathe, he's free to dominate these side lanes. He makes it very tough for LNG to try and control that. And as you said, I mean, Elk is going to be pretty much impossible for you to deal with here, as here we go.
Here we go, they're jumping in, they stop the tower, and that's going to force out the Lamb's Respite mid lane. Tier 1 has been taken. The Gwen uses the needlework just a little bit too early, not quite able to assassinate anyone. I feel like this is a losing battle for LNG. They just haven't got any answers.
And the thing is, they need to be trying to kind of do what we've been seeing from WE all series long. Play it through side lanes and then look to collapse on mid. Have Icon and Ale coming in to threaten Elk. But Elk has been totally fine, right? Beishang has had full control over River this entire game, and the reason being, with nobody really tanky enough to threaten the control WE have over their vision, WE are free to just continuously hold on to River and make it impossible for Ale and Icon to find these nice engages.
Elk goes very aggressive. Shuriken Flip has landed. They actually end up baiting out the quickness that was stolen. Nicely done there by Ale. Really like that little juke in and out, just making sure they get that very powerful summoner off of Sylas.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? Sylas is already like 3/4 of the way off, or 3/4 of the way done to being off again. So all he needs to do is hang on for it. You'll get to a point where you're totally fine. And now, because you forced them back, you could potentially turn over towards this Baron.
Bit risky to go for it just now. You've got the soul in a minute and a half, so would not really be the best of options to go for. Tarzan just clearing out as much vision as he possibly can. And everyone just kind of backs themselves away, picks up their items, gets themselves back onto the map. Looks like it is going to be that Dustblade of Drakkar for the Ezreal, like you mentioned before, as he's got himself a Serrated Dirk and, of course, the Caulfield's Warhammer.
Either way, though, like, you're kind of moving past the point for LNG where you're fully relevant as Icon. You haven't been able to get the snowball rolling. You've got your Luden's Temp and Smarello, but unless you get towards a Rabadon's death cap, you're not going to get through just the raw magic resist that's on WE's team. I mean, you need that Void Staff as well at this stage. Like Banshee's Veil and, well, Verdant Barrier for Breathe and Shanks. You're getting that already Mob Mortis for Elk. Like, there is so much magic resist on this team. It's so hard for Ale and Icon to do their job.
I just don't think anyone can face check or move forward on this composition. We mentioned it a couple of times, but they're so squishy. Everyone will get completely obliterated in the blink of an eye if they try and move forward into this Team WE side. Whereas Team WE, they have shields, they have tanks, they have, you know, spell mitigation with the mist from Gwen. They have so many ways of just making LNG's life harder, and it does feel like right now the easier executionable composition is going to end up winning.
10 seconds until this dragon. Ali resetting TP potentially down towards the bottom side. I think he's trying to look for a flank here as LNG, they're just being poked out. Look at Light's health bar. I mean, you can just walk straight over towards this objective now as WE.
Yeah, Light is sustaining up, so he's going to get himself back into a nicer health bar state, but Ale has been spotted out on the backside of this dragon. We're going to see the Shrelia's used. The quickness has been popped off. Elk has got his not got his flash available as he gets jumped on. The Shuriken Flip missed! Oh, and Ale's got no more damage. The light has gone down. LNG cannot execute on this composition. It needed to be perfect, and it was not. WE get themselves 4 kills, and they can barrel up the mid lane and look for the 2-1.
It ain't perfect, and it's LNG that get executed. Now, WE, once again, they're just looking to end the game. You got 30-second death timers, and it's just Icon left standing.
You just needed something a little bit more, as Icon will end up getting a little bit of chunk damage onto Missing. He's going to try and make that bit stick a little bit more, trying to cut off the minion wave, but I just don't think he can do it. He's being cornered off away. Missing will probably die. He does not care. The Nexus turrets fall. The Nexus go down. WE will step forward as victors in this best of 3.
And very well played by WE in that last game. Starting to come down to, okay, well, how do we actually outplay on the map? LNG were really going aggressive tit for tat here in these early stages. Teleports down towards that bottom side, having Icon a lot more mobile on the map in those early stages. But WE were so good at playing through their wave states. Figuring out, hey, look, Ale's got this push on top side, but it's not really in a position where it can threaten anything. Let's just all run down bot side, make these plays, get some kills, get some gold in our favor, and eventually then Elk doing way too much in this mid lane and using that range to great effect to shut down LNG.
Great work here from Team WE. They pushed themselves up to 5-4, and again, put themselves in that massive clump of teams that is in the middle of playoffs right now. And for LNG, they're getting dragged into it. They're being clawed at by some of these lower teams and being dragged down into the mud to play with all of the different playoff contenders.
Yeah, and for LNG, look, throughout this series, we kind of saw game one, just a lot of what we expected already. Not really getting a lot of mobility up from the team, a lot of people not really working together, and it was kind of what I wanted to see if you could set up these plays, but certainly by game number 3, it felt like we got the LNG of old. Tarzan being able to have these early game impacts, at least in game number 2, I'll say, actually getting off to a really, really good start, shutting down a lot of what WE were trying to achieve in the game, and it meant that we actually had LNG at a lead coming in towards the 50-minute mark. This time around, though, unfortunately, the composition I wasn't a big fan of. I'm just gonna say it. I didn't like the Kindred pick. I felt like it didn't do anything in this game. You've 2 winning matchups on top and bot, which already make it difficult to invade and get marks, and you really needed someone that was willing to be an engaged tool on a front line for this composition, and you just never got it.
Yeah, I feel like right there you see the Collie first pick, of course, was coming in from the side of LNG, but then the Olaf, the Diana, the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao, the Viego, like so many bans that you're just not in a position to pick and choose then. You have to go with what you think is the best one, and your champion pool is so limited. And yes, these are professional players, but just in the meta, it just doesn't work right now. You need someone, like you said, who's willing to get involved, engaging, not sitting on the backside. And we're going to have a quick look at our MVP. There's going to be Elk on this Ezreal, and honestly, he was set up to succeed with all the shields and heals he was able to get.
Yeah, I mean, Elk was absolutely monstrous in this game, and it didn't even look like he was kind of like killing a lot of people, but he's just sitting in the mid lane. It's open season. He's just taking shots at the carnival, and unfortunately it's Light who's standing in his way. You're seeing the Kindred stand in his way for Tarzan as well, and it was just like, cool, I'm taking my prize, I'm taking a dragon. After every single shot, it seemed like WE were getting something when Elk's damage landed.
And this is a great win for Team WE, brings them up to 5-4, and like we said, it's apart from that Shaco game, or Shaco series, which I am now affectionately calling the Shaco series against JDG, but it does feel like Team WE are finding their rhythm. It looked a bit rocky at the start. They weren't meshing with Mole as much. Shanks has come back in. They've clearly spent more time and more presence bringing him back into the lineup, and right now it feels like WE are pushing back towards the top 10, if you will.
Yeah, and the thing for them is like trying to pick up the next win for themselves as well, because Ultra Prime is going to be their next series. Hopefully, if they continue on this pace, they should be able to pick up that series. But then it starts to get into the nitty gritty, whereas like LGD, EDG, you get a series off for Rogue Warriors, and IG, Orangey, Top Esports. Like, it's not like WE are out of the woodwork yet. There's still a lot of those really difficult teams up and still at the forefront that they have to face.
And these are great tests for them as well. You took down LNG, it was a close series, but you are able to take a game and a series off of a team above you in the standings. And I think that's a very, very important thing for most teams coming into the playoffs. But we gotta come to the end of our show. It's been a long one, all series going to the full 3 games. We're gonna have a look at how all of them ended up. Of course, we did have a near upset with TT bringing BLG to the distance, and of course, WE just finishing off LNG in a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, I think a lot to be taken away from BLG from that series. Not going to be happy, I'd imagine, with the way that game panned out, whereas for WE, looked a little bit shaky here and there, but overall, a strong performance from Team WE.
We'll have a look at how this all shakes up the tables as we now see what the LPL is looking like as we're starting to get into the second and third of the split. EDG miles ahead of everybody at this stage, well ahead at 10-1, but this is the clump I'm talking about. FBX, RA, LNG, JDG, BLG, TES, Suning, WE, OMG, LGD. I haven't even touched on IG and RNG
I'm beginning
yet.
to feel like a rap god.
Yeah. It is all these teams. 1 loss, 1 win, 1 game difference can be the difference between 7th and 12th. It's that close.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And especially when you see teams that you would imagine in years past for LPL would be definitely up in those playoffs, like IG, RNG, still sitting right the way down in that 12th and 13th spot. They've got to pick up themselves and get themselves back up in towards that more cluster of teams in that 8th place plus. Tomorrow's matches, though, we're going to have Ultra Prime versus OMG to kick us off. And then to close us out for the day, it will be Rogue Warriors taking on Sunni.
I have a low-key feeling that that first game is going to be much more difficult for OMG than they realize. Ultra Prime on a little bit of an upturn, OMG on a bit of a downturn, and for Suning, they're looking to try and obviously stomp down Rogue Warriors, but we'll have to wait and see how that all fans out and plays out, because that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much to absolutely everybody who joined us. Thank you, Dagda, for dealing with my ridiculous notions and dealing with me in general, and of course, thank you to all of our... Yeah, thank you to all of our staff and producers, directors, sound engineers, and everybody else. Without them, none of this would be possible. But for now, we'll see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.